Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this narration of the web series, The Nature of Predators. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 114. Memory Transcription. Subject, Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 14th, 2137. Standing in the cargo bay of the ship, gun in paw, numbness gripped my limbs. A spate of nightmares had plagued me throughout the journey, though they'd started in earnest on Vendel Prime. I often saw Marcel being held at gunpoint, or with an Orcs or bullet drilling into his helmet. The fiery stampedes on both the cradle and Silas were etched into my memories as well. Sometimes it was realistic enough that I could feel ash worming its way down my throat. It was as if my soul was missing at the downtime. With the lack of gunfire, in most visions, I found myself carrying a gun, like the one I toted now. Remembered emotions flooded back, and I envisioned my claws pulling the trigger. Reality made sense when I was on the battlefield. Coming back to civilian life on Vendel Prime had been what was alien. In my heart, I knew Onzo was right about professing my predator disease aggression. Marcel had wanted to tempt fate, but I was itching to get back into the fray. The predator refused to let me go alone, even if he'd been involved in enough ground occupations for 1 year. I understood that this was what life was now. In order for humans to survive, killing, and more killing. Though, if I forgot the reason I was doing it all, my mind would collapse. By this third deployment, I hoped to detach from the horrors a little. Violence was merely a certainty.
When are you coming home, Marcel?
Nulia's voice trailed from his holopad, alongside a grainy image of a Gojid's face.
You missed Christmas. I made you a gingerbread house with Mama Lucy.
The red-haired human smiled. That's awesome. I don't know when I'll be home, but with me and Slanek gone, you had more to eat for yourselves. You don't want the salt monster learning of the joys of sugar, do you?
No, I miss you lots.
The Terrans had gotten FTL comms network up and running a week ago, and the technology had finally been passed along to soldiers and civilians. It was easier than ever for humans to chat with aliens and allied systems, while also making it possible for troops to call their loved ones. I could admit a tinge of jealousy over Marcel's calls with his family. He had people who he knew would accept him, and he also looked happier talking with them than me. All that energy I spent caring about his welfare, and I would always be second-rate to him. It felt like I was on an island without anyone to support me. Hell, Marcel had humiliated me in front of Sovereign, insisting on us rolling over like prey. There were some things that couldn't be forgiven. I couldn't believe he'd pushed me to talk to that Gojid. I'm just happy that we left Monaghan's ship. I wish I took that Gojid's head off while I had a chance. It's a shame that I was too injured to see it through. I flexed my healed shoulder. It's time to get ready, Mark. We're almost in range of Malou. All right, he hissed, perhaps sensing my jealous tone. I've got to go, Lulia. You be good for your mother now, all right? You've got to do your chores.
Do I really have to?
The Gojid whined. You do. If you don't want Santa to put you on the naughty list next Christmas. If you're good, you'll be rewarded in the end. Besides, you want to make our lives easier, right? It's been a hard year for us too.
Fine. I love you, Marcel.
I love you too. Tell your mom. Marcel sighed as the Gojid abruptly hung up. He fixed his hazel eyes on me and shrugged his shoulders in a nonchalant way. The human tickled the tip of my tail, causing my bushy appendage to jerk away. Watching him flash his teeth in a playful manner, I felt a bit better. My dependency on my best friend for happiness might be unhealthy, but I couldn't imagine my life without him. Terran soldiers were filing in to transports, preparing to detach from our current carrier once we neared the target. Mission objectives range from inserting boarding parties into enemy ships to retaking space stations by force. Clearing out Malou itself would be an arduous task. It had taken weeks for the Kolshians to set down roots, and it could take an equal amount of time for them to be removed. That was assuming that we prevailed against the secretive fleet. It concerns me what conditions we'll find the doses subjected to. To think that they hate us so much that they'll brutalize anyone who tries to befriend us, Marcel growled. I pinned my ears in hesitation.
I Is it true that the Orcs fought alongside the Dosa? I know it's in rumor, but it has me nervous they're here. Every time we land, they seem to show up and kill everyone. We're cursed.
Hey, it's only happened twice, but there is a pattern forming there. Malou might not want us too amongst the boots on the ground, buddy. Hell, I do feel a little cursed.
The Orcs, they're dodging.
Yes, Chief Hunter Isif himself helped them at our request, also I hear. The Greys were only able to weed out a few thousand attackers, though that's a handful that we don't have to face. We were able to get a couple of hundred evac ships out because of this fleet, which took a beating for us.
The Kolshians gave a beat down to the Orcs,
You could say it with Kigla's off Slenek. You could also say that they had the power to stop the Greys and let billions die instead. I loaded onto a transport in silence, appalled by the truth of his words. The Federation allowed entire species to be genocided and billions of sapiens to be taken as cattle to retain control. Had they really concealed their true power just to encourage fear? The Kolshians hadn't wanted to win the war, and I couldn't think of a single other reason why. The realization culminated in fury. I was raging to plunk a bullet into their skulls.
My biological brother died fighting the Orcs because the Kolshians willed it so. Everything that we've ever done has been frivolous. All of this haunting disease was for naught.
Our transport had its own ability to monitor communications and a digitized replica of the bridge's viewport. We could transition between the host of carriers' eyes and our own once we were cast into the stars. It was true that humanity had also faced numerical odds at Koa and Celis, and that they had triumphed all the same. By this point, I imagined the Kolshians had an answer for the shield breakers, though. While there were less than numerical advantage this time, assuming our new allies showed up, our fleet would mainly be comprised of prey races. The Terrans must be expecting them to be discombobulated liabilities, but the Durtian had been unequivocal about not accepting human direction or crew. We raised 35,000 of our own ships, but only 7,000 of those were UN vessels. At least the Durtian had showed up. The military staff at the briefing hadn't been certain they'd uphold the deal. As one of the galaxy's 2 avian species, they were oddballs even before humanity's announcement. Their support ships were nothing groundbreaking, but they were able to raise an army to retake Malou in a few weeks. Their fleets was waiting in the fringes of the Doser system prior to our arrival. According to the initial communications coming through on our systems, they were calling their alliance the Durtian Shield. They'd gotten 44 races to donate a few hundred ships each, which was more than our prior total of allied species. I suppose we couldn't argue about the effectiveness, despite the flippant demeanor that they hold at humanity.
We are going to attack now. You predators will help.
The Durtian commander spoke curtly to the human fleet. The UN's reply was instant and unfazed. Copy that. We're right behind you, Durtian Shield. The Terran Armada was laden with novelties, and our newer vessels had a bare-bones crew thanks to the automation of duties. The plan was for older vessels to be retired or retrofitted to require less personnel. However, Earth's current focus was sending out anything with guns and FTL engines. They wouldn't be scrapping any ships that had endured the prior battles. That was why Captain Monahan and our sovereign-bonded idiot friend, Tyler, were being sent to enemy-occupied territory at the Federation's heart. Automated vessels pressed forward on the UN's front lines, though the foolhardy Durtian insisted on leading the charge. Our hospital ships lingered on the fringes, ready to move in as needed. According to myself, humans considered such vessels non-combatants, but I imagined the Kolshians thought any predator ship was fair game. "Here we go," Marcel murmured. Thousands of enemy ships approached on the viewport feed, pulling away from the patrols of the system. They had been ready to face intruders at a moment's notice. Malou was encased in a multi-layered defense, and various stations were also fortified to the max. The Kolshians had ships that I didn't even recognize from Federation classes. For instance, cylindrical vessels that looked like a drainage pipe, and odd pyramidal ships. A few executed maneuvers that would have killed any crew. Either they had inertial dampeners that broke the laws of physics, or, more likely, they had drones.
The Kolshians couldn't have figured out and built autonomous ships in a month. The Terrans aren't the only ones who think of such a thing.
My human's hazel eyes stretched wide with the same realization.
Since when did they have drones? You didn't even know what those are, Slenek. Similar chatter erupted amongst the soldiers, with many offering some vulgar words about our enemy. Other predators clad in armor were crammed into my transport as we were packed in for deployment. The plan for our particular unit was to retake a civilian research station close to an outer planet. That meant getting past the Kolshian fleet. They'd seemed to have dropped their prey facade entirely. That meant that the humans were their first threat that required them to uncork their true power. Even the Orcs never offered a true challenge to their stranglehold on the galaxy, despite being presented as an undefeatable menace. It was clear in the Kolshian fossil arrangement which ones were the enforcers and which ones were the brains. They have these since they realized you have drones, I answered. Or rather, they show that they have it. Marcel chewed on his lower lip. Of course, a manned vessel can't make decisions at the same speed. Fight fire with fire. A good thing we stepped up our game too. The high-stakes clash had commenced on our screens. Humanity was following the cues of our so-called friends, who led the reckless charge. Kolshian drones were clinically dissecting the first Dirtian shield ships to draw within firing range. The oddly shaped enemies made targeting wonky and forced the Avian Alliance to switch to manual firing. Even a human would have difficulty targeting a computer-piloted craft with calculating ability. The Dirtian panicked, tossing out munitions without aiming at all. The Federation was unrelenting against our allies, dispatching missiles amidst their ranks. More gasps came from the humans as Dirtian shields flickered out across the front line. I was inclined to believe that particular weapon was reverse-engineered. The shield's neat V formation was collapsing, and shields nestled behind the leaders retreated towards the UN ranks. Perhaps they should have let us lead the way, after all. I guess we will see what Marcel was saying about stepping up their game. It follows that they was referencing to drones, but what improvements could they make? Sensing my confusion, the vegetarian gestured to an inlaid sensor feed. In the vastness of space, the tiny specks were nigh invisible. The microscopic craft barely registered on the data screen either, even with the viewport zoomed in to maximum magnification. I wasn't sure if these terror miniatures were visible to the naked eye. It was easy for an unassuming Kolshian to write them off as debris. Can something that small even scratch a ship? I felt a shudder pass through the carrier as a wave of our fighters and cruisers dispatched to save the scattered Dirtian. I don't get how it can have any guns or missiles. Marcel grinned. Slenek, it is a missile. The humans' larger drones dispatched a series of shield-breaking missiles, which the Kolshian craft tried in earnest to deflect. Enough slipped through to cause the shield outages, and our nano-drones closed the gap all the while. The United Nations hurled traditional munitions at the enemy, making them think our sole play was the shield damage. Seconds later, miniature craft detonated across Federation hulls. Dozens of orange twinkles ravaged single enemies. Explosions were generally inadvisable right atop the engine compartment, and these drones were tiny enough to slip through armor chinks. Surviving Kolshian automatons pulled back to regroup and recalibrate shields. The Dirtian shield lingered with uncertainty as we pressed ahead towards Belu. The Avian Alliance was still reading. They'd lost thousands of ships to our nemesis' unexpected technology. There was no shortage of enemy vessels remaining within Belu's surrounding vicinity. Our allies were a bunch of dunces, and the Kolshians had a nearly endless supply of ships to throw at us. The humans needed to fight their way close enough to deploy foot soldiers, while turning 28,000 liabilities into a serviceable force. Perhaps the Dirtian were more willing to follow our direction now, with their pride wounded. Dirtian shield, why don't you let us head in first? The UN transmitted a message over the communication channel. A few soldiers in the transport were scoffing at the avians, showing the Dirtian talked a lot of smack, only to be humbled so quickly. You can fill in the gaps of the ranks, playing and supporting role. You're good at that. You're manipulating us, answered the shaken avian. You don't order us around. We won't answer to your whims and wants. You disgust us. Well, whether you like us or not, we're on the same side of the battle. This is what you wanted. Humans handling the brunt of the mission. You'd rather have us predators dying than your own people. Don't make me beg to have my troops perish for you. You know we can fight. That's all you think predators do, right? Sit back and let us kill these bastards. Now we're moving in before the drones get set up. Let's go, all right? Fine. This is very temporary.
I hope so, Marcel grumbled. I wouldn't want those guys watching our backs. The human ship pushed further into the system, carving out a path for their herbivore allies to follow. Most species would have turned back with such severity out of the gate, as everyone knew the Terrans weren't most species. The Kolshians were rallying more ships to our locale. The worst of the battle was yet to come. I gripped my harness tightly and prepared for the duel of titans that was about to play out. These were the opening shots of a clash with humanity's toughest opponent yet. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Venal Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, January 14th, 2137. 7,000 human ships moved in a wide arc, closing in on the Kolshian drones. Manned enemy vessels were also hooking into the fray. The larger frames and bridge structures gave away which ones were traditional craft. These foes were unafraid, perhaps because their commanders were part of the conspiracy. Commonwealth automatons that were struck by our missiles had gotten their shields back up, while we dawdled rallying the Dirtian. The carrier Marcel and I were on veered to the flank, giving a wide berth to the heart of the action. Terran fighters and cruisers, the ones that survived saving our frazzled allies, veered back to escort us. Other manned vessels were transporting more humans to different targets, with the bravest few popping into enemy ranks. The Kolshians preemptively had FTL disruptors up, having learned of the primate's jump into Orcs ranks at Silas. Our boarders had to get up close to an enemy craft the old-fashioned way. Transport 8A, you're en route to Civilian Research Station. There was a small team of human doctors there as well, studying the effects of doser plants on our physiology. My commander's voice growled through the shuttle speakers. We presume that they are dead, since they weren't counted on any evac shuttles. However, your mission is to rescue any doser or humans you find aboard. Watch your fire. 3 of the other boarding parties are working different sides of the station. I winced to myself, not wanting to imagine what Kolshians had done to innocent predators. If those victims had survived for 3 weeks, that might be worse than a quick death. The Federation didn't shy away from starving or torturing anything with forward-facing eyes. Lyconus had denounced Sovereign's actions during Noah's speech, but talk was cheap. There was no telling what a liar like him would actually do. Marcel's eyes darkened. When I signed up for the exchange program, I was so excited about extraterrestrial life. Peacekeepers keep peace. We weren't supposed to be slaughtering aliens who tortured us. I'm glad I have you, Slanek. Else, I might think all Feds were murderous.
We're not Federation, I snapped immediately. We left them, and we won't want to be associated with them. They called us weak for centuries. They are lying, deceiving facts.
Sorry. I guess I meant every species in the Federation at the time of our arrival on the galactic scene. Regardless, I think we all know whatever happened to those humans wasn't good.
Let's hope that we don't get the details spelled out. Makes my blood boil. How they treat your kind like animals. Looking back, I don't know how I ever thought that you were dangerous.
Don't discount us now. We are dangerous, just not to our friends. The transport began powering up, and I reminded myself where the oxygen masks were in case of a depressurization. My bulletproof vest was tailored to Vendel form, along with a small personal shielding system. It was supposed to mitigate environmental hazards, such as radiation or energy projectiles. I also had a customizable helmet, fitted with a camera for command review. The Terrans had poured everything into their research and development after Earth.
I still remember sitting in that naval headquarters and seeing city after city fall in the broadcasts. It wasn't that long ago. Those poor humans who begged for peace to the moment the first bomb dropped. Despite the fact that I was an edge from the residual memories, a reminder of how my empathic hunters would be eradicated without remorse jolted me into combat readiness. The binocular eyes around me were icy with determination, and I could see the soldiers flipping the killing switch in real time. Humans wouldn't take kindly to their pack members being slaughtered in mass. The sooner that they could reach the station, the better. It was possible for me to watch the viewport from my periphery. I no longer needed blinders for deployment. The space battle was ongoing in full force, with both sides hurling shield breaker missiles at each other. The unshielding flickered out, though the predators were prepared for that eventuality. They dispensed platforms out in front of them, like laying out a red carpet. Walls materialized in front of the ship, enough to cover the front line's full height from various angles. The Kolshians found their plasma munitions pummeling hardy fortifications. It was difficult to land any strikes against the humans. The primates procured layers of defense, which the enemy would need to strip away for a kill. I'd seen Terran-crafted weapons, but this was the first offensive innovation that they had shown off. The Dirtian were revitalized, chipping in with tepid shots and missiles. The humans leading the charge chucked a new wave of nano-drones at the Kolshians. The enemy saw the miniatures coming this time, but didn't have an answer to stop their approach. It was like trying to shoot an enemy perched atop a speeding car kilometers away. No targeting system or algorithm was programmed for that. AI adaptiveness couldn't drum up a solution that swiftly. Marcel grinned at the viewport. "Kolshian fleet, we're here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty." Explosions rocked the enemy line at the end of his sentence, and gruff cackles rippled across our transport. I found myself laughing at the destruction alongside the predators, which was further proof of my unwell mind. The nanodrones had skirted Kolshian shields and turned these opponents into debris shards, set adrift by an engine eruption. The Terran fleet was cozy and untouchable behind their physical barriers, as hundreds of adversaries were downed. With shields down across the board, it was the humans who were dishing out massive damage and protecting their own. The Kolshian drones were commanded to retreat, realizing that they needed to invite us deeper into Malu's system. Hunkering down was dandy, if we could afford to wait for the opponents to come to us. However, the United Nations needed to advance on targets, not camp out at the fringes. The Terrans disassembled the walls, which autonomously retracted into the ship bays. They pursued the retreating Kolshians with zeal, perhaps incensed, as I was, by the prospect of captive humans. The Dirtian shields moseyed along, with the sporadic bursts of fire coming from their ranks. All they seemed to add was the illusion of depth. It was the predators forging ahead. "There is only one species that can challenge the Kolshians at all, but the humans will have to claw for every inch, and there'll be a fight on the ground too. We can't pull off a full frontal assault with civilians to rescue." Algarium had separated from the larger fleet, and the research station was within view. The hangar bay doors lowered at a glacial pace, opening up the behemoth's belly to the effervescent stars. A piston brought the shuttle back, before propelling us forward with sudden momentum. My stomach lurched, and I leaned against my human for stability. The time for occupying myself with larger battle had expired. We had been released alongside a handful of other transports towards the conquered Dosa habitat. Kolshian warships prowled around the station, which looked like a series of rings stacked atop each other. These foes were more traditional enemy craft, designed to cart soldiers to and fro. They spotted our vector and rushed to intercept us. Terran fighters pulled away from our right side and moved to greet the interceptors. Their job was to ensure that we were unimpeded in traffic. I was well aware that our transport could succumb to a single shot that slipped through. Every life on board hinged on how well our allies could keep us out of the fight until we arrived at the station. "So, Slanek, what sort of training did you get to become a Vendel Space Corps pilot?" Marcel sensed my nerves at the incoming enemies, who were all well equipped to take out a ship like ours. The human was kind to distract me from the precarious fight, but his topic of choice was touchy. "Every time I asked you in the exchange program, you said you didn't want to talk about war, so I quit asking." I pinned my ears back. "You clearly didn't quit asking. Take a hint. Mostly they just taught us how to operate the ship and how to search for the fastest route to flee." Your military training taught you how to flee. In hindsight, it's obvious that the Federation was damn well trying to lose." "They told us that we couldn't beat the Greys. Truth was, the Kolshians could have swooped in the whole time. If I hadn't met the humans, I'd have never realized any of it. I'd still be a scared little Vendel, sniveling at the first sign of peril." Maybe I was happier then, though I wouldn't trade meeting Marcel for the world. What I wouldn't give to unlearn how readily I can kill. "What's wrong?" my human asked, blinking with concern. "You haven't been yourself since you came back from Cetus. You weren't yourself even before the Greys landed there." I snapped my head back like he'd slapped me. "Must you pry at every waking hour? Maybe I just don't want to talk all the time. We're in a fecking battle.
Marcel clammed up, a taut grimace on his face. I suppose that was the wrong thing to say when I did want his concern and attention. Part of me wanted to confess how tormented I had felt and admit the decline of my day-to-day stability. This was the wrong time for Slanek to go crying to his human, though. If I had made it through all the battles in the past, I could keep it together for one more fray. I drew a ragged breath and turned my focus to the fighters warding off the Kolshians. Our transport twirled out of the way as a plasma beam slipped off in our direction. We were ready to evade on a moment's notice, despite how it sloshed the soldier passengers around. I couldn't wait to set my feet on the solid ground. It was terrifying to be caged as weapons sizzled around us. The carrier from which we came loomed behind us with a watchful eye. It boasted hardy munitions and a treasure trove of missiles, and it combined a whirlwind of those items against enemy ships. Drones spilled out from separate hangars in its belly. These robots expanded upon the nimbleness of narrow fighters. Faced with multiple new threats, the Kolshians diverted attention to the source, easing the pressure off of us. Our transport seized the opportunity, refusing to slow down until it was absolutely necessary to breach the station. The humans weren't foolish enough to enter through an actual airlock. According to a commander who briefed us, the Kolshians were smart enough to have those locked down tighter than a Fort Knox. I wasn't sure what that meant, but I understood the gist of it. Taking the path of maximum resistance wasn't my preferred action. I tapped my tail against Marcel's wrist, and he pushed it away. Hey, I'm sorry for snapping. I'm just under a lot of stress, and I know you are too. So, it is wrong. You know I love our chats. That subject struck a nerve, that's all. Don't sweat it, the human sighed. I won't make the same mistake, giving you the silent treatment going into combat again. I just worried about you.
No need to worry, my brother. So, I can put my tail back?
Bad chance, Salt Monster. We're touching down in a minute. We need to be ready.
I am ready to shove the next can of Pringles I get all the way up your ass.
Listen. He's catching on to our lingo, guys. We truly are corrupting the Venlil. Our transport bore down on the Dosa station and pulled up alongside a maintenance shaft. Arcs of white trailed behind us as Kolshian guardians and human fighters were taking significant casualties. The UN carrier was still kicking, but the gaping holes in its hull suggested that it had seen better days. It wasn't clear who the localized victor would be, but that wasn't our concern. We had to assume the Terrans would reclaim the station and focus on retaking it from the ground.
The UN fleet seems to be progressing as well, and the Dirtian have stopped the bleeding from their ranks. The worst resistance is by Milu, though. We're lucky to be assigned to a small station.
The transport lurched as it deployed grappling hooks to the structure. Human soldiers chatted about it being like pirates. I tilted my head in confusion as I received a translation error. There was another phrase to ask myself in my spare time. Perhaps these pirates were human rescuers who saved lost ships. As someone who'd learned their real side, I wasn't going to assume that it was something predatory this time. We rose from our seated positions and arrayed by the exit to bridge the gap. The Terran had affixed an artificial tunnel to the station, ensuring that our travel point was oxygenated. I had also ensured that the target's atmosphere didn't leak into the great beyond. For humans, blasting through the structure's metal was a simple task, taking a matter of seconds. With mathematical precision, we were skulking into occupied territory. Panic threatened to swallow me, but it wasn't the mindless fear of my instincts. It was an onslaught of terrible sights, jumbled together from past battles. I took a series of deep breaths, as Sarah and her team taught me to do in the instinct suppression program. Oddly enough, rather than my emotions encouraging me to flee, it felt like I was seconds away from slipping into combat mode.
There were human and Dosa civilians here, I soothed myself. It'll all make sense once you're killing the Kolshians that did this. You want those bastards to suffer, Slanek, and you certainly don't want Marcel thinking of you as a liability again, like he would if he knew that you were in this rut. Human soldiers rolled grenades through the entrance before scurrying forward with weaponized muzzles alight. My red-haired predator wore a steady expression as we poured out through the breaching tunnel. I willed my own legs to move and clung to the orderly formation, despite sticking out like a rotting vegetable as the only Venlil, our unit banding together rendering me part of the pack.
The Colchians were our prey, vermin that needed to be cleansed from the station. We cleared the structural opening, and gunfire assailed the pack leaders. I hustled into the maintenance shaft and pointed my weapon. My claws was on the trigger before I could command myself to do so. Bullets from my firearm cleared the distance, and the deadly projectile struck true on a veteran Colchian. Violet fluid splattered behind the enemy's head. There was no question that had been my kill. I hoped to feel some remorse, but I sensed only the chaos of the situation. Crimson blood spurted from one Terran's shoulder, and another primate slumped to the ground across from me. Marcel was moving to cover, Hale's eyes wide and determined. We had expected to take casualties, with this much resistance present. As the humans exchanged fire with the Colchians, I issued a silent plea to the universe for our success. Every station and stretch of land within Malu's desecrated vicinity would be an uphill battle to reclaim. If the Predators didn't deal numerous defeats to the Federation today, our chances in the overarching war looked significantly less optimistic. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Memory transcription, Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 14th, 2137. Human and Colchian casualties escalated as the firefight raged on in the tight corridor. The enemy had shifted their tentacled forms behind cover, and their response was measured. I was impressed with their level-headedness under the circumstances. My claws popped off, covering shots, while Marcel pried a panel open with his bare fingers for us to duck behind. It was a shabby cover, but it was better than nothing. The two of us awkwardly situated our rifles and peppered the Colchians with fire. Our foes had found a robust set of tanks and storage containers to crowd behind, daring humans to charge straight into the stream of bullets. UN transports had breached in other areas of the station too. At least, that would discourage the enemy from summoning backup to one locale. Even with just the forces present, I wasn't sure how the Predators could flush our opponents from their resilient fortifications. "Pecking house, Slanek!" Marcel adjusted his helmet. His eyes darted from side to side, searching for a strategy. "There's only one way into the living areas of the station, and it's through them." I found a careless indigo leg poking out behind cover and steadied my aim with a cue to Marcel. My bullet zipped past its mark, tearing through the flabby flesh. A howl of pain could be faintly heard through the deafening exchange of gunfire, and the Colchian's leg buckled. The human was ready to finish my kill. Then the hobbled enemy toppled into the open. My best friend placed a clean shot through their brain as soon as they hit the floor. I drew some ragged gasps. "There's a dozen of them here, give or take, and I don't think grenades will do much here in all that clutter. We just gotta keep shooting them." The Predator popped off a series of shots, making sure to keep his head below the ajar panel. Our impromptu cover was impairing our sightlines a bit, though in this case I was sure the binocular eyes helped him focus on a narrow range of vision. Marcel stole peeks at the areas the Colchians hunkered down in, keeping the elevated sightlines for a few seconds. A wicked smile crossed his face, and that murderous delight sent a chill down my spine. "What if we didn't shoot them?" the human asked. I watched in confused silence as Marcel's aim crept up to the soldiers. I couldn't tell what he was looking at. There was little more than a clutter of pipes in the shaft. He closed one binocular eye and inhaled through his stomach for several seconds. It wasn't easy to picture him as a hunter crouched in the grass, checking that his aim was true. His finger hooked around the trigger, and as a result, a small flame appeared from the stout tank. It seemed to be the standard emergency oxygen supply, which could be used to fill spacesuits in the event of an emergency or required maintenance. The flaming tank violently failed, creating a chain of high-pressure flames from others nearby. Screams came from the sheltering Colchians, and a series of explosions sounded down the tunnel. The Colchians flailed about from within the blazes. They were easy targets for the Predators to mop up. Human soldiers backed their wounded deeper into the tunnel, ensuring that they were clear of the blasts. A handful of troops had a good sense to deploy fire-retardant measures, and managed to quell the blazes after several minutes. The station's built-in fire suppression system helped, with overhead sprinklers drenching us. Marcel pressed two gloved fingers to his forehead before snapping them down with a sly grin. Why engage in a tough gunfight when unclear results, when you can incinerate the enemy? Humans, so observant under extreme stress.
That's my best friend there. I absorbed the shouted reports being passed around and took the cue to move forward. We cleared the path into the living areas with the unusual tactic. That meant that we could discover what happened to the station's inhabitants and what the Kolshians were up to. It was possible that we'd encounter mangled human corpses. Sympathy swelled in my chest for the civilian Terrans trapped here, trying to protect their friends. "Stay alert, Slanek," Marcel murmured. "These are conniving feckers. I wouldn't put traps or even dead man switch past them. If they can't have these doser, they might decide nobody can." I flicked my ears. "Killing a bunch of your kind might be a worthy sacrifice to them, using civilians as bait. I understand the risks." The Terrans unfastened the locking mechanisms on the trapdoor outside the service shaft, and we climbed out of the seating hatch in a hurry. There was a ladder that could be taken, but waiting for each person to descend the rungs would waste time. I hopped down after Marcel, rolling to the rough landing on the metal floor. Several predators' heads whipped around, checking for signs of enemy engagement. Leaders spread their men in anticipation of hostile contact. Kolshian footsteps hurried down the narrow hallway, no doubt having heard the thuds of heavy primates' boots landing. We capitalized on a few seconds to ready ourselves, and a dozen guns sang out to mow the hostiles down with prejudice. The enemy didn't even have the chance to deploy their own weapons. It was a mere 4 security guards versus a sizable group of humans. I kept my head low as we jogged through the hallways. A series of empty rooms greeted us. This area wasn't bustling with activity. Kolshian reinforcements weren't bustling to our sector after how quickly we picked apart the entrenched defenses. So far, the battle was going as well as could be expected. We needed to locate some civilians and start to evac victims, while our comrades kept the pressure on in other compartments. "Why don't we check the medbay?" I shouted. "That's a logical place to start for re-education." Just like the Takan Dr. Zahn that wanted to whisk me off. A human leader narrowed his eyes. "Not a bad idea, Venny. How do we locate the medical areas?" "This seems to be the mess halls, games rooms, lounges, and so on. It was a standard design. We're adjacent to the personal quarters now," I explained. "Work staff will likely be closer to the center, with the medical areas having a separate wing. There should be signs of a raised paw pad, the doctor symbol, like your Red Cross." "Very well, lead the way, since you seem to know the ins and outs." I scampered to the front of the pack with hesitancy. It was a bit unnerving to feel the predators tailing me, and to know that their guns were at my back. My own weapon was ready in my grip as I turned left down the hall. My eyes were peeled for any sign of the doctor's symbol or a directory. It took minutes walking past several spaces, devoid of any souls, to encounter the paw pad sign. I tossed my head, indicating for the Terrans to follow down the dimly lit corridor. The silence was eerie, so I strained my ears for any sign of noise. The sounds of pained screams and unmistakable wail of a human stopped me dead in my tracks. I could detect the noise ahead, though the Terran soldiers had yet to catch on. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Screams!" Our senior enlisted leader turned his ear before his eyes widened. "Double time! Move it, people! Split up if needed! Clear every room of civilians yesterday!" The predator's long legs left me in the dust as they hoofed it in the direction of their people. With an agonized cries to attract them, the guidance of Bavendel was no longer needed. I sprinted as quickly as I could, but Marcel scooped me up in his arms before I got far. My human rushed in the noise's direction and set me down once we reached the labs. His hazel eyes scanned for rooms that hadn't been cleared, and he pointed to a small lab. The lights could be seen flickering off from under the door, giving away that someone was in there. It wasn't clear if it was an enemy, but the humans and the doser should be pleading for rescue, not hiding. Marcel pressed his shoulder against the wall, and at his signal, I kicked the door open for him. I filtered in behind the muscular predator, who was bellowing commands in a bone-chilling tone to get on the ground. 2 Kolshians dismounted stools on Marcel's orders, though without fear befitting someone's first encounter with an enraged human. Microscopes sat abandoned on the counters, with cell slides up for examination. These seemed like unarmed scientists. Their raised tentacles suggested that they were trying to surrender. After the false surrender at Tillfish Extermination Office, I was wary of these aliens. However, the Kolshians were compliant in sprawling out on the ground. Marcel carried only a single pair of handcuffs and cursed to himself. He ordered me to watch one as he snatched the plastic bands around the other's arms. The scientists didn't try any dirty tricks, looking a little amused by the humans' unwillingness to kill them. I'm anything but amused. Why is Marcel taking prisoners when they clearly deserve death? Marcel threw an occasional glance at the handcuffed enemy until he found a roll of tape lying around. He wrapped it around the second prisoner's arms and seemed dissatisfied with the level of restraints. His rosy lips pressed together, weighing his options. I was weary of him showing mercy to these who didn't deserve it, Sovlin being the most egregious example. "All right, Slinek, we're going to take these feckers for questioning." The red-haired Terran wiped perspiration from his brow and hoisted the cuffed Kolshian to her feet. "Keep an eye on that one until I return. I'll be back as quick as I can, after handing this jackass off to our team." Marcel hustled out of the room with the prisoner in tow. I bit back my disdain, keeping my gun focused on the Kolshian. If the scientists wanted to tempt me to shoot them, I was happy to oblige. From the sound of the screams I'd heard, it was a safe assumption this outfit was responsible for torturing humans. My contemptful gaze studied the tape on the lavender tentacles, and the thing dared to ask me a question. "Do you have a name, Venlil?" the Kolshian queried. Anger caused my grip on the gun to tighten. "Yes, but you don't get to use it." "My name is Navarus. You want to question me on what we did here? Oh, I'd love to spell it out for you and any of those ugly-eyed freaks. We can take away everything that makes them unique, that makes them predators in a flash." "What did you do, you fucking monster?" "It's funny. You depress their central nervous system. They grow sleepy and confused. They barely even know who they are. Goodbye, violent demons. We only tried that on 25% of the group to measure the cure with and without it. A control group is scientific." "The cure? You didn't!" Navarus bared his teeth with aggression, a clear gesture of hostility compared to humanity's snarl. He nodded his head towards a set of computer monitors, which showed Terrans languishing in small rooms. It was easy to tell which ones were drugged out of their minds. Others were presenting with physical symptoms. Watching him revel in using predator civilians for his experiments made my blood boil. What right did they have to erase their dietary leanings? I can't say I like predators tearing into pounds of flesh, but they would do this to people like Tyler. Even after he brought Sovlin on a rescue, I don't think he deserves to be experimented on without any regard for the side effects or discomfort. I couldn't imagine humanity without their fervor, reduced a little more than prey. This was what would happen to Earth if the Kolshians realized centuries ago that the primates could be converted. The only solace was that the scientists hadn't gone after their eyes or inflicted significant wounds. More fury threatened to overtake me as I began to wonder what they planned to use the research for. "Some of them are vomiting, but we're inclined to believe it's not from the cure," Navarus continued. "It's mainly from the ones in the higher doses of depressants, and these humans react much more positively to herbivory than the prideful Orcs, which is surprising. Our previous hypothesis was that predators are too arrogant to sustain themselves on leaves." I swished my tails in indignation. "Some of them choose to only eat leaves. You know nothing about humans, and you treat them like animals. Yes, it might be worth keeping a few around, with significant modifications. Something salvageable. We confirmed that the cure prohibits them from flesh-eating, so now they don't have the option to eat living creatures." "How did you confirm that?" We fed one of them its own rations. Was hysterical watching it asphyxiate and turn all red. We're all born into the government caste, kept away from broader society, working in secret. Wasn't anything I chose, but getting to make a predator die by its own cruelty for the good of sapient life. Had I a choice, I would have chosen this work for that alone. Ringing surfaced my ears as fury made it difficult to string thoughts together. This Kolshian deserved to die, after bragging about genetically modifying, drugging, and killing human civilians. This was the species that I lived among on Earth and fought battles alongside. Anyone who could condemn them to be cured deserved to be cured of their living status. I was tired of letting monsters who saw Terran suffering with glee live and receive luxurious rights. My rifle raised, and I jammed the barrel against the Navarus' temple. The Kolshian had the audacity to laugh in my face.
All I could think was how gratifying it would be to end his existence. A growl rumbled in my throat, and the predatory nature of that cue surprised me. "Go ahead, do it," the enemy scientist barked. "You don't have it in you." I pressed the gun deeper into its skull. "Are you sure of that?" "Of course I am. You, Vendel, are the weakest species in the galaxy. You couldn't stand up for yourselves against a doser using their whiskers as a knife. Just look at how scared." I tugged the trigger in a swift motion, putting the end to the Kolshian's condescending speech. The scientist's brains were expelled from its skull, and blood splattered onto my fur. I stared in cold silence as the body slumped to the floor. End of story. Chapter 117. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, January 14th, 2137. My paws were rooted to the floor as I cast a blank stare at Navarro's corpse. Footsteps pounded behind me, and without turning around, I knew it was Marcel racing back after hearing gunshots. An audible gasp came from my human, who skidded to a halt. He could see me standing in close range to the dead Kolshian, firearm in paw. The predator froze in shock before rushing up to me in panic. Marcel's hands latched onto my shoulders. "What did you do? The feck have you done?" The redhead Terran had handed the first prisoner off to the team, but the discovery that he'd be unable to collect the second Kolshian left him in an aggravated state. My friend couldn't restrain his emotions, baring his canine inches from my face. I could see his cheek muscles contorting in a grotesque ways, and his scar stretched in new patterns. I'd never seen such clear disgust in his pupils, not even during our predator's disease saga. Panic rose in my chest as I feared that Marcel would disown me for my action. He leaned back and shook his head in mute horror. My orders had been to watch the Kolshian prisoner for a few minutes. I knew I shouldn't have pulled the trigger. Admitting that I wanted Navarus dead for his cruel taunts wasn't an option, though I didn't regret killing the monster. "Marcel can't leave me. He's my best friend. I can't have him thinking that I'm some predator-diseased killer." Genuine tears rolled down my furry cheeks, which caused the human to pause in reaction. I could see a twinge of sympathy cause his lips to curve downward. His natural response was to comfort me. The mental gears turned enough to realize that I could use this and paint the story which justified my deeds. If part of him believed that I was a weak, scared liability, then this decision could be played off as fear. Marcel had to believe that I didn't mean to kill the prisoner. "I'm sorry. He started trying to stand up, and I panicked." I put on my most despairing expression and recoiled from the corpse as though horrified. The stutter was easy to let slip through, since I wasn't nervous about the human's rejection. "My gun was on him, and then he moved towards me. It was reflex." "The Kolshian was tied up with tape. He's still kneeling." "I know, but I wasn't thinking. He moved his head suddenly, and I don't know what happened. Forgive me, please. I need you to..." I chastised myself to drop the gun and flung myself at the predator in desperation. My arms wrapped around his thick body as I sobbed into his vest. The human felt warm and strong, even as I absorbed his shuddering inhales. Without seeing where his binocular gaze was pointed, I knew it was on my body. Marcel hesitated before a gloved hand gently kneaded my scruff. "It's okay. We'll deal with it. We'll figure this out and clean this up, huh? You made a mistake." "Don't hate me," I pleaded. "I just want to help you." "I could never hate you, Slanek. Shooting an unarmed prisoner is a horrible thing to do, but I wasn't here to protect you. We shouldn't have trusted a Vendel to act as an independent soldier. It's not your fault, but you're clearly not past your instincts. Let me think." The outright accusation that I couldn't carry myself on the battlefield stung. I suppose it was better for Marcel to believe that I was a panicky animal rather than an enraged Vendel who played executioner. Listening to the way Navarro spoke about humans and goaded me on, the trigger pull was irresistible. My best friend would never understand because he didn't think killing should be enjoyable. Once, or if I talk my way out of this, the humans need to know about the cure work. Maybe that would make him just as angry, and then I can confess the truth. Marcel pulled away from our embrace and offered a taut smile. His reddish eyebrows soared up into his forehead as an idea occurred to him.
He unclipped his holopad from his war belt before tapping away on his slim fingers. I looked at my friend with hopeful eyes, praying that he could sweep this under the rug. "What are you doing?" I croaked. The Predator's gaze jerked up from the pad. "I'm searching through the video archives. It all happened like you said, so in case it comes back up, we should retrieve the footage that exonerates you. I'm downloading a clip from the last 10 minutes of your point of view." My heart sank into my chest. The helmet rested on my head like a rock as I recalled the tiny camera on its side. It had recorded the entirety of my interaction with the Kolshian, including how I gunned it down at point-blank range. Maybe there was a chance that I could access the server and delete the footage before Marcel finished downloading it. If it was for a command review, I doubted I had permissions to do so regardless. I scrambled over to his side, throwing my paws around his elbow. "What? Don't... Why would you look at that? I feel awful. I don't want to look at it again." "You don't have to review it, buddy. I can handle it. It won't take me that long." Marcel squinted at the download progress bar, which was counting down by impeding doom. "I doubt the UN or the Venlo Republic would have you prosecuted for an instinctual accident, knowing your stampede policy. Just in case, we should have something for legal defense." The holopad chimed, indicating that the download was finished. The human tapped the video, and I screeched in blind panic. My outstretched paws dove towards the holopad, which the Predator snapped above his head on reflex. I jumped as high as my crooked legs would allow, trying to grab the object. However, Marcel was holding it well out of my reach, and my paws swatted empty air. The Terran officer's jawline tightened, and suspicion flashed in his hazel eyes. He used his back to shield the holopad from me, huddling over it with a singular focus. The audio must be going straight to his implant, but the Kolshian's dialogue didn't affect his feelings. He swiveled around with an unmistakable look of concentrated loathing. "You lied to me! You tried to make me feel sorry for you!" he roared. "No! Save it! I've heard enough of your spineless deflections." The human cleared the ground to the body with a handful of strides, anger charging his emotions. Marcel stood down, picking up the gun I'd discarded. His binocular eyes bore into mine as he stared straight at my horizontal pupils. He flung the firearm at my chest and curled his lip in disdain. I'd never seen him this callous and resentful, not even on Cetus. "Carry your murder weapon like a badge of honor. When we get out of it, I'm making sure you never touch one again," the Predator hissed. I flicked my ears. "Listen, the Kolshians are curing humans." "We'll handle it. You don't need to worry about it anymore." I can help. I just made a mistake." "No, that was no mistake. It was calculated execution. You knew that it was wrong or you wouldn't have covered it up. God, can't believe I fucking trusted you. I thought we were brothers. I let you live in my house with my fiancée and my daughter. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're unhinged." "You're being an ass." "I'm being an ass. Shut the fuck up and move out. You're going to help escort some civilians back to the shuttle, and then you're going to stay there till we return. If you don't like that, I'll be delighted to throw you in the brig myself." Marcel barely seemed to be corralling his temper, and he stomped off down the hallway. I trudged after the human with a defeated posture, tucked my tail between my legs. The dead Kolshian's eyes gave the appearance of watching me, as they were struck open for all eternity. The hurt that I felt was crushing after the way my best friend just treated me. "Did I just ruin our friendship? No, he's not being fair. Neveris fucking deserved to die, and I shouldn't have had to dance around Marcel's precious morals." "I knew you would act this way." I sprinted up to the human's side, and he quickened his pace to stay ahead of me. "You let everyone have mercy, from Sovereign to... Feck. You probably think that getting life in prison was enough for Kasum. You made me apologize to the same man that tormented us. What kind of shitty friend does that?" Marcel said nothing, but his finger tightened around the gun. His anger was so heavy that I could feel the tension infecting the air. "Answer me! Every time we go off to war, you have to rescue someone from the species that fucking harmed us," I continued. "Nulia, Vert, and Burla, and now these Kolshian assholes. You don't have the spine to stand up for yourself or enforce any form of punishment to anyone. It's your fault that I felt like I had to lie." The human skin was turning red from fury. "You executed a prisoner, and it's my fault. You're trying to spin this on me now." The Kolshian tortured your civilians. It called it science. They drugged them so much that they puked, genetically modded them. I don't fucking regret it. I'd do it again. Nefarious deserved to die. Shit, he got off easy.
Maybe he deserves to die, but that's not your decision to make. We can't question a dead guy. Either everyone gets rights or nobody does. His testimony could have swung more allies to our side. What you did is unacceptable, and I don't even know who the feck you are anymore.
Neither do I. You humans flipped on my predator switch, and I can't undo that. You did this. All I think about anymore is war and death.
Marcel clammed up once more, plodding along with brooding footsteps. His eyes darted towards me for a brief moment, and I could see that our quarrel was distracting him. He reached a central area of the medbay, where UN soldiers were gathering. My posture was stiff, as I worried that my friend would declare my actions to the first commander he saw. However, the vegetarian seemed intent on getting out of here before reporting me. Sickly humans with glassy eyes were being tended to by medics. Their gaunt frames suggested that they'd been unnerved for the duration of their stay. The Kolshians either didn't know or didn't care about the predator's caloric needs. Dozer rescues observed the day's predators with concern, and Terran soldiers were determining how to move the rodents. Speed was key to safety, and the galaxy's most diminutive race wasn't covering ground quickly.
It seems like it was very easy to get through the medical lab. I expected more resistance in this area, but all the Kolshians here are unarmed.
Perhaps that realization jinxed us. The medbay compartment doors slammed shut, as they would in a depressurization. I could hear the air conditioning unit kick on as a hearty gust of ventilation poured down the shaft. Human soldiers rushed to the compartment doors, trying to pry them open. Were the Kolshians going to poison us? The enemy had waited until multiple units added in the civilians before locking us in here. The gases that were filtering in felt noxious, but the predators had made quick work of busting out. They bypassed the locking mechanism through brute force, using charges to blast out the door. I grabbed Marcel's wrist and guided the coughing redhead out of the hallway. He dropped to his knees, gasping in the fresh air. "What was that?" my friend choked. "Fucking hell." Our unit commander staggered out of the medbay and exchanged a few words with our medics. "Listen up! Those of you with masks, get back in there and look for anybody left in the gas. Our smaller friends won't survive long. Get going! The rest of you post security. They might try hit us while we're reading. I want the team to find where the gas came from ASAP. Break!" I helped my redhead predator up, and he pushed himself away from me. The young officer volunteered his boarding party for the search without hesitation. The disoriented Marcel followed the rest of his team, still shaking off the unknown substance he'd inhaled. The soldiers had located a map of the ship's layout and got a rescued doser to read it out to them. We navigated through the ship tunnels. I kept myself alert for more traps. The Terrans busted down the door to the supply closet, not even checking if it was locked or not. There was evidence the Kolshians had been present recently, but they cleared out in a hurry after their stunt. We checked the supply air ductwork, which had a canister plugged into it. The Predator's senior leader ran a visual translator over the items left in the duct, and the complexion diminished from his face. "Chief, is everything all right?" I asked. The human senior's eyes turned towards me. "It seems the Kolshians fed us a sleeping gas, but we weren't exposed long enough for it to do anything other than make us woozy. However, son, they laced it with something else too. Everyone, remain calm. I'm going to inform command that we need a quarantine for all humans on the station." Marcel's eyes widened. "Why, Chief? Are we in danger?" "Sir, these empty vials say here, the cure. There's only one thing that can mean in their eyes. I believe that we got a dose on their anti-carnival dust, but by air transmission. We have to assume the worst, sir. We're all vegetarians now, by threat of death. Let's drum up a diet plans by the end of the day. Need green rations shipped to us pronto. You're the expert." Even among seasoned Terran soldiers, that admission was enough to spark panic chattering. While the senior leader phoned it in to command, I studied Marcel with worried eyes. No matter what he thought about me, I wanted only the best for him. My human didn't deserve to have genetic modifications forced upon him, though he was vegetarian. That should be a choice for him to make of his own volition. There could also be additional consequences, and I wasn't sure if it was transmittable to others of his kind.
Does this mean that the Kolshian Commonwealth has decided to try to cure the primates rather than eradicate them?
It wasn't clear if whatever that was tailored to the humans during these experiments worked on me, but I got the pathogen into my lungs as well. The Battle of Milu was raging on outside these walls, and the Kolshians had sprung a dastardly trap on the Terrans here, who wandered in to rescue innocents. We needed to relay a warning to other UN forces retaking ground encampments to beware of potential biohazards. Containing the exposure to just us was crucial. I wish that I could have saved myself from breathing that in. All I could hope now was that the cure wouldn't have any unexpected effects on the humans exposed to it here. Unfortunately, one possible avenue for reversal was reduced to brain matter in my fur. End of chapter. Chapter 118. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date Standardized Human Time, January 14th, 2137. The promise of food was the main selling point for my rebellion. After going hungry for the entirety of their lives, many Orcs troops were willing to heed my call with the promise of never missing a meal again. Betterment failed in that imperative, and merely pointing out the illogical nature of our raids proved that they never intended to deliver. My plan to utilize the Terran-gifted cattle and harvest non-sapiens from untouched worlds was alluring. I also offered sanctuary to defectives and defectors, reaching out through the secretive forums like the one I'd stumbled across before my fateful visit to Shizar's sector. It didn't matter which reason they opposed the Orcs of the Dominion for. Checking all the bases was my top priority. There was outreach condemning the consumption of former omnivores to those who believed races like the Gojits were truly sapient. We offered roles to those who didn't wish to fight or sought civilian pursuits. Like Jones says, just taking manpower away from Gizno and his people helps the war effort. The future of the Orcs shouldn't be only about soldiers. That's how we got here. Lastly, on the internet, I planted the rumor that Battleman starved us intentionally, having kick-started our suffering to start with, and allowed the people to circulate it. Initial recruitment had been more successful than I imagined. Even non-defectives were wary of lifelong war, and a strategy that was bound to ensure its countenance. 90% of my troops from the original sector, and around 65% of the ones from Shazar's old sector, stayed under my control, too. Gaining allies beyond the UN's vague promise of future support was key. Rival chief hunters had yet to join me, although I wasn't giving up on that. If we can hang in the fight for long enough to validate our strength, then the self-centered brutes might decide that we were worthy of support. They could rule their own sectors, solidifying all the power without any oversight. Manufacturing power was critical, since we needed to generate more ships. The humans sent us supplies, weapons, and small craft on the down low, though nothing that would draw attention or prove their involvement. Due to our need to grow our fleet, I encouraged anyone defecting to steal an armed transport, playing to ego. Mutinous captains who convinced some of their crew and brought a full warship were offered rank promotions. "Hello, Isif." Lisa Reynolds looked up as I entered the daily briefing room, yawning in harmony with me. The two Terrans had done a decent job of guarding me and keeping me appraised of any intel the UN or my own people scrounged up. Jones must have coached them. "The Secretary General is waiting on the secure line. He says that he can offer something you want." I lashed my tail with interest, hoping that meant the Terrans were lending military support early. As fun as it would be to keep Earth's leader waiting, having the aid of a UN establishment would be crucial. I grumbled for her and Oleg to set up the call, and decided to push my status update on the rebellion to a later in the day. There was also the matter of selecting some Orcs underlings for leadership roles. I would be interviewing a few presumed defectives on their candidacy soon. It was a busy day, as there seemed to be no shortage of action. I'd selected an Orcs protege, but he could wait for his call and the subsequent briefing to continue. Valra's whiskers twitched as she sat at the center of the table, where she could have the best view in the house. The Dosa and I spent a lot of time conversing, though I was careful to keep her away from the Orcs general populace. "What do you think Zal wants to give you?" the ginger and white rodent asked. "A way to contact the Federation. You can make amends on behalf of your sect and get them as allies." A growl rumbled in my throat. "Ugh. Harping on that again. That's what you want, not the humans. They're realists, except for Oleg." "Ah, come on. Let up now. I hear that line from Lisa enough." Oleg hunched over my holopad, a slight smile on his face. "I get it. I shouldn't have brought up my theories about Al Greys. It was an honest question."
You know what else is an honest question? Why Isif shouldn't try to reach out to the Federation, Fowler pressed. He says he's friends with Tava already.
I whipped my snout towards her. We are not friends, in the slightest. That Vendel just doesn't want someone else commanding her sector, because I'm lesser evil and I want change. She knows I partook in and oversaw unspeakable things. Would you like me to outline them for you, so that you can know too?
I would. It must have been horrible to have to blend in with monsters or die.
Why can't you just act like a normal doser? Scream, cry, cower. Valra giggled as an answer, before wandering over to Lisa's spot. Peacekeeper Reynolds absent-mindedly petted the deranged rodent, who seemed to enjoy the human nails pricking her spine. These were my advisors, leaf-licking aliens I lived with every day. Why did I tolerate them? I marched up to Alexei and hovered over him to encourage him to work faster. The conspiracy theorist snapped his fingers. All set, it's connecting now. So, get ready, Isif. Got it. Your tactical skills are appreciated. Hell yeah! Us human nerds have game. Best in the biz. Your self-complimenting assures me of your humility. The best do not have to declare that they are the best, yes? Don't have to, but I'm going to anyway, and hey, for what it's worth, I empathize with losing yourself, trying to blend in somewhere you don't belong. Vendel Prime was harsh at first. If I hadn't met some special people at that right time, I might have forgot what I was fighting for. Not the same, but we're all shaped by our societies and our situations. That is a long-winded way of him saying he gets it, Lisa chimed in. From what I've seen of you, I think you're a softie. I cast a glare in her direction. I will rip off one of your limbs if you ever say that again. Yeah, tough guy, whatever you say. I huffed in irritation and stared down the camera with a bit more hostility than was needed. Secretary General Zhao wouldn't understand my glare, but I couldn't have the humans calling me weak to my face. Wasn't softy an insult? The leader of the Orcs rebellion was no scrawny runt, unable to enforce his will. That was equally as bad as considering me as a monster. If Zhao was calling to yank on my chain, then I'll show him a real skull. I need to be tougher with these humans, whether we're friends or not. The Secretary General blinked onto the video display. Hello. Thank you for taking my call, Isif. I know you're busy. Sure. Though I am busy, I can fit in time for Earth. Oh, I'll keep it short. I don't want to waste your time, but say, before I get down to the meat of the matter, do you mind fitting me in on the latest war developments? Just want to make sure that Jones isn't painting her own narrative. Humoring Zhao wasn't what I planned to do first thing in the morning, but I had to keep him in my corner. Oleg and Lisa watched as I started my speech, ready to chip in if needed. There were a lot of moving parts in the war, so summarizing it in concise fashion wouldn't be easy. However, I didn't want to squander any excess time rehashing the past. Well, I'm sure I'm telling you what you already know, I began diplomatically, but we ceded a lot of our immobile infrastructure to the Dominion. Since it's an easy target, we stay hidden and on the move, only surfacing to disrupt Oxor operations. Jones has been directing some rebels via internet channels to pull some shenanigans from within Risk's borders. Zhao nodded. Like we saw what you've done. Government sleeper agents are quite effective. How are you and your people faring against Betterment? I know Gisnil is after your head. They've sent multiple search parties after us, while seeming to avoid human space. They do not wish to step on your toes, if I'm not mistaken. Anyhow, there have been 3 odd forays into my sector this week. We do not intend to challenge them until the right opportunity presents itself. Excellent. And how are Benderenko and Reynolds? Can they confirm to me that everything is good with their supplies and their treatment? Despite the fact that I had received non-sapient cattle post-Silas, humans were distrustful of any Oxor-sourced meat. I would not dupe my guards, who were on cordial terms with me, into eating sapient herbivore flesh. However, that wasn't a risk the United Nations or the Jur themselves were willing to take. I understood on a logical level that the propaganda, should Terrans be documented enjoying a cut of Vendel fillet, would be devastating. Therefore, Oleg and Lisa maintained their own food supply, and I made no efforts to take it away. My concern on that issue was more for my internet friend. Valra couldn't stomach watching us eat their lab-grown cuts or my animal-sourced meals, as we learned the hard way. The doser had tried, but there were some responses she couldn't manage. I was impressed with how quickly she grasped the concept of an obligate carnivore for a Federation creature.
Everything is fine, sir. We are safe and well and missing Earth, Lisa said.
Zal pursed his lips. Glad to hear it. We'll leave another shipment in the same spot as always. Now, I'll cut to the chase, Isif. I called to offer you a gift. I only wanted to make sure your insurgency would last more than a few weeks, and that you wouldn't become a problematic faction in your own right. Your forces are ready to join us? I queried. Not yet. I'm forwarding some blueprints over this link, which I think you'll find useful. There's clear instructions for any scientists you have. My eyes narrowed. Before I accepted the file transfer, after the slight hesitation, I was certain that if the humans wanted to worm malware onto my system, they'd already had. I wouldn't even realize, with their sneakiness. The documents that popped onto my screen were explanations of how to create lab-grown meat. This was a ticket to growing substantial food, without needing any livestock. I can't believe he's just giving this to me. Doesn't he hate us? I am giving this to you free, as a thank you for all that you've done for Earth, the Secretary General continued. Jones's one-side employees weren't fair to you. She told you that I would treat you like a pawn, but she accused me of what she herself is doing. That won't be my policy in our dealings. The United Nations is true to our friends, period. Emotion swelled in my chest, realizing the implications this could have for starving billions. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I do appreciate it deeply. Your human innovation will be put to good use. I have faith in you, Isif. We're all rooting for you here. I'll let you go, but I wish you well in your coming days. You as well. Tear the Federation a new one. The Secretary General flashed his teeth. Oh, we're working on it. Zhao clicked off the channel, and my pupils flickered over to human guards. In the short duration that I had been chatting about lab-grown meat, Valra had rolled into her pack. Lisa was tickling the dose's stomach, which earned squeals from the rodent. I hissed in disgust, hoping that the Secretary General hadn't heard this nonsense. I'd been so focused that I was oblivious to anything happening in the background. Make yourselves presentable. Don't make me regret not letting the Kolshians have you, Valra, I snarled. The doser flipped back on her paws.
That decision is made, and now you have to live with it. You, could try petting me too.
No! Get that first Oxel grunt now, Lisa, and sit away from Valra. As the petting happy primate darted off, Oleg risked a glance at me. What are we looking for? Do you want our advice? If it's solicited, we're going to fill out my advices. We need people who must be loyal to me, might be willing to tolerate the hunting challenge species, and can also be influential. That's why I asked Valra to be here. How they react to her is a good indicator of if they'll try to eat every herbivore they see. The doser shivered.
I don't like this.
Come here, Valra. I won't let them get anywhere near you. Lisa returned, guiding a scrawny Orcsaur with an unimpressive muscle tone. I reacquainted myself with the facts of this one's circumstances, and emitted a contemplative hum. By all accounts, he was a weakling, who was a few slip-ups away from being executed by betterment. He was captured by humans on the cradle, seeking deflection to Earth. During the exchange of Venal cattle, he'd been returned with other Orcsaur prisoners. I observed his scrawny grunt once he was transferred under my direct command. Jones's hint that he pleaded for Earth not to return him during our prior conference at Proxima Centauri confirmed my suspicions that he hated betterment. He had already wanted to leave before Seleni's broadcast or my offer. I decided that an apparent defective would have undying loyalty as long as I kept him fed. The Terrans hadn't protected him, so I doubted he'd run back to them. The perfect second, assuming he's accepting of Valra and empathic Orcsaur. A stretch for anyone raised on risks. Valra scurried up atop my head, which earned a long stare from the newly arrived Orcsaur defector. I donned my most threatening scowl and bared my teeth. The scrawny grunt ducked his head and submissively, allowing Lisa to show him to a chair. He waited with expectancy, a hint of anxiety showing in his fidgeting tail. Kayasal, I greeted the Orcsaur. I've been watching you for a while. Kayasal's gaze swept across the table before returning to Valra.
There is a docile animal here. Ah, are we eating it together? Oh my, the stupid thing doesn't even realize I am honored to join you, sir.
You will treat the Dosser with the respect befitting of any companion of mine. She is not food. She is a trusted, loyal friend.
Realization flashed in Kaisel's dark eyes, and he jerked back in surprise. Admitting an herbivore was a friend was a massive risk. With an unknown Orcs, it was as good as confessing that I felt empathy, and not only that I was defective enough to seek bonds like a social creature. His lips curled with momentary contempt, though he reeled himself back in. A sliver of appetite flashed in his eyes as well. "I am surprised you got it to sit still," the grunt hissed, in a tone that was decidedly colder. "Those things do not view us as people. You must be very defective to convince it." "Yes, that's subjective, is it not? Defectiveness is not such a useless thing in war as humans show. You two feel empathy just to predict what your enemy will do, to strike as a unit. I think it is a good policy of the rebellion, for us both, that we turn weakness into strength here." Kaisel mulled over my words for several seconds, absorbing my implications. I could see in his eyes that he despised the idea of associating with prey animals. However, we were together in having a critical weakness, which was not acceptable to betterment. His other option was to return to the Dominion as a wimpy traitor. His own issues were why he'd been running from risk to start with.
Convincing him that not every Federation herbivore is not an enemy can come another day. I need only his toleration and his compliance.
"It is nice to be able to control my actions and to be treated as an equal." Kaisel tapped a claw against his maw and leveled my gaze. "I've never been this well fed in my life. I'll do whatever you say and try to put up with any animals as long as that strays true."
I lashed my tail. "Good! I need an advisor, someone who can speak of the humans and their troops from first-hand knowledge. I am willing to take you under my wing and teach you how to be tougher in return. Defective or not, I assure you I know much about military practices and the crueler arts."
"We all know of your achievements, Isif. I don't doubt your mettle."
"As it should be. I've spoken enough words. Do you accept this advisor position?"
"Gladly I do. I always hated the species that I was a part of, sir. All of my peers bashing weakness, the wretched lives we lead, being forced to join the war. I had nothing. If I must fight, I am glad that it can be for a chance to not fight and not starve."
"Words to live by. Well, Advisor Kaisel, I imagine you feel the same as most Orcs are about talking. However, we're going to do a lot of it in here, and we start now. These topics are too important to let solitary natures get to any of us."
"Understood. I put up with humans on the cradle and on Earth. I am somewhat used to it."
"Truly, you can learn to tolerate anything in time. Let's begin with discussing the war strategies and Dominion movements, shall we?"
Oleg and Lisa pulled up an overview of our total assets, as well as noteworthy developments in logistics and internal sentiments. The last known locations of Dominion forces were also included. Keeping ourselves multiple light years away from their prowling ships was key. Kaisel still shot occasional glances at Falra, though he seemed willing not to pounce at her. My new advisor leaned in and put his own mind to work assessing our potential targets. I wasn't sure how we could get the upper hand against betterment, but I liked the team I had at my side. With lab-grown meat gifted to us by Earth, we were stronger today than we were yesterday. My sole focus was chipping away at the Dominion's armor and waiting for the humans to commit to our cause. End of chapter.
Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Arkansas Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 15th, 2137. The humans were checking their timekeeping instruments. Kaisel still had 3 minutes to arrive for our briefing. The scrawny Arkansas had no intention of lingering for an extra second of chatter, and was leaving the pre-meeting socializing to us. The command structure here monitored ship activity near our stealth habitat, which was hidden within the Harken space. Farho and its subsidiaries were just across the border of the once Bin Shazar sector. We were keeping vigilant for any new Dominion attacks. With Kaisel's arrival still pending, that left time for Falra to poke and prod as she always did, the doser staying away from the general Arksel populace. I was glad that word of her presence hadn't gotten around. After yesterday's confession, it wasn't safe for her to encounter any non-empathic Arksel, and even those with softer emotions might not be fond of her. The primates had been a positive presence that grounded her socially. especially with a curiosity about mankind. Planning our operations against the Dominion is important. We can't have the Gizno thinking we'll run, I mused aloud. Keeping our morale up is partly my outreach and partly scoring some victories. How are each of you holding up? Oleg adjusted his glasses.
Seeing Arxor up closer, I don't know. I love the idea of meeting aliens, but the videos we saw of you on Earth, they were gruesome. Had no clue that you were being starved by your own government, on purpose. Guess that shows what you get for knowing one side of the story. A lesson I've preached my whole life. I've come around to thinking that you're a cool guy, Siffy. If a little bit pricky. They always taught us that the Greys were incapable of compassion. Clearly not true across the board. You're sweet. Farah's whiskers twitched, and I wondered once more how she could stand me. If the humans used Greys or sweet, I would have smacked them, but I let it slide in the Dosa's case. We're not worth the effort to collect, so the Dosa weren't your typical victims. I'd see the horrible things on the news, but they happened to someone else. My nostrils flare. I tried to be as cruel as possible for the betterment's liking, and to think of what would hurt people the most in my attacks. I brainstormed a number of those horrible things you say. I know I had no choice, but perhaps I was lying when I said the fault could not be assigned to me. Yes? I don't think it's your fault. Everyone taught you that was right, just like people taught me all predators are evil. By the time you actually got real power, you were doing what kept you alive before. Millions died as a direct consequence of my orders, Farah. I've eaten prey like you alive. I executed my own kind, targeted herbivore schools on purpose, and ran cattle farms. Those were mistakes, but you didn't know there was another option, except to die. You gave the cattle back to Tava, and you want the future to be different. Don't you want to do what's right for all of us, Siffy? Yes, of course I do. You're one strange Dosa. Why are you like this? Well, I know who you are and what you've done now. The future is what matters, making things change. What do you want to do when the war ends? I never thought about it. Ask the leaf lickers. Farah turned an inquisitive eye towards the two human gods, whose wistful gazes landed on her. The thought of going home to Earth, with the war settled and opportunities abounding, seemed to fill them with a wishful mindset. I listened to the two describe the concept of homesickness, which I couldn't wrap my mind around. Terrans were sentimental predators, more than willing to domesticate themselves to boring pastimes. When everything settles down, I'd like to start my own business, Lisa said. Something like a coffee shop, where people can come to relax and play board games. I like the idea of bringing people together. I narrowed my eyes. That is your grand ambition. Who said it has to be grand? What's important is having a life that's fulfilling, bringing positive vibes and leaving the world a better place. Also, I thought my sister was dead for a few weeks, so it'll be nice to hug her again. We still haven't had that reunion, and it would be cathartic. Typical humans. They give better, more censored answers. Yes, Farah. Oh, don't answer that. What's your lame ambition, Broken Eyes? Oleg scowled at me. It's like the glasses are the only thing you see about me. You're an old man. I'm gonna fecking laugh when your vision starts going. Oleg, your true vision fading is your blindness to reality. Nobody's gonna believe you worked with an Orcs or rebels. It'll be another of your crazy stories, Lisa teased. Maybe I'll pitch the story to a Hollywood then. Writing a book doesn't seem that hard, and it's a guaranteed bestseller. How Earth secretly worked with the Orcs all the way up to the Secretary General, while building their superweapons. All that crap about Gizno writes itself too. Starvation, an unwritten agreement with the feds. I sighed in annoyance. You must have more serious aspirations than that. Don't you have people you care about? The conspiracy theorist fell into a contemplative silence. I do. There's a human kid I'd like to see succeed. I was, adopted. So foster children are an issue close to my heart. Everyone deserves to land on their feet, you know? Kazel strolled into the room, and our self-indulgent chatter ceased in an instant. I'd been trying to gauge if there was a trace of defectiveness in him, but my new second-in-command hated socializing. He seated himself far away from Farah and the primates, taking it upon himself to boot up my messaging system. There was a file sent from the Secretary General's office, which was flagged Urgent Intelligence. I'd just spoken to Zal a day ago at length, so I wasn't sure what could have happened between now and then. It wasn't important enough to merit an in-person call to interrupt, but the human government wasn't known for their meaningless communiques.
The arboreal predators were excellent at sifting through the oodles of information. Weaponized knowledge was amongst their primary fortes. "Prepare the projector," I ordered Kazel. "Go on, Oleg, release any Dominion movements on the ship tracker." Oleg leaned closer to the sensors readout.
"No Orcs or vessel within 5 light years of the habitat. I see a sizable contingent of Federation craft which seem to be on a sweeping patrol. From the faint trails we can pick up, and known identifiers, those ships look to be Kolshian. That might be what Zhao is informing you of. Earth is due to launch operations against them any day. The bastards could just be on a high alert or moving in on another UN ally, like they did the Dosa."
"Do you have any thoughts, Kazel? We welcome your input," I prompted. Kazel kept his controlled pupils on the screen.
"I think the Kolshians deserve to die for what they did to us. They're the party behind our starvation. They're here. We should kill them."
"Prophet Descender Gisnell told me that the Commonwealth conceals their true strength. We are in a vulnerable position. We must exercise caution."
"After the animal you keep with you, it would be a way to prove you're not with the Federation. They're our enemy as much as the Dominion. What Isif is saying is that we should win one battle first before taking on another,"
Bulra chimed in. "Nobody asked for a praise opinion." "You will not speak to her like that," I roared, blowing Lisa's hair out of her face from the force of my exhale. "Never again!"
"I said I would tolerate it. I've done that, but no amount of food or threats can push me further. Do we have a problem, Isif?"
"No! Do not address Farah at all. If you cannot be polite, brief me on Zal's message, now!" Kazel swallowed a lump passing down his throat. He transferred the contents onto the hollow projector and allowed us to read at our own pace. The Secretary General informed us that these were intercepted messages sent between a Kolshian Commonwealth's office of the Chieftain and the Orcs or Dominion's betterment office. That was enough to cause me to narrow my eyes in confusion. Since when did those two parties directly communicate? Prophet Descendant Gisnell stated that their agreement was unspoken. Perhaps that wasn't the whole truth, or they'd been trying to establish back channels for some reason. The scrawny Orcsal wagged a claw. "Should I play the video logs?" "Yes," growled. Kazel clicked on the video clip, which showed an indigo Kolshian initiating the conversation. Despite the wrinkles on his face, Nikonus had a way of scowling with his bulbous, side-facing eyes that made him look threatening. He folded his tentacles across his chest and turned one pupil on the camera. There wasn't a trace of fear, despite the fact that this was directed at Betterment. I wondered how the humans had gotten a hold of this footage, but there was rarely any explanation of their methods. "The Dominion interfered with our operations at Maloo," Nikonus stated in a cold voice. "Though we've never spoken, I thought there was an agreement between our officers. Explain yourself, or we face the unfettered wrath as we are showing the humans." After several minutes of footage, which Zhao had scrubbed through in the package, Prophet Descendant Gisnell appeared on screen. I could tell from his locked teeth that he didn't like speaking to a herbivore. It was remarkable that he would accept a direct invitation to parley from the Kolshians. It was apparent Betterment did not want a war with the Commonwealth, if they did go to such lengths. Nikonus must have reasons to wish for the Dominion's continued existence as well. A hiss emanated from Gisnell's throat. "Says your control slip, says does ours. That was an action of a rogue chief hunter, Isif, who apparently seeks to rebel against the Dominion. He thinks that he can rule all by himself. He's blasting the tune of peace and satiety to anyone who'll listen. The arrangement with Betterman still stands." "I see. Don't get me wrong. We hate you, and I know you hate us," Mykonus said. "The Kolshians grasp on our moral imperative to fix the galaxy, but that is a centuries-long process. These humans have been a major setback. There are untapped worlds out there. We need one predator around, and the last thing I want is a fucking Arxor asking for peace. It makes you look good." "I know, it's sickening. A fat, lazy Dominion without betterment. The war must continue for the sake of our control. We're trying to hunt Isif down, but he's been elusive. I will send ships to put an end to the sycophant. We always have a few tricks behind our tentacles. Just remember your role, and you can go about your merry raiding in peace." The Kolshian ended the transmission link, and the 5 of us sat in silence. Kaisel looked the most shocked of us all, seeing the Dominion's highest levels openly cooperating with the Federation's leader. I was floored that Lyconis would volunteer his forces to flush us out. With my past knowledge about their motives, it was easy to reconcile their actions. My push for peace was antithetical to their desire for forever war, which conveniently depicted predators as mindless drones. What would their other herbivores think if the footage got out? Surely the United Nations could use this to garner more support. They were always looking for a propaganda angle. Lisa and Oleg had returned their focus to the sensor screens, and the humans were muttering to themselves about the Kolshian ship sweeping entire systems, meandering towards us. My maw jerked with realization, and I realized the Federation was seeking out an attack against my rebellion. The habitat is cloaked, but the Kolshians seem to think that can't stop them. Lyconis mentioned tricks, and even Gisnil thought that they're stronger than they let on, that they could beat us in a no-holds-barred fight. Racking my brain for ideas, I transmitted orders to all predators and warships to be on standby for combat. The slow-moving habitat wouldn't be able to outrun the Kolshians, who were a few light years out. It also would alert them to a presence definitively, and leave a clear trail if we jumped out via FTL. I turned to Oleg and barked for him to dial up the Secretary General in a hurry. The humans had sent us this intelligence, so they must have some idea of what we should do. "Hello, Isav. I was expecting you might call." Zal's form was visible on screen as he rode in some antiquated plane. A slight smirk was on his face, though I saw some signs of sleep deprivation which I noted in Elias Mayer. "It's surprised the United Nations as well, and I figured it would be a critical intelligence to pass along to you." "It is, thank you. But the Kolshians are already coming for us. There's 1,000 of ships rooting out any rebellion assets, drawing nearer to us. Escape isn't a viable option, and I must be a critical asset for you to preserve, yes? Please, you have to help, human," I hissed. A taut grimace crossed his face, though I knew that generals of his caliber only revealed as much emotion as they wanted to. It was a promising sign that Zhao would show his concern. However, what we needed was a commitment of ships to ward off the Kolshians. If Lyconis had the extraneous resources to devote to our demise, there was no telling how many total craft were under his control. I wouldn't make a mistake of writing them off as weak herbivore military. Humanity is engaged in many battles. Malu is still an ongoing affair, with a bit of standoff ensuing. The Kolshians possess drone technology, which our nanodrones neutralized, yet we lack numbers to dismantle their fleet. They're using biological weaponry against our ground assets, so those missions have been called off. Tell your Dosa friend we're sorry it's been a mixed bag, will you?" Zhao said. Valra skidded up to the camera lens.
"I'm glad that you tried. I don't want you to throw human lives away."
"We did what we could, but it's always my goal to stop senseless loss of life. I will do whatever is necessary to keep Earth and humanity safe. That is my policy, to the day I draw my last breath. Anyhow, we also have a good chunk of ships forging ahead to Kolshian and Fossil territory, which should be a vicious fight. Tack on the defense requisites and we're shortened ships to spare." "If you don't help us, the rebellion ends today. You're damning my species to extinction," I spat. Earth's leader raised his hands placatingly. "Let me finish. I'm thinking aloud here. We must remain decidedly neutral at this time. We don't want to fight with the Dominion. UN vessels will not fire upon Orcs or craft. We're already warring with one giant, and Gisnil declaring war on us might bury us. Mention not the Oxel. I don't see any of ours in the count, and we can handle a few Dominion scouts. Well, we're at war with the Kolshians already, so they are fair game. It's a poor example to let them go wherever they like and lash out in our territory. The Harken are a Terran protectorate. We didn't let the Oxel have Farhole, so we sure won't be letting the Federation get their tentacles on our space. We have the political cover. So you'll help? I'll help. But you'll need to come to us. I don't have assets within an hour's travel. More pure assets to the UN garrison at Farhole, and we'll handle any Kolshians that follow you. To be clear, this is not an outward declaration of support. It is a one-time pact. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Zhao dipped his head and signed off the call. I told Kaisel to transmit the coordinates to the Habitat's forces, while encouraging them to make a rapid evacuation. A rendezvous with the UN fleet aided our chances, though I was still nervous about the large-scale battle. Such broad conflicts hadn't been how our insurgency operated. We adopted the policy of quiet disruption due to our lack of numbers. Valra tugged at my claws, which I yanked back. Crazy Dursa. If she grabs those stabbing instruments and I don't see her, her throat might end up like those gouged Kolshian backs at a research station. It's not like the humans' weak fingers. What is your problem, rodent? I snarled. This is no time that... Valra pulled at my paw incessantly.
I want you to know that it's going to be okay, and I want you to pick me up.
I huffed in my outright irritation, noticing the withering look on Kaisel's face. My paw slid under her stomach, hoisting her up on an express journey to my shoulder. Valra nuzzled against my chin, mere inches below my serrated fangs showed. Perhaps it would have been better to leave her at Proxima Centauri, rather than suffer this constant embarrassment. I was the leader of a faction of apex predators, not some toy. Do you trust these humans not to attack you? It could be a trap, Kaisel grumbled. It's not. It's not pure altruism either. It's useful to them to keep us alive. They wouldn't have bothered to support us at all if they wanted to kill us. We're going to Vaho, and we're going to fight, whatever good that may do. Lisa ran her hand through her hair.
Vaho. That's where we were stationed before Maloo. It's all come for a circle. I hope the forces are ready to receive some Kolshians. Chief Calamari's gonna get a boot on his squid behind. Have some faith, Siffy, Oleg declared. I heaved a weary sigh and summoned a warship for myself. A good leader in the Orcs tradition, commanded by example. We were supposed to be the most fearsome hunters alive. It wasn't clear if that was still true after my exposures to this inane doser, but I intended to do what I could at Farsal. The Kolshians wouldn't put our rebellion to bed if I had anything to say about it. End of chapter. Chapter 120. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. 8 Standardized Human Time, January 15th, 2137. The Predator's war strategy hinged around hitting the two Federation founders where it hurt. The Kolshians always offered severe resistance, as they proved that they could hold their own against the masters of killing, after all. During my therapy sessions, one topic discussed was the reality of that the Commonwealth could have intervened on the Cradle. They possessed the technology and the numbers to smack an Oxel raid down like it was nothing. Instead, they'd watched as Gojits were pushed to the precipice of extinction. Had I known about Nikonus' apathetic views of our woes, back when Selene and I visited Alpha, I would have gutted him with my claws then. The Kolshians would be more satisfying of the founding duo to combat. I could envision a smug look on their chief's face. However, on an objective level, it was clear-cut which conspirator was the easiest to undermine. The fossil states were the brains of the Empire, and their worlds were ripe for the taking. The fossil and the Kolshians disagreed on the handling of humanity's survival, with the states contributing to the ill-fated extermination fleet. Their ships were known for being damage sponges, a more prey-like and displayable attribute than their conspiratorial counterparts. The fossil elders, like the Ambassador Doc, made a grave error of judgment at the summit of humanity. Tipped off about their genocide participation by Earth, the Oxel moved in on their homeworld, Tulsk. The Greys' raid nearly succeeded and was warded off with substantial losses. I'm sure that Tulsk have rebuilt its forces, just as Earth has replaced their army. Still, they've been weakened by the war, while the Kolshians have been waiting in the wings. Selene listened astutely as I told her via FTL call link what I was authorized to disclose. So let me get this straight. You're going to drop into Tulsk's inner orbit within minutes and land solely to access the galactic archives? That is correct, I answered. Humanity can't afford to spare troops on an occupation. They don't bomb civilians either. The goal is to trap the fossil within their own world and cut them off from the galaxy. And they're pulling any crew with training in ground combat from a starship, including you and your human pals. Crewing the ships was equally as difficult as building them, silly. Logistically, we don't want more mouths to feed up here, and we also need men for every battleground and occupation across the galaxy. Psilis, Farhul, Maloo, ground defenses. If you can hold a gun and keep your wits, you're part of the landing party. Tyler referred to it as being a utility player in a game called baseball, which involves smacking a stone with a metal club. I didn't grasp what he was on about, and I didn't dare to ask. That human was rather unapologetic with his predatory hobbies. Selene pressed her toes to her head. So you're coddling together some non-essentials from your ship, and they're all heading planetside during an orbital battle. That's suicide.
The Predators have a distraction planned. The fossil ship should be concerned with other events. I'll be fine. We've got a plan. A plan that involves deorbiting a lunar body and fits in with the general picture of Terran psychosis. A normal day in the United Nations service.
Thanks for the non-answer, the Harkon reporter grumbled. I thought that we were friends, Sovereign. Give me something like, why was the satellite footage of naval disarmaments being loaded on Terran carriers, which we know from subspace trails were heading for Federation bound?
That was the other deranged part of the mission, which was anything but a routine landing.
The Terrans noticed a patch of Tulsk's oceans was unreadable by standard sensors during stealth recon. Intelligence coupled this with the communications between archive staff, discussing shipping exercises. Like any normal species, the primates drew the conclusion that the fossil were hiding incriminating information underwater, and based their mission parameters on this assumption. Did the United Nations believe that habitats under the ocean were possible? If the humans weren't grasping at straws on this one, I'd be beyond impressed with their deductive skills. At this point, I don't think their insanity was up for the debate. Selene wasn't going to hear the intel that was damaging to their species' reasoning skills from me. Don't pretend that you don't know about the boats, she pressed. What good do these do in an orbital clash? Are you landing by watership?
I jabbed a sharp claw at the Kara. If you wanted to know that, you'd be here with us. They'd sign off on it, undoubtedly. Believe it or not, humans send reporters with their troops into war zones.
I've heard of them. War correspondents, covering conflict from the front lines, armed with only a Kara. I'm willing to take risks for a scoop, but that's lunacy. I, as a non-human, like to gather my stories in areas without active firefights.
These FTL comms saved your ass then. You'd be out of the loop for weeks. I'll keep you informed of the results when the mission is complete.
I won't push you more for now. Whatever you find in the archives, I want to be the first to know.
I'll see what I can do. So long. My eyes turned to the triangular shuttle waiting in the hangar bay. I was aware that Terrans had a myriad of new contraptions, but this design seemed foolhardy to me. A narrow aerodynamic vehicle was optimal for atmospheric travel. Thankfully, I didn't have to pilot this craft. While it was made to transport crew, it was self-flying. Samantha and Carlos had saved me a seat, while Tyler and Onzo manned what was considered the backup pilot and co-pilot chairs. What I'd been told at the briefing was that we would descend to sea level before transferring to a submarine. My immediate inquiry was if the humans had ever seen a Gojid swim, but they just laughed. The amusement was followed by a patronizing smile and the response of, "That won't be necessary." I swear if the plan is for me to ride on Carlos's back and no one is telling me, I'm going to claw some binocular eyes out. Hello, Onzo. I recalled Dr. Bahar's advice to be kinder to the primitive in my inner dialogue, rather than regarding him only by his innate ignorance. Be ready.
The Yotel flicked his reddish ears. I mentioned on shore leave that I wanted to break fossil skulls. They have their paws in every pot, every mind in the Federation. I'm sure as shit ready to fight them.
I'll be honest, I'm a little nervous. Land creatures don't belong sinking into the ocean. I mean, this submarine ship does not float. How do we get back up?
Same as flying. Air currents versus water currents. You trust human tech, or you don't.
I'm more comfortable in space too, but it's good the Navy is finally going to get a cut of the action. Humanity needs to win on every terrain and theater of war, Carlos growled.
My comments about the space era aged like milk, Samantha griped. I called a sailor friend of John, of my husband's, obsolete, and now they're airdropping warboats. Just my luck. I'll never hear the end of it if they get a single kill. I gently tapped her hand with my paw.
It might be good for you to reconnect with some of your old friends.
Spare me the kumbaya therapy shit. I mean, good for you, but you don't need to proselytize.
Tyler cleared his throat. Let's keep it professional, people. We're pulling a stealth jump behind each of Tulsa's 4 moons, but we can't get closer than that. Entering real space any second.
As if you're professional,
Anzo snorted. Remind me how many game controllers you've broken. We're so close to kicking these Freddies in the backside, and I want to know. I need to get this perfect. Are all of you ready?
I'd like to live to see the Federation fall, Sam sighed. Ready, sir.
I'd like to live to see the galactic peace, Carlos countered. Ready here too, sir. Before I could offer my own assent, Tyler raised a hand for silence. The shuttle's digitized replica of the main viewport depicted the shadow of a moon, and a small handful of human carriers snuck through other gravitational hiding spots as well. Launching too soon or too late would result in our demise. We had to wait for the distraction to draw the fossil's attention. I had no idea how humans planned to move the smallest lunar satellite. The fact that we got this close under their noses shows the lasting consequence of the Orcs' attack. The fossil bare bones defense aren't equipped to catch us in their net. Their outposts with key scanners were picked apart too. The enemy would be alerted to our presence once the predators made their move to disturb the smallest moon. The target body lagged a short ways behind our satellite haven's orbit, which meant our carrier could watch the show. Human military affairs always intrigued me, from how they conjured the impossible with every battle. There was thinking outside the box, and then there was ignoring the box's existence altogether. Rules and conventional wisdoms didn't apply to them. Our viewport plucked stills of box-shaped human craft. In real time, they were blurs that accelerated from behind the target moon's shadow. That energy expenditure definitely caught the fossil's eyes. The objects had been gaining momentum with the subspace and exited warp at a mind-bogglingly pace. These were very evident drones, though they were unlike the Terran's conventional battle technology. I squinted in confusion as the lead cubicle craft blazed towards the deformed rock without slowing. The first impact caused a geyser of debris to erupt from the moon, while the drone was obliterated. There appeared to be a slight slowing of the lunar body's orbit, though it was fractional. It was insanity to think that they could redirect a celestial object's momentum. The humans were undeterred, however, and launched more of these peculiar boxes into the moon. "Remembrand Protector," I murmured. "They're chipping away at its momentum, throwing ships at it, until it changes course." Carlos released a shrill noise by blowing air through his teeth, which made me flinch. "It's simple kinetic impact. I remember we used this same tech to deflect an asteroid from Earth back in 2129. Hanzo flicked his ears.
It's like shifting a boulder that's already rolling downhill. It's gotta be a shit ton of momentum, but you collide enough objects with enough force and you could theoretically change where it's rolling to.
So this was a brute force planetary defense system that you weaponized because you're predators. Carry on, I guess, I huffed. Panic fossil ships rushed towards the moon, but they, understandably, were not prepared to stop murderous monkeys from dislodging a massive satellite. The United Nations chipped away at the orbital momentum, deflection by deflection, until the speeding rock had visibly changed its arc. Tulsik's gravity won out in the absence of blistering orbital velocity, and the mile-wide rock began to careen towards the planet. Tyler took that as our cue to launch the triangular shuttle, which was prepped for this moment, away from our carrier. The fossil vessels concentrated fire on their falling moon, and struggled to simultaneously fend off Terran warships which harassed them on approach. To top it off, our big guns were within orbital range, but the Predators were using precision strikes against bases rather than antimatter city hits. There was no way for the enemy to watch for surface-bound transports, with all the chaos preoccupying them. I wasn't surprised that no craft moved to intercept us, and that the ride down to Tulsik's surface looked to be seamless. The idea of descending below the ocean still left me riddled with unease. My spines were bristling, and it wasn't from the humans' eyes. Your crazy plan worked. I tried to focus on the fossil missiles fruitlessly impacting their own moon, rather than the blue patches enlarging before us. I'd love to have had the ears inside the enemy ships. They don't even know what hit them. Ah, yes. Doesn't it suck when your moon becomes a meteor with a few love taps? Sam snickered. Tyler allowed himself an amused snort. Yeah, I hate that when that happens. Really ruins your day. We breached the atmosphere in a graceful flight, with flaming resistance enveloping our ship outside. The battle overhead receded into the background. It wasn't our job to spectate the fossil's moon's fate. Our shuttle's autopilot had everything under control, throttling through the outer bands of a foreign world. It slowed our pace to a manageable glide. Once the sparkling ocean grew nearer, water stretched as far as the eye could see, even from hundreds of meters up. There was nowhere to land that I could make out, and the ropes and parachutes at the rear of the aircraft pushed a suggestion into my brain. What if the plan was for us to jump or rappel from the aircraft onto a submarine's hull? Where were the submersibles anyway? Had their airdrop not preceded us as planned? My claws wrapped around the harness tighter. Everything that could go wrong was at the forefront of my mind. We're slowing down, but not fast enough. Something must be off with the computer. We're going to slam belly first into the water, not hover." The humans weren't panicking, so I tried to convince myself that those thoughts were my fear speaking. However, the choppiness of the waves was visible, and I saw no way to stop in time, at least not without inertial dampener's failure and the death of us all. My remaining spines were trying to escape from my back. I was almost ready to scream to brace for impact. A mechanism shifted in the shuttle's belly, and it was then that I suspected that we were gliding for a landing. We touched the surface of the water, but instead of sinking, we bubbled gently like a leaf. Our support splashed in the water and slowed, while balancing atop the waves, like it was nothing. I breathed an uneasy sigh of relief, grateful that I had kept my mouth shut amid the humans' composure. The predators always had wild plans, like plunking an airworthy craft into desolate seas. We were out of the proverbial burrows. Then, without warning, the floats gave out, dropping all support from the triangular craft. Primal terror gnawed at my heart as our ship started to sink. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject, Captain Soplin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 15th, 2137. It wasn't my imagination. Our triangular shuttle was sinking like a stone. Water bobbed up against the cockpit windows, entombing us beneath the waves. Hull integrity would eventually give out and allow water to flood the compartment. The predators were just watching it happen, with not really enough panic showing in their binocular eyes. They made no attempt to invade the raft and escape. Well, we could still get the doors open. The craft had tipped forward at a slight angle, and the airborne vehicle began to sink nose first towards a watery grave. A feeling of immense claustrophobia gripped me as the nightmare scenario came to fruition. My claws wrapped around Samantha's arm before I could stop myself. The human looked at me in sheer disbelief and pushed me away. Her nose was scrunched in an obvious sign of distaste. Carlos would have definitely been more amenable to my desperate outreach for support. Samantha heaved a sigh. "I'm going to pretend you didn't just fecking do that, but it better not ever happen again. Please, we're sinking." Onzo snickered. "Sinking? You don't feel the engines running. It's a submersible aircraft." Upon closer listening, I could feel the quiet hum of the engines. Somehow, the combustion drive was still running underwater and pushing us into controlled manner further into the ocean. There were no signs of leaks seeping through the walls, despite being encased in the depths. I had never heard a plane that could fly underwater, but I should have gleaned our safety from the predator's calmness. If a human is running or terrified, that's when it's time to assume our deaths are imminent. Sam wasn't the least bit amused by my latching onto her arm, but Tyler and Carlos were both masking smirks. I dipped my head in shame. How had the Yodel known the technology which was unfathomable to the wider galaxy? Until today, I wouldn't have thought such devices would have ever had use. It was embarrassing that the primitive kept his head better than me around novel technology, though I tried to push that egotistic thought out of my mind. "Did the Yodel have this type of technology, Onzo?" I prompted the reddish-furred marsupial to answer, though I knew the reply would be in the negative. "I've never heard of such things. I'm just surprised it's old news to you." Well, I took upon myself to read up on the specs, and they were included with our briefing notes. Never know when shit's gonna break. Someone's gotta fix it. The Yodel have a saying, everything can break, so assume it'll do so today. That's valid. Every spacecraft crash is due to 1 in a billion mechanical failure. Unlikelihood upon unlikelihood. Anyhow, I'm a little out of my element here. Clearly, nothing like you. I don't mind the water, Sovlin. Mama had a sailboat which she'd take around the harbor. It was a little disappointing to hear human water activities involved hunting. There's so many beautiful things to see. It's the last untamed frontier. Even after space is explored, the ocean still holds so many mysteries and unique life forms. Plenty of humans agree with you, even ones who enjoy fishing like Tyler. We'll go snorkeling or scuba diving just to explore reefs and view marine life. Carlos chimed in. No boat, nothing but a basic breathing apparatus. There's water sports too, surfing, where you try to ride massive waves on a board. Samantha made odd gestures with her hands, as though conveying a series of hills. Parasailing up in the sky, tied to a boat. Whitewater rafting, where you go down turbulent, rocky rapids in an inflatable. I groaned. Why are any of those not mortally dangerous? What is wrong with you predators? I thought you evolved from fecking trees. It's all in the spirit of fun, a memorable experience. Don't tell me none of it sounds like something you want to try once. No! Those stunts sound horrible. This is horrible. I can see the depth meter going up. It's double digits. I can't see the sky.
Quit being a baby.
Quit being a predator. I hate humans. I can't stand you. Bonzo, back me up.
The surfing sounds totally badass. I can imagine riding a wave up to its crest and trying not to fall, the yodel answered. We should try it together, old man. Conquer your fears, do things you think you can't.
I'm not doing that. No way on the cradle. Tyler sported a devilish grin. Hey, it could be worse, Sovlin. You could be doing shark cage diving. I offered the blonde human a blank stare. Through the cockpit behind him, I noticed orange-striped fish swimming clear of the aerosub. There was a dark shadow in the murky depths below, which filled me with palpable unease. What if there was some sort of massive predator which hid in the oceanic range? Chewing at my claws with anxiety, I tried to pass through what he said. Cage diving. That can't be what it sounds like, locking yourself in a cage and jumping into the water, not trying to escape. What's a shark? We moved closer to the ambiguous shadow within the turquoise ocean, which I tried to ignore. The humans would freak out if there was a reason for alarm. I couldn't make a fool of myself again. Plastering a look of confusion on my face, I flicked a claw at Tyler for an explanation. His blue eyes twinkled with amusement, and my former guards watched with interest. Ah, you're wondering what that is? Officer Kodana tapped his fingers against the holopad and noticed that his yodel exchange partner was intrigued too. He showed a picture to Onzo first. I'd say it's a self-explanatory. Oh, and yes, they have side-facing eyes, but sharks are predators. Humans have movies about them eating us, even though that's uncommon in reality. Tyler turned the device towards me, and I flinched away with disbelief. Sure enough, a pack of Terrans were suspended in a metal cage below the water. Sharks circled them with predatory intent, serrated teeth visible. From what I'd learned about gojids being omnivores, I'd trust the primates on binocular eyes not being necessary to eat living food. However, deciphering human behavior was a maddening endeavor. Was this some twisted way of reassuring their dominance as apex predators against animals that dared to prey on them? You said that it was a fecked-up human movies. It's CGI. That's not a real fecking thing, I screamed. I thought we were keeping it professional, huh? You're all definitely saying and making up predator nonsense on purpose at this point. Tyler flashed his teeth. It's real. We don't need to make anything up. Humans will go to great lengths for thrills.
That seems to be tempting fate. I've always believed in respecting nature, though it would be cool to see these animals up close, Onzo said. Good news! You can see them in aquariums too. I thought humans would think water decorations were stupid weight. What did he say? My spines bristled. You have aquariums, like the Kolshians on offer? Yep, Tyler affirmed. And instead of sea plants, you keep dangerous predators in them? Yeah, they're cool to look at, man. Protector, I don't care if we're in the middle of the ocean. I want off the sinking boat. Carlos stifled a laugh. Well, your wish is about to be granted. This puppy isn't meant to dive deeper than 100 meters. The UNS Deep Core is up ahead. The foreboding shadow had grown larger in my periphery, and my eyes swiveled back to the viewport. It was a submerged ship, but one that was so large its breadth faded into the murky distance. There was no way this wasn't the triple digits of meters long. The all-black, under-decorated exterior would cause an observer to mistake it for a shadowy patch of water. There was a tower affixed to its spine, which perhaps housed an equivalent to a bridge. The humans must have snuck this ship here days ago. How long has it been lurking? I murmured to myself. They couldn't have airdropped it from too high up either, I don't think. Samantha rubbed her hands together. If you think this is the only one we sent, think again. We're told as much as we need to know, Sovlin, but it's a blast to fill in the blanks. The aerosub glided down to the bottom of the deep core, before flipping over and latching onto the watertight door. It was similar to how a spacecraft would dock for boarding. My concerns were assuaged a little, noticing some familiarity. Packing such a large crew into a metal tube must be stressful for any land-dwelling species. But the humans were insane enough to tuck their senses aside. There could be enough predators aboard to compose a small village. I disliked the fact that I was hanging at a 90-degree angle, though I didn't voice my complaints. The humans awkwardly dismounted, with Tyler helping Onzo down. Carlos hoisted me to my own 2 feet, and I took a steadying breath. Our own watertight hatch, which I mistook for an emergency exit when I thought that it was a sane vehicle, was on the right exit. There was a click as the human personnel opened the circular door from the other side. The 5 of us were helped up through the threshold into the submarine, and we admired the metal inner workings of our surroundings.
The tunnels were narrow, with small doorways leading between compartments. Many required a slight step up to clear. One Terran greeted us at the docking point, though he wore a different uniform than the group I was used to. I wasn't sure what to expect from land predators who operated underwater, but the ample facial hair checked out with my mental image. "Welcome aboard, the Deep Core. I'm Commander Fournier. Your presence is requested on the bridge." A gruff voice greeted us. I blinked in confusion.
May I ask why, sir?
"First aliens to step foot on a submarine. Your VIPs. It's a good photo op, you could say. Follow me." Claustrophobia threatened to flare up, with the cramped passages and a lack of direction. Onzo showed no such uneasiness, forcing Tyler to ensure that the Yodel studied objects with his eyes, not his paws. The primitive seemed enamored with any machinery or designed quirks, even basic things such as hinges. I was really trying not to lock down on him, but when he was gawking at simplistic nails, it was difficult. At least his dim-witted curiosity was a distraction from our present environment. The bearded commander led us to a steep stairway and communicated for us to follow his lead. There was a thunderous bark of "Up, ladder!" before the human in charge popped open a hatch. Tyler waved a hand at me and Onzo, signaling for us to climb after Fournier first. I ensured that my balance was steady, hustling up the rungs. There was a railing surrounding the hatch, along with a safety chain that our guide was unclipping. "Sir, may I ask how much air we have left?" I couldn't resist asking despite being out of breath for the short ascent. "I presume you've been submerged for a few days. Even spaceships can only carry a few weeks of oxygen. And, I don't see any tanks, Fournier issued a throaty laugh. "Scared of submarines, Gojid?" A little. Yes, sir." "Don't be. We have as much air as there is water in the ocean." Onzo bounded after us.
"The Terrans use electrolysis to separate the hydrogen from the oxygen in seawater they collect, then use O2 to ventilate the ship."
"Why, I like this one," the commander bellowed. "Read up on the subs, haven't you?"
"It drew me in like a vortex of knowledge. I always liked machines."
"Then I take it you're an engineer. I can see that kid-like glee in your eyes."
"A rocket engineer. The unchanging rules, the complex order, the concreteness, and the planning. It speaks to me. Having a new class of machines to study really lit that fire. For the first time since the Federation killed my passion. Not even studying your weaponry truly scratched that itch. It's just, I never dreamed I'd discover a new alien boat."
Well, I'm no engineer, but I'll be happy to share what I know. Feel free to ask any questions. We love talking about what we do to someone who really wants to hear it."
"Thank you, sir."
Commander Fournier led us to the stout compartment, where a vast array of gadgetry and screens covered a wall. Humans were examining a green circle on display, with a rotating line and labeled angles. Data feeds were also listed there, which led me to conclude it was the census equivalent. Navigations was at the front, at least from the appearance of several control columns. Some predators appeared to be acting as officers or supervisors, peering over others' shoulders and issuing commands. This isn't that dissimilar to a starship, but where is the viewport? How can they see? I cleared my throat. Sir, where is the viewport? There are no windows." "We don't need windows," Fournier explained. "We use sonar because sound travels further in water than light. Glass or transparent materials are just a weak point in the hull and a potential source of leaks if we take a hit."
"Okay, then why did the submersible craft we took here have windows?" "Because it needs to be a spacecraft too, and you need to see when you're flying. It's useful enough to outweigh any concerns," Carlos chimed in. "This is so cool." Onzo bounced on his digigrade hind legs, and the commander fortunately didn't take offense to his excess excitement. "The sonar doesn't need to see it all, it just listens."
Fournier nodded. "Precisely. I saw you examining the bearings on the machinery, and I'll impress upon you the importance of noise reduction down here. We'll keep everything detached from the hull frame to avoid vibrations. Even dropping a wrench can give you away to an enemy. Sonar receptors pick up the slightest vibrations, and then they know you're there."
"That explains why your engines have to be so quiet. I was reading about how you try to avoid cavitation, where the vacuum pressure caused by the propeller makes water boil, but the bubbles pop and give off noise."
"You don't need a rundown at all, Yodel. You already know everything. We have a speed range where we can operate silently." I was growing bored of the technical explanations, and Onzo, a primitive, was outshining my knowledge to the humans. Perhaps the Yodel was desperate to prove himself as an academic equal. but he didn't need to prattle on about science like he was reading a textbook. While there were impressive feats of engineering on display here, I agreed with Samantha's assertion of naval obsolescence. What good was fighting in water, except in this extraordinary circumstance? The predators hide far away from any targets or locations of value forever. How ingenious. They'd be unseen altogether if the other human tribes realized this theater was irrelevant in a war. I suppressed an irritated huff. Permission to speak freely, sir. Granted, Fournier replied, a curious twinkle in his eyes. Respectfully, sir, I do not see the purpose of putting all this time into submarine development, at least for military aims. Your spacefaring species and your incredible ground assaults, what use is it to hide this far away from civilization, from the action? Maybe you sink a few ships that are using an outdated method of moving resources, but I don't get it. Do you have better weapons? You really don't know. To use your word, these ships are masterful predators, nearly undetectable, capable of hearing the slightest sound, and able to surface anywhere in the world. But it goes far beyond that. The destructive power housed here is a hell of a deterrent. That's why we would never actually trade nukes like your fetties thought we did. Nukes? I'm not following. There's tens of nukes stuffed onto just one of these things. We can hang off the shore anywhere and fire a missile underwater. Not that we have to be close to our target. We can shoot ICBMs halfway around the world. You never know where we are, if it's right down your neck or plowing across distant shores. We're waiting to strike anywhere and everywhere, with the technology to end civilizations itself. Even after command is destroyed on land. Obsolete my ass. I gulped with discomfort, wishing I could recede into the ship's walls. That declaration was so calm, yet predatory, destructive. There were chilling implications for the extent of human aggression. It suddenly made sense why Earth tribes were intent on snuffing these predators out of the ocean recesses, and why the stubs tried to remain undetectable at all costs. Should the current battle go awry, Tulsk could be devastated by an unseen arsenal of epic proportions. As Commander Fournier took his post, I tried to understand why humans would devise such machinations for use against their own civilization. The Federation's irradiated Earth could have been a reality. These capabilities shouldn't exist in any culture. I didn't understand why my kind-hearted friends would even think of such predatory weaponry. Surely, understanding the apocalyptic consequences of these vehicles should have convinced them not to build them. My therapist could have elaborated further on the full heights of Terran aggression. Humans didn't enjoy killing, yet they brainstormed and actualized the optimal ways to kill every human in existence. It was a paradox. Perhaps their predator nature factored into their decision-making in a manner that didn't understand. Orders were issued to begin our descent, and for all sailors to report to battle stations. I felt the submersible tilt down, so I tried to clear my head of what the primates were capable of. I have to believe that they will never actually do something like that their goodness will prevail. They didn't snap after Earth, right? I trust their better judgment. Well, if there's really a base at the bottom of the ocean, the vassal effect, I murmured to my posse. Samantha's fist tightened and a smirk returned. I'd say they are. The numbers on the depth meter continued to escalate as the submarine navigated the ocean which spanned below us. Locked inside a steel tube with predators and knowing the potential of its onboard weaponry, my nerves were anything but quelled. The submarine somehow eclipsed even the worst starships in its dastardly capabilities. The fossil wouldn't be prepared for this predatory contraption should we stumble across any of their flotilla. I was glad that the humans were on the same team as me. There was no telling where their capacity for annihilation ended. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time, January 15th, 2137. I was claiming an unwanted milestone with this voyage. I was certain I was furthest below water of any Gojid who hadn't already been dead and sinking in history. Some predators were monitoring their scanners for the slightest sign of activity, though I was told the entire team was dedicated to sonar monitoring in a separate chamber too. Sitting in a room with headphones for hours with no idea what was happening sounded awful. The supervisory officials and secondary team here got a much better deal. Additionally, fire control technicians oversaw guidance systems on the bridge. Most of their work was grounded in electronic and digital concerns, from what Onza had told me. This vessel had underwater missiles which were connected to the ship computer by wires. Once the payload got close enough to the target, the onboard homing mechanism took over. By watching the various stations, I was beginning to decipher bits and pieces from their screens. Judging by the learning curve, anyone with training in Starship sensors could adjust to sonar after a few days, in a pinch. Onzo seemed aware of most duties, having studied up on the intricacies. I was grateful for his explanations. All the same, it was some comfort that Tyler, Samantha, and Carlos were in unfamiliar territory too. "We're getting close to the presumed location of the fossil base," Carlos whispered. "There's no telling what they're hiding down there. Maybe it's everything that's been done to every species." Onzo flicked his ears. "A proper database would help with bringing our culture back, exactly as it was. They're a historian species, so it is a good place to go digging. They have a weapon as great as any Kolshian tech, information, the baseline for every civilization that has ever lived. I wonder what they have on humanity. Perhaps one or two things that are true?" Sam snickered. Tyler pinched the bridge of his nose. "What made them so certain we died in nuclear Armageddon? How much did they hide about us?" "I don't know, but my ship's doctors wrote a paper in the ethics class about why it was morally just to execute you for your aggressions. They didn't teach anything good about you," I offered. Samantha beamed with mock excitement. "Wow, what a splendid ethics class and a rousing thesis by a good-hearted doctor. Meanwhile, our physicians swear an oath to do no harm. I'm glad that Prey are so much more well-versed on the right and wrong." Tyler struck a puzzled expression. "I took a ethics class in college before I dropped out of that crap hole to annoy my old man. Best decision of my life. The trolley problem is about if it's ethical to ever do harm, but for good, you know." "I don't. What's the trolley problem?" "There's a train going down a track towards 5 people. You can pull a lever so it only hits one dude on another path instead. Shoot you." "Why does anyone have to get run over by a train? Did Onzo make this garbage up?" The yodel flashed his teeth in a growling sound, pinning his ears back against his head. I didn't see why my question was objectionable. He was the one with an affinity for outdated trains, to the detriment of advancement. The marsupial made a point of lamenting railroad destruction when we first met. "No, feck off." Tyler rolled his blue eyes and raised his hands in exasperation. "Your ethics classes wanted to genocide our whole planet." Carlos. "And us predators talk about killing the least amount of people. Even I see the irony." "The Federation has no redeeming attributes," Sam hissed. "Guess we're going to get to see Baldy's real culture soon. Then we'll know if the rest of the galaxy used to have a brain." My spines bristled at the thought of uncovering the original Gojid culture. Well, I knew that the Federation committed similar atrocities as omnivores and predator races. It was still painful to think of our real history being flaunted in front of me. What if the Terrans could throw past atrocities in my face and hammer home the fact that a species' empathy wasn't a prevailing factor against cruelty? I couldn't imagine how it felt for the predators to continually defend their past. If our past culture was depraved, I don't want it rebuilt or brought back. We could have been like Onzo's kind, killing our own people over food. The fact that I was worried about our discoveries meant that I'd accepted the ludicrous idea that the fossil had institutions beneath the waves. Perhaps I trusted the humans too much, but it was a rare occasion when they were off the mark. They'd been a reliable source of information, even if they weren't often forthcoming. I studied Captain Fournier as he presided over the bridge. His words on submarine capabilities left me shaken. Understanding why the predators behaved in such a laissez-faire attitude towards extinction was a moot point. Worrying for them was the emotion that I couldn't squash. I knew the 3 humans from my shuttle were all from different tribes on Earth. If we won this war and peace prevailed in the galaxy, what was to stop the Terran settlements from pointing doomsday weapons at each other again? Would Samantha and Tyler be trying to kill each other? There were certain crevices in humanity's history that were like a mirror, when the comparisons were spelled out in plain fashion. However, in this area, I wasn't worried about similarities being unearthed. There was an inherent difference in our species' aggressivity that was evident, given our contrasting sensibilities. It bothered me, knowing that the Terrans were not suited in long-term cooperation with each other. "Can your aggression ever truly stop?" I started to blurt. A sonar supervisor barked words in the commanding voice after receiving a broadband communique from her team. 2 matching acoustic signatures 2,000 meters out. We've put a tracker on them and forwarded the data to weapons." Captain Fournier clasped his hands behind his back. 2 contacts, 2,000 meters out. We'll log the sound patterns in our database. Maintain battle readiness and prepare to fire on command. With enemy submersibles sighted, the crackpot underwater base theory looked more plausible. Hanzo's eyes lit up as the human shipmates coordinated various actions. I could see a security feed of the torpedo bay, where predators were prepared to physically load replacement weapons from racks. The munitions looked massive, even compared to the predator's unwieldy frame. Other Terrans were tending to preloaded tubes, hooking up communications cables. The wires do seem a little primitive, but it's stealthy and immune to interference. The predators have extravagant tech, yet it's only used when it is optimal. Much of the necessary procedures and checks could be done by weapon specialists on the bridge. Captain Fournier growled the order to fire 2 torpedoes, and fire control ejected the munitions through the muzzle doors. Without a viewport, I could only judge the launcher's success from the received data. From what I could tell, the twin projectiles were propelling themselves in the wrong direction. Hanzo had noticed my confused gaze.
Yeah, they're aimed off kilter, just at first. Makes it difficult for the enemy to tell where the missile came from. To track it, it's like interfering with targeting on a starship.
The Yodel's explanation proved correct again. Fire control routed the torpedoes back on course after their initial journey. The fossil submarines were oblivious to the incoming weapons, and without minimalist noise, they might not detect anything until their vessels were annihilated. The predatory nature of the sneak attack wasn't lost on me. The humans operated unseen, not alerting flows to their presence until it was too late. The cables were cut once the torpedoes were in seeking range. The warhead's active sonar was inescapable in close proximity. The pings tipped off the exact enemy locations and allowed last-second course corrections. Human engineering was perfect in orchestrating a kill, as I never should have doubted. They've risen to every challenge hurled at them, from bringing drones into spatial warfare to shield-breaking missiles. The ocean was an old, familiar hunting ground to them, so this was both natural and intuitive. Sonar screens lit up with bursts of noise, painting a story of metal cracking like a dropped fruit. The power of the munitions contributed to the explosion's loudness too. That level of energy was anything but quiet. Stealth was no longer necessary though, with our submarine's proverbial fangs planted in the fossils' throats. I could imagine the 2 submersible vessels being spliced into shrapnel as the detonations clashed against their plating. Captain Fournier conversed with the sonar supervisor before turning to the bridge. 2 confirmed kills. Continue on a descent course in the direction of those ships.
We go toward them, we'll find the base, I murmured.
Hanzo wagged his tail.
We find the base, we save the Yodel. We rid ourselves of their influence once and for all.
Samantha raised an eyebrow.
Assuming they don't wipe digital data or blow up the base when all is lost. They'd love scorched earth, lightly suggested by the whole exterminator hoopla. Better destroyed than used by predators.
You are irony poisoned. Carlos shook his head lightly. We get to the archives and we find what we can, even if they do wipe the servers. Who says our techies can't recover it? Our submarine descended ever deeper, pressing ahead towards the real fossil archives. Tulsik's moon was falling above us, and space fleets were clashing around the deorbiting body. All the same, the real battle was a handful of stealth ships here, dishing out silent strikes. We remained vigilant for other enemies, knowing we were close to the base's suspected location. If they spotted us first, then they would have a chance to strike before we could. Is there any way to defend against an oncoming torpedo, if the fossil have such weapons? It seems like you never sense them coming, and you can't look out a window. Captain Fournier pursed his lips. Sweep the area with an active sonar ping. We need to get a read on the terrain and hopefully the base's exact location. The sonar supervisor relayed the orders, and Hanzo tensed up a little. The Yodel whispered to me that the active pings gave away our position by transmitting our own sound into the water. However, sailing into unknown territory could end with us crashing or missing the base altogether. We had to hold our breath and pray the fossil wouldn't pick us up. Their capabilities were unknown, but they must possess listening devices for deep water travel to be possible. Knowing that we were more than 1,000 meters below water, I didn't want to find out what would happen to us if the ship imploded. It was impressive that it wasn't crushed by the outside pressure already, come to think of it. At this depth, atmospheric pressure couldn't be suitable for land life forms. That was a fear I didn't need to dwell on. The acoustic energy illuminated the terrain from our sightless submarine, allowing the predators to map their surroundings. I listened to the bridge chatter as they scrambled to classify nearby points of interest. Echo sounding confirmed that we were close to the ocean bottom. It was level apart from a few elevation shifts. Deep-sea invertebrates sprouted skeletons on the sea floor wherever space was available. The most promising sign was a wide area of unusual signal absorption, which was believed to be the base. As nervous as I was about getting attacked well out of my son's eye, it seemed like we'd gotten away with the emitted ping. Perhaps it was foolish to assign human competence to the fossil. Why would they expect to see other vessels on the seafloor, armed with the predator's tech? How could a prey animal even think of using detection methods which hunted other ships down for making the slightest noise? The sonar supervisor stiffened.
Torpedo in the water!
Oh, stars! At least the humans had picked up a telltale propulsion system from the torpedo. But that meant the fossil knew that we were here. Well, there were other UN submarines en route. None were flanking us or backing us up. The predators better have some insane defense tactics, or we would wind up in a million pieces. I didn't like the prospect of my lungs being crushed. "Brace yourselves for inbound munitions," Captain Fournier growled into the microphone. "Return fire towards the source." The fossil submarine was patrolling just shy of the archive base and wasn't, to our knowledge, joined by any comrades. While taking immediate defensive steps, the Terrans dubiously focused on getting their own torpedo into the water. Skepticism marked itself on my face, but Onzo leapt to the Predator's defense. The Yodel claimed this counterstrike was to prevent the enemy from firing again. I could feel my heart crawl in my throat as our own projectile was spit back with haste. Our submarine reoriented itself in the opposite direction, away from the base, and fled at maximum speed. The incoming torpedo had engine speed, so it seemed futile to run away. I guessed that the munitions had limited fuel. Even so, its tank wouldn't run dry quick enough. We dove as close to the seafloor as we could risk, and the sharp descent almost made me tumble down to the bridge. The fossil's torpedo was gaining ground, threatening to sink us. Captain Fournier, just like his counterparts in the stars, was cool under pressure. He waited for the munitions to lock on us. The bearded leader shouted for a sonar decoy to be deployed. As the deceitful device jetted away, I squinted for clues on nearby screens. Per Onzo, it unleashed a cloak of bubbles and jamming frequencies, scrambling the missile's sonar-seeking systems. Did it work? I wrapped my claws around Carlos's arm with a bear tattoo, remembering not to cling to Samantha again. I hate water. I'll take death by vacuum any day. Carlos squeezed my paw awkwardly. I don't know if it worked. We always hope for the best, but no combat situation is guaranteed. Just breathe, buddy. Our submersible attempted to skirt the torpedo's search area, while it was hung up on the false targets our decoy provided. We veered well off to the side and ensured an absolute silence. The deep core looped back around, tiptoeing past the range that we'd been chased from. There was no sign of an inbound contact following us. I realized we had successfully fooled the munitions' homing logic. I released Carlos's arm at last. Perhaps it had been wise of the Terrans to impart a shot back. Our foes were too preoccupied to send more trouble our way. One torpedo was enough. Those thoughts reminded me that we had taken offensive actions to counter theirs. Sniffing out the vessel that attempted to sink us was a priority. The torpedo we fired at the fossil submarine hadn't found its mark, as the enemy managed to pull nifty evasive maneuvers. However, their engine stirred up ample noise with a sudden haste. Though they had avoided our first missile, I thought we had a clear target for our next round. However, it was not necessary to expend another weapon on this nefarious submarine. The Terran torpedo missed its target the first time, but it doubled back for another pass without warning. On the second attempt, it struck true into the hapless fossil's frame. Another hostile was ravaged in the blink of an eye. The humans had a perfect sinking core, proving themselves to be more devious prowlers. I doubted the fossil expected anyone to get this close to their lair. All we had to do was poke at their defenses from a few angles. If this mop-up was representative of our desperate power, the other UN submarines must be closing in on the base too. In space, losses and hardships could be inflicted upon the predators. However, land and sea appeared to be their chief dominion, where their exceptional talents put them miles ahead of any competition. The oceanic path to the fossil archives had been cleared, and soon humanity might begin to reclaim the actual history of the multitude of Federation species. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 16th, 2137. The infected predators were whisked out of the research station and away from the Battle of Malu to be isolated in quarantine. The Kolshians had been holding the inner sanctum of the system since the human fleet was mainly composed of Dirtian allies, with the goal of a cured Terran race making itself evident. Sending rescue teams for the dose of prisoners was inadvisable. That would need to wait for proper biohazard gear, which would take days, if not weeks, to arrive. Earth was making preparations for itself and its colonies to counter bioterrorist measures. Marcel wanted nothing to do with me. During our ride to the quarantine station, the cured humans would be kept isolated for study, until they determined whether the disease was communicable. Initial observations didn't suggest transmissibility through close contact, though it wasn't clear if other means could spread the virus. All of us relinquished blood samples for the scientists' team to pursue. Tests were run to determine the extent of the allergic reactions, and doctors came prepared to treat anaphylaxis. My blood work was the only one that came back allergen-free. It had been determined that the human-tailored bioweapon couldn't cross the species border to other sapiens. As such, I didn't have to worry about any modifications to my genome, and I was free to leave at any time. The medical staff became primarily Xerillian too, after the development was confirmed. Nobody has brought up my execution of the Kolshian prisoners, but it is a matter of time. Has Marcel not been feeling well enough to raise the alarm? Concern for the redhead was the reason I hadn't vacated the vicinity. No matter what, having him in this situation strained my heart. I wandered up to a Xerillian medic who was conversing with the human in biohazard gear. The quadruped swiveled around, and his face jogged some faint recognition in my mind. Had I seen this individual before? No. What mattered was discovering how Marcel was holding up, since my former best friend wouldn't speak to me. "Slanek!" the Xerillian announced. "Just the Vendel I was hoping to find. When I heard you and Marcel were amongst the infected, I had to come." I leaned my head back. "We do know each other. You were there at the Battle of Earth, helping to save his family. Your name is Wylan. You might remember my wife Fraser, too. We wound up living on Earth after the war, sharing notes on human and alien physiology with top experts." Fraser ducked out from within a cabinet. "The Xerillian exchange program was a great way to get to learn what the predators are really like. They don't deserve this. I understand how close you were with your human, Slanek. Mine is into gardening. Gardening for fun. A predator." "I don't give a shit. We met for about an hour months ago. We're not friends." "Cool." My tail twitched with irritation. "Could you guys tell me how Marcel is doing?" Wyland squinted. "You haven't asked him yourself?" "No, of course I have. I just mean from a doctor's perspective. What's going on biologically? I'm worried, and I wouldn't want to ask in front of him. You might not be as straightforward if it was bad news. Walk with me. I have to deliver these fever-reducing medicines to the sick ones," Fraser replied. "The short version is the virus inserts DNA into the human genome, which induces desired immune reactions to specific meat-based proteins and enzymes. The severity varies from person to person." Wyland trotted after his wife. "I was just talking about Marcel's blood work. I want to help him. What Fraser is saying is that some humans may only react severely to meat and egg foods. Others are more sensitive to lesser things they eat, like animal lactation, boiled animal tendons in gummies, and even things they wear, like cured hides." "They put what in gummies?" I shrieked. "I thought you knew." "Forget it, Doctor. How does this relate to Marcel?" "Marcel's blood shows signs of an especially sensitive reaction," Fraser commented. "It could be because he's vegetarian, so some of the proteins are particularly foreign to his body." Wylan pawed at his semicircular ear. "I'm sure you don't like to think about your friend, but predatory items pervade human culture, far beyond diet. His furniture and clothes are probably animal-sourced. Their medicine, a nurturing field by definition, is no longer safe to him. We won't be able to get egg-based vaccines. I was informed by a human colleague that even cosmetics for dry skin and shoe polish might be off-limits." "Treatments for dry skin triggered the cure?" I blinked in confusion, unable to believe the predatory items ran that deep within my human. "Why?" "Because of a wool grease called lanolin. Look, he's going to need to be very careful. Our simulations suggest extreme cases like Marcel can't even breathe the vapors of cooking meat without triggering anaphylaxis.
Fraser slipped a pill packet under the door. Wyland and I were shocked, realizing how deep hunting runs in the fabric of human society. It's almost better to not know. What do you think you should be done, dear?
I think it might be best for Marcel to live on a Federation world, if he needs to avoid animal products altogether. Maybe you could offer to take him in, Slinek, on Vendel Prime. My legs locked up and left me unable to follow the Zerillian medics. Wyland and Fraser whirled around, noting the shock on my features. Since Marcel didn't consume meat in the first place, I figured the cure wouldn't affect his daily life at all. It was within my knowledge that he ate some animal products, such as the revolting lactation juice Wyland mentioned. But I figured those would be cut out of the diet too. It wouldn't be that big of an adjustment, given that my human already avoided them around me. But now, I realized something as simple as his slick couch in his earthly home would induce the urge reaction. Marcel couldn't go to social events with other humans if breathing in the scent of flesh would place him in jeopardy. That would have precluded hanging out with drowned Tyler or being in the service at all. The vegetarian's military days were over. It didn't seem fair that his ordinary life was ruined too. Crap, if he got sick, he couldn't seek some treatments at a Terran hospital anymore.
Poor Marcel will have to think of every little thing, and as small as treating chapped lips in the winter. If he stays in his world, I don't know if he can go out in public without a risk, but he certainly doesn't want to live with me.
I pinned my ears back, searching for an excuse.
Marcel has family on Earth here. He has a life there.
It will be difficult for his predator relatives and friends to accommodate him. They need to be very cognizant, Wyland said. I'm not pressuring you into do anything you don't want to, but if you care about him, you need to tell him what staying on Earth means for him.
He could wear some breathing mask, a contact suit.
Fraser scrunched her nose.
Maybe, but does he want to do that every day of his life? It's a rough situation, though there is good news, Slinek. What is, that he's not dead? I'm sorry that you're so upset, but the good news is, for the air transmission version, there might be some hope of reversing the cure in the near future. The humans have their own gene splicing systems, such as the CRISPR. This incident helps them understand the general principles of what the cure adds, so it might help them identify unnatural edits in other species too. I don't care about other species. They don't want it undone. I can fecking tell you that. Marcel does. Well, the humans might be able to undo his gene edits with proper study. If he chooses to stay away from Earth, it might only be for a little while. His normal life might be restored in a few years, maybe months. Terrans are quick studies.
Hearing that the Predators could figure out a reversal without outside insistence alleviated my guilt for killing Navarus. Clearly, we didn't need any of the prisoners alive to undo the damage. Besides, there were more captives, like the scientists my friend had brought in, who could provide the information Earth sought. That demonic Kolshian who laughed at the idea of destroying Terran culture deserved a bullet to the head. Marcel was unreasonable, but other humans might be more rational. Maybe I was fretting over one man's skewed morality. I chewed on what the Zerillian doctors imparted.
You qualified the hope of reversing the cure as being for the airborne version. Does that mean the other humans from the research station are incurable?
We didn't say that, but the injected serum is much harder to cure, Wyland proclaimed. I think that's why the Kolshians favor that method when given a choice. They transmit the virus directly into the bloodstream and also inject certain proteins and enzymes into the skin to spark allergies the old-fashioned way.
I see. So they're permanent herbivores.
Permanent is a strong word, Slinek. Carrying the genetic side would prevent the disease from being passed off to offspring, at least.
Fraser clicked ears. Besides, I expect you would know, as a vegetarian's friend, even if those people are eating grass, humans are still violent predators. The Kolshians succeeded in pissing them off, not gentling them.
Right. What makes them human is that they're insane, Wyland remarked. So, my Vendel buddy, are you able to break the news to Marcel for us? He deserves to know right away, and it would be better coming from you, friend.
Well,
my throat clammed up with guilt, not wanting to reveal our relationship's dire straits. Selfishly, all I wanted was to see and comfort Marcel during this revelation. I could brainstorm a plan to ease my entry into his room.
Yes, I'll tell him.
Excellent. Well, his door is right here. I'll leave you to the unpleasantries. My eyes widened with alarm. as the Ceruleans pushed me through the plastic isolation flap. It hadn't occurred to me that the conversation's timetable would be accelerated. I hadn't realized that we were walking past Marcel's room while I was distracted, worrying about him. Mylan and Fraser watched with expectancy, giving encouraging ear flicks. Nausea twirled in my belly as I didn't dare explain what happened between us. My paw issued a tentative knock before I twisted open the sealed door. The red-haired predator studied me with lethargic eyes, perspiration lining his skin. He shifted on the bed and curled his lip with displeasure. A booming cough racked his body, causing him to fall against the pillow. A pitcher of water had been nearly drained. He hadn't been able to get up to refill it at the filtration sink.
"Hey, Mark,"
I offered. A low groan came from his mouth. "Go away."
"Please, let me get you some water. I can't leave you like this."
I scurried over with the pitcher, feeling my heart rate hit an all-time high, chiding myself not to drop the glass and look like more of a fool. I carted it over to the spout. The water filled the jug with the speed of molasses, and my tail swished across the floor with impatience. Temptation overtook me, so I risked a glance at Marcel. The human's face looked puffy. It was clear his immune system was in overdrive.
"I wish that I could curl up next to him and make him feel better. I miss having such a wonderful friend."
Those hazel eyes struggled to stay focused on me, which caused sympathy to tug at my heart. I balanced the full pitcher with new determination, pressing it into his lips. The rift between us felt palpable, as Marcel reluctantly accepted the hydration for his own sake. Even in his discombobulated state, I could see that he hadn't forgotten what I did. Fury was causing him to distance himself from me. I got the sudden feeling my lie had been what pushed him over the edge.
"I was asked to tell you something by the Cerulean doctors,"
I spoke hurriedly, while settling the pitcher down on the table.
"Your reaction to the cure is severe. The doctors don't think you should live on Earth for a while. They said that you're deathly allergic to just smelling meat or touching animal products, like apparently your couch, which I slept on."
Marcel didn't speak a word. Even in this listless stupor, his binocular eyes managed to level with me with intensity. I noticed a slight lump pass down his throat. He was either swallowing down hurtful thoughts or thirst. The human who'd become the faithful friend my world revolved around was wanting me gone. That stung worse than the prickle of 1,000 thorns. I was glad that he hadn't quarreled again. With legs that felt heavy as stone, I trudged towards the door. It was impossible not to feel the predator's gaze boring into my spine. His judgment punished me, as if he were the aggrieved party in the nefarious execution. Part of me was angry about the Terran's mandatory policy of mercy, but I couldn't berate him in this sorry state. At the end of the day, I cared about Marcel. What I said to him back on the research station was accusatory and less than kind, though it was true enough. If this was the last time we ever spoke with each other, I didn't want to cut contact with hurtful words. Perhaps he could learn to remember our adventures with some fondness in time. This hadn't been how I wanted our closest brother's bond to fizzle out.
"I'm sorry that they did this to you."
I kept my back turned to the human, resting a paw on the door handle.
"You remember why I joined the exchange program? I read your book, Frankenstein, about the monstrosity who only wanted a friend or acceptance, and was hated and abused by the world, judged for his appearance."
There was nothing but silence from the human, and the certain feel of his watchful gaze. Without looking, I could feel the dazed rhythm of his blinks. How had I ever feared that Marcel would harm me? I couldn't roll out punishment to the people that deserved his wrath, let alone anyone he called a friend.
"I felt sorry for the creature, for you, and maybe, in some weird corner of my brain, I was curious what it was like to be a monster," I continued. "Now, I know what I am one too, just not one of appearances. Maybe the book was trying to say that the real monsters were the ones who wronged the physical monster. I hope you'll find someone who sees you for what you truly are, because I can't do it anymore."
My paw cracked the door open. I slumped my shoulders in the entry. This was against everything that my heart desired, pulling away from the only person I thought I truly knew. The reality was that I'd changed too much. Marcel didn't sign up to be partners with someone he saw as a monster. If I could go back to how things used to be between us, I would. Now, I had nobody to turn to. A faint growl rumbled behind me. "The whole plot you saw was bogus. The real ending of that book, not the censored one the UN doctored up. Do you know what it is?" My head whipped around.
"What? You changed it?"
"Of course we did. It's a vengeful story, not one where Frankenstein's monster is innocent and lives alone with another of his kind. The real tale, suffering immensely from rejection. The creature strives to take everything from his creator that he ever loved. After the death of his master, the wretch commits to end his own life of unhappiness in turn. My blood ran cold as I tried to decipher what lesson such a story could tell. That was in stark contrast to the story that garnered sympathy from the viewers. It proved the point that the monster was a monster.
I don't understand.
Humans changed it because we wanted you to take the message that we could be friends. We weren't trying to vow vengeance for our rejection then. But maybe we should have left the message that there were consequences for such inhumane and callous treatment of a monster. It's fitting, in hindsight.
That doesn't sound like something that you would say, Mark.
I took one hesitant step back towards the Terran and noticed that he averted his eyes. You never want consequences. Fuck, you think I don't want the bastards to pay for all of these horrible things? I have suffered plenty too. You seem to forget.
Then why? Why do you let every bad person we come across get away with everything?
I don't! Read the book, and maybe you'll understand. Here, I have a copy in Vendel's script on me ever since I knew you liked it. I wasn't sure about giving it to you, but now I am. The human rummaged through a satchel near his bedside and weakly held it out with a hand. I inched closer, pulling it from his slender fingers. There is also a lesson for the monster in there. That in his revenge, the monster damned himself too. I know from Sovlin that was almost me.
I lied to you. Can we
No! Come back when you've finished the book, and then we'll talk. I need to rest and process my family's future. My tail flicked in a gesture of acceptance, and I plodded out of his quarters with a lighter heart. Marcel didn't sound as angry. His voice was chocked with tiredness, but his hatred had evaporated. Perhaps the human didn't have the energy to project his grudge, though I wasn't going to complain if that was the reason. It must be a lot for him to reckon with, learning how the cure would wreck his entire life. He still hadn't complained or exploded with emotion.
I have no idea how he really feels, but I guess I've started to assume he doesn't experience hate. He's just always so moral.
My claws traced the cover of the real Frankenstein, wondering how it would apply to my own feelings of monstrousness. Maybe I was ready for the lessons humanity hadn't wanted the Vendel to absorb in the beginning. I had fallen far enough to heed teachings meant for the more depraved minds amongst predators. Regardless, I was curious to see what the full narrative held in its pages. If this was a slight chance to salvage my friendship with Marcel, it was a no-brainer to seize it. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 16th, 2137. Residing over the thousands of Orcs on rebel ships, I found myself in a more familiar role than managing interpersonal relations with social leaf lickers. The Colchians towed a sizable force of their own, and our senses were able to confirm that they were following us into Harkonnen territory. Secretary General Zal's proclamation that the enemy possessed drones was eye-opening. We needed to catch up technologically if we wished to contend with the main powers. The Dominion didn't truly want to win, so they were content to remain stagnant. This command ship is only a support ship, so it's not a proper frontline war vessel. What's important is that I'm in the thick of things and calling the shots. Farhill was guarded by human encampments, who were unflinching as we warped into real space. I conversed with the UN commander briefly before patching our forces into one comms channel. The pack predators were masters of coordinated action, and it would be useful to hear their insights during the battle. The Terrans were the only race that wanted to end the war, as proven by the Dominion and Commonwealth teaming up to keep the fray going. I was pleased to be fighting alongside the primates at last, for the first time since I saved Earth. It had taken half a day's travel to reach the Harkonnen homeworld after mobilizing the rebel forces in a rush. The enemy possessed faster warp engines than us, so their emergence would be shortly behind our own. We couldn't stop without committing to a fight, and that meant my team needed to stay on duty. Kaisel was growing cagey, stuck around Farah and the chatty humans. On the opposite pole, Oleg and Lisa looked a little nostalgic, looking out the window towards the occupied planet.
I spent a lot of time here researching whether the Harken dabbled in AI. Humans have had AIs that could write songs and poetry for over a century. Oleg remarked. Someone had to come up with something more, a true sapient AI. Lisa rolled her eyes. You don't think it's already been invented at home? It is unlikely. Maya would have used it to interface with the Feddies if so.
I knew Elias Mayer, and he did not seem the hiding type. My nostrils flared as I strained to tolerate the scruffy conspiracy theorist. The Kolshians are closing in on us, with the intent to eliminating everything we worked for. And you're spouting nonsense, Oleg.
Yeah. Would you rather I say we should get our wills in order?
Wills? I do not follow.
Your last will, you know. The document stating what you wish to be done with your assets after your death.
What the feck would you care what happens to your belongings after you die? You can't use them or gain from it.
Because the people you love are still there, and you want them to be taken care of after you're gone. If I die in battle, my meager credits are going to a Vendel foster mother who adopted a human. That's a kid I mentioned earlier, you know. And I still want him to succeed in a world where I'm not around. Lisa offered a solemn nod. My possessions are going to be divided among my family. I recorded a message for them to see if I'm KIA. Now they're scared that you humans wish to talk others' ears off even after you're dead, Kaisel hissed. You won't see them receive it. It's not like they can send a response to your decomposing corpse.
I raised my snout diplomatically. Unlike most Orcs, humans are upset at a loved one's passing. Irrationally so. That applies to me. First realizing I was defective by mourning my parents' death. I see the humans' point about wills. I'd want my dose of friend to be okay in my absence.
Would you be upset if I died, right, Siffy?
Valra asked from my shoulder. No! I risked everything to save you because I didn't care if you died. Sarcasm dripped from my voice, and I focused on some last-minute battle calculations. You know the answer. You just want me to fawn over you like a human.
Maybe I do. We're about to go to war. I'm a mechanic. The fighting at my research station was scary enough.
Kaisel gave an audible scoff, picking up on the rodent starter. I had an inkling that the scrawny advisor would latch on to this as proof that all herbivores were frightful animals, while I wanted to show solidarity with Valra, just despite the bigoted Arxor. Displaying empathy didn't come naturally to me. How did other sapients express understanding of fear? The only response I was familiar with was mocking. Tensions brewing minutes before combat was less than ideal. Regardless, Lisa eyed Kaisel warily, while Oleg minded his own stomach. The human fished out a stout stick of meat from his pocket, which he had to be forceful to tear with his teeth. Valra gasped, and I only then remembered how the Federation abhorred this. Scaring my dose of friend worse than unavoidable was the last thing I wanted. My job was to protect her. The previous time she tried to observe us eating meat, it culminated with her puking, despite sincere efforts at tolerance. Aleski Benderenko, do you dare consume flesh in front of Valra? I snarled. The human stopped mid-bite. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Let me just wolf it down real quick, so it's gone. A growl rumbled in my chest as the UN soldier turned his back to hide the jerky. Valra leapt from my shoulder, making me wince at the sizable drop of her small legs. I assumed that she was fleeing from what was an atrocious sight in her culture. While I bore witness to a herbivore's reactions before, I never cared to understand their primal feelings. Avoiding the subject recently was one of my prouder judgment calls. I'd eaten meals alone, sending the humans to their own quarters too, to keep carnivory out of the dose's eyes. I make sure that she has everything she needs, but I know enough to keep our nutrition processes separate. It's better that way. Valra couldn't run off too far, so I trailed her with the purposefully slow movements. Kaisel's dilated pupils tracked the rodent as she skidded over Oleg's boot. The Arxor hunting drive must be triggered by the fleeing prey. I was close enough to intercept my advisor, if needed. Rather than running past the conspiratorial human, the doser had parked herself atop his laces. Her whiskers twitched, and she stared up at the jerky stick. Can I? Valra's eyes twinkled with uncertainty, and she paused for several seconds. Can I try that, Oleg? The brown-haired human spat out his mouthful in shock. What? Can I try your flesh meal?
Unless it's an affront to steal your feast.
Despite the impending battle, I was utterly distracted by the unfolding scene. My maw was slackening in disbelief, and I replayed what Farah just said. The Dosa were natural herbivores, not a cured race. Herbivores licked leaves. That was the Dominion's entire basis for considering them non-sapient. Why would a rodent want to consume something so taboo and out of her diet's bounds? Lisa and Oleg, having spent months around Vendel and then Harkin, both seemed to be having difficulty processing Farah's request. They must have familiarity with the typical Federation response to meat eating, which was to decry it an abomination of nature. Geisel looked like he was about to burst at the seams, wheezing from lack of breath, his eyes fixed upon the Dosa like she was a defective of her own right.
Why?
Oleg managed. Farah swished her little tail.
I'm curious. There must be a reason why you ignore the carcass food is when you're capable of eating plants.
The male human shot a glance at me. Well, I wasn't violent. I think both the primates understood that anyone who was a threat to Farah would find themselves on the wrong end of my claws. Uncertain of myself, I gave him a slight nod of approval. The Dosa's reactions tickled my own curiosity, though I was worried that she would puke it up. It never crossed my mind that she'd want to try meat, let alone learn to tolerate seeing it. Lisa interceded.
Hold on. She doesn't have the enzymes to digest it. It won't kill her without the allergy, but we don't want to make her sick.
Good point. Oleg inspected the side of the stick he hadn't bitten from and snapped a small morsel off.
She's also tiny, so I'll give her a teensy bite. Here, Farah.
The Dosa rose to her hind legs, grabbing the piece.
Thank you for sharing. I hope this will help me understand predators better. Why are you wasting your rations, human? Food is too precious to throw away,
Geisel hissed. Oleg raised a nonchalant eyebrow. Even the so-called herbivores eat meat on Earth. I don't see the issue.
It's prey. It can't eat real food. It is the food.
Fury surged in my heart like a wave in a tempest. I launched myself at Geisel, feeling my blinding temper get the best of me. The scrawny Orcs was slammed into the sensor console, which indicated the Kolshian force was less than a light year out. However, the perils of combat meant nothing compared to someone calling Farah food. I thrashed my tail against his own, eliciting a crack from the bone. My fangs brushed against his throat and traced their way down his windpipe. I will kill you. This is your final warning, I growled. I told you never to speak to her like that again, and you said you'd do whatever I said when you took this role. Pain laced Kaisel's pants.
I misspoke.
You sure as cruelty did. Insolence is inexcusable for my underlings. You can thank the prey for you getting one last chance. Don't make me make her see what I'll do with your corpse.
I won't, your savageness.
I released the Oxel, who barely suppressed a yelp as his fractured tail smacked the floor. There would be no medical treatment for Kaisel when the wounds were intended as punishment. I didn't want to follow Betterman's execution policy, but I'd lose control of my people with too much leniency. Besides, Balra's well-being was an area I didn't take any risks with. There would be no mercy when she was disrespected. Oleg looked at me with wide eyes. Are you good? I expected a more loyal, obedient second out of a defective. That's all I have. Sorry, Farah. Assuming you still want to, you can eat your gift from the human.
Unless he's gonna wall slam me if you don't like it.
I most certainly likely not. I do not wish to scare off humans when I need your alliance. Is that not obvious? Lisa raised an eyebrow.
You like us. Admit it.
I tolerate you. I cannot cause bodily harm to you at will, even when you call me a softy. As pleasant as it would be to disprove this notion, Zal would notice your absence if he checked in.
Sure, big man. Meanwhile, you let Farah believe you were a human because you wished you were one of us. Your words. For what it's worth, I wish I was a human as well, Kaisel offered, with a sour note in his voice, to have the luxuries you take as guarantees.
That is what we are fighting for, unless you've forgotten, I spat. Regardless, I will not harm the leaf-licking primates unless they endanger Farah. The Dosa dismounted Oleg's shoe.
So, I'm good to go. Here goes nothing. Barbara was holding the jerky like it burned to the touch, but slowly brought it closer to her face. Summoning her courage, she managed a tiny nibble. The doser passed the predator food around her mouth, and her eyes rolled back with thought. It was surprising that she didn't spit it out at once. In fact, she swallowed it down without gagging. That's something I never thought I'd see a herbivore undertake, without being tortured into doing so. It must be a big deal to Farah. Even the humans look like they're watching history. I resisted the odd urge to collect her. How are you feeling? Like I really want you to pet me, Farah shot back. You little... I defended your honor, and now I try to be nice and care about you. After all that, you rehashed this degrading nonsense to rile me up. Be gone, rodent! Kaisel's eyes lit up. You want the rodent gone? May I remove the doser from the airlock? What? No, I don't actually want it gone. You unworthy runt. But you just said... I don't follow. Sorry. Read the room, Oleg chimed in. Isif says he wants her out of his sight, or that he's regretting not leaving her in Maloo at least once a day. Lisa nodded. That means the opposite. Barbara skidded over to her water saucer. To answer your question, Sophie, I feel okay. The taste was very strong and lingers. The texture felt phony, but I don't know if I like it. But I think it's best to wash it down. Having been distracted long enough by the deranged doser, I resumed my watchfulness for the Kolshians pursuing us. It seemed doubtful that the UN forces padding our ranks would deter them from snuffing us out. An Orcs seeking peace was the worst thing that could happen to the Federation. In Lyconis' eyes, it surpassed the damage that human benevolence had done to their goals. Oleg and Lisa found their posts in the nick of time, readying themselves to pass along relevant insights. Kaisel nursed his wounded tail and verified that our assets were ready for action. Commanding an entire fleet did seem easier with multiple sets of eyes, rather than making decisions without any assistance. I hopped away from my post for a brief second, scooping Farah up. The doser had been keeping her distance to avoid distracting me. They're almost here. You need to focus, the doser said. You don't want me to stay on your scales? I sighed. You've never been in space combat. I wouldn't want you to be scared alone. We are in this together, yes? You're so sweet, Siffy. Together. Thousands of enemy ships were ripped from subspace as they encountered humanity's FTL disruptors around Farhull. I prepared to communicate with my forces, and the dozer perching on my shoulder gave me confidence. For the first time, an Orcs was going to see what the Federation were truly capable of. 2 predator species, with a guest herbivore among them, needed the power to overcome the Kolshians. Anything short of absolute victory would discredit my prowess beyond repair. The United Nations reissued the command to hold our positions, and we waited for the Commonwealth to wade into whatever traps the humans packed around Farhull. After seeing the buffs given to the Sol system, I suspected Terran-made defenses would offer some interesting surprises. Automated Kolshian vessels forged ahead, fearless against any hidden technology. The primates took no actions to prevent them from closing in on the Harkon homeworld and our joint formation. As an ambush predator, the basic cues screamed trap, although I couldn't figure out the details. It was odd how the Terrans positioned us so deep within their turf. This was proof that Zhao trusted me to not launch an opportunistic assault against the Harkon. However, I was the only non-human party who assessed anything was amiss. The Kolshian fleet continued pushing towards the edge of the orbital range and readying target locks on Orcs-built ships. The humans are not doing anything. How sure are we that they are not a setup? They could be working against us too, Kaisel barked. I flared my nostrils. They're on our side. Whatever they're really up to is hiding in plain sight. It is, Lisa pointed out the viewport, to the leaf-bearing world that were clustered around. More like hiding in the biggest object in sight. Staring at Farhull's emerald surface and vaporous clouds, many signatures were visible, rising through the upper atmosphere. Standard air defenses didn't climb that high. They were only meant to counter raids and troop landings. A full understanding hadn't established itself, but I cackled when I guessed what the humans were intending. The planet, which was supposed to be a soft target against orbital strikes, was their weapon of choice. Whether the Earthborn predators' offense and protection were undertaken in the same breath. Human resourcefulness often impressed me, but their ability to view space strategy from new angles and compensate for their deficits. That out-of-the-box thinking
might be all that could stop the Kolshians from crippling our insurgency in its infancy. I hope that, once the dust is settled, this plan would shake out in our favor. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 16th, 2137. I recalled my first unfiltered research into Earth when I read what they said about the Orcs. Despite rampant empathy, it was doubtless that they were predators. Their history involved dominating their world and harnessing it to suit their whims. When I understood that the Vendel were considered equals, not pet or tool, it required executive judgment about whether Terrans could be an ally. Their social nature was my perfect excuse to cover for their lofty ideals. Upon reaching the determination that humanity was a predator race, I took it upon myself to read their military doctrines. One adage that caught my attention was, "The best defense is a good offense." It was exemplified in the Sol system, lobbing asteroids with FTL drives and ambushing the extermination fleet with nuclear weapons. An active, energized attempt to hold the Harkon system was what I expected from the Terrans. Watching the UN forces curl up into a ball at Farhol didn't make sense, until it became clear that this was bait. Signatures climbed into the upper reaches of the atmosphere, ascending all the way from Farhol. These were surface-to-space missiles, a concept that required pinpoint calculations. To accurately target something in orbit from the ground took unfathomable skill. The humans must have been mastering similar crafts for years. The name of the satellite walls rang a bell in my head, and I considered asking the Terrans about it. If we were to be future allies, I should have more than a passing knowledge of their abilities. "This is the tech from your satellite walls, yes?" I inquired. "Do you remember those?"
That was years ago, before Oleg and I were born. We're 22nd century babies, Generation Eta. I know what they taught us in school, and Oleg knows what he's read in conspiracy blogs," Lisa answered. Oleg admired the viewport. "I do know the mainstream narrative. I just don't blindly accept it. They say the conflict didn't seem that bad. It wasn't supposed to be a real war. We were only shooting satellites out of the sky and poking at the digital boundaries. Those were just things, not people or places. No soldier ever fired a shot at another. But someone crosses the line and it escalates like a domino effect. Suddenly, you have a nuclear reactor meltdown in Mississippi and power going off in winter in Shenzhen. South America countries and African trade blocs get roped into embargoes. Now they're on the crap list. China hits a French satellite by mistake, aiming for a US spy satellite. And now the EU's throwing retaliation shots. All this is to say, yeah, we can snipe things out of the sky, no problem. Surface-to-space missiles can be hidden in the ground, thousands of them. The Kolshians come here thinking they're going to orbitally bomb us or our pretty little buildings. And the planet pulls a Uno reverse card. Farah's whiskers twitched. And this also functions as part of a missile defense system. Zal mentioned it at Proxima Centauri. The history lesson is riveting. How humans call something a war where they didn't even shoot at each other. Kaisel's voice was thick with irritation, though he kept his words civil. I feel much better about our chances today. Laugh at cyber warfare all you want. The Dominion and the Kolshians sure aren't, Oleg said. Nor am I. The humans always know more than they should, and it is a benefit to our cause. Kaisel, unless you wish to be social, provide only battle updates. Disdain simmered in the Orcs Runt's eyes. Thousands of missiles in viewport range, your savageness, firing on the Kolshians, not us. It's a lot for them to intercept at once. The warheads continued their flight towards the heavens, white daggers rising from Farhol's rodent surface. Powerful engines propelled them toward targets, and onboard homing systems kept them trained on hostile Kolshians. Volra tensed on my shoulder, pressing her cheek against my neck. Her side-facing eyes were absorbing the scene from the viewport as she scrambled to account for all imbibed munitions. Should I shield Farah from watching the assumed casualties that are about to play out? No. She can exercise her own discretion. She is an integral part of my team. Knowing how humans operated, I found it hard to believe that this plan was a one-trick pony, as they said. Missiles barreling down on the Kolshians were a threat in their own right. But they weren't the crushing haymaker Terrans usually had up their sleeve.
Lights flashed from the lunar surface, though that was a mere restoration of Farhull's old planetary defenses. Lasers sliced through metal with decisive power, and the Federation's enemies didn't care to approach in the view of the moon. That forced them into a single vector towards our position. The surface-to-space missiles charged across the void, and the Kolshians deployed a trail of interceptors. Most projectiles were felled by enemy countermeasures, tricked into an early explosion or broken up by outbound fire. The UN fleet snuck in a few lighter ships to toss shield-breaking missiles, but remained adamant in their orders for us to hold formation. I didn't understand what the humans were playing at. If our foes had suffered shield outages and were warding off multiple munitions, wasn't this our time to strike? "Why are we not launching an offensive?" I snarled into the comms. "We should hit them while they're confused. You've got them reeling." A human commander responded through a closed channel. "Negative. Please hold your position, Chief Hunter Isif. Engaging in close range is not advised at this time." "Why not? These missiles and laser point defense systems aren't enough. Not against thousands of vessels. The Kolshians have more advanced tech than anything we've seen." "We are aware that the Commonwealth's enhanced abilities, so that's why we must coordinate our actions. Resources are limited, and the Orcs rebellion cannot sustain severe casualties. Please, hold a little longer. We're setting up prime conditions for your fleet to strike. On our signal, we have a plan. We always do." The Kolshian ships were packing into an aggressive formation and heading towards our combined ranks at maximum velocity. The Terrans wouldn't want to let them have a crack at the vassalized Harkin. There was no way that they had just let the Commonwealth approach. Still, Nikonus' military wasn't composed of oblivious fools. The tentacled bastards saw the markings of a trap, but were arrogant enough to believe that they could plow through it. While time would determine who was right, I had sought out the humans' help. Now was too late to question their wisdom. "All Orcs, all troops, ready your plasma weapons, but await the human signal. Let the Kolshians come to us," I issued the order to my fleet. "They want to take us down, in cahoots with Battlement, and they're in for a rude awakening if they think that they can just walk right in here. It's fitting that the two parties responsible for our starvation have shown they're on the same side at last. We will send them crawling back to the hole they came from." The Orcs rebellion fleet was comprised of every vessel that we could pull from Battlement's side. Rogue captains with their warships, vessels that had struck around from my original sector force, and lesser transports stolen by defectors fought alongside each other. Smaller craft had been gifted to us by the United Nations covertly. I could discern design similarities to Terran Armada scattered amongst my forces. The proportion of our manufacturing that relied on Earth's generosity wasn't lost at me. We only learned of Nikonus' and Giznil's collusion ahead of time because of Zhao's intelligence. That alone was sufficient reason to give them leeway and trust that humanity could outwit the Kolshians. I disliked placing my fate in another's hands, especially after things had gone awry in the past. My pupils darted to a distrustful Kaisel, who lacked faith in humans after his failed defection to Earth. I then scoured Oleg and Lisa, who were poring over data without comment. The leaf-licking primates didn't arc an eyebrow, despite our forces being seconds away from a head-on confrontation. The Kolshians were already pushing through artificial satellites that drifted in orbit and would have recovered their shields by the time we met. The missile launched from the planet had been impressive, but only netted a few dozen kills. The humans cast a second wave from Farhull's atmosphere. I didn't imagine the results would be better. If anything, the enemy knew to expect it now. "This plan is asinine. There is no time to wait for our planetary defenses to whittle away the Kolshians. Maybe the UN has missed the mark here, and are too arrogant to admit their inefficacy." Thalra chittered in my ear. "Humans have a lot of explosives here, Siffy. It's like this on all their worlds." "Let me consult the schematics they gave me of all of their defenses and contingencies. Zhao hands that information out at a public request," I grumbled. "You're so moody. I'm scared too, but I'm sure there are different missiles than the first ones. They had lots of bombs in their staging systems." "You don't know how to read sensors, rodent. There is no difference between these missiles and the few thousand in the last wave," Kaisel spat. "The same fecking make. If you know nothing about battle, leave it to your betters." "I can learn, Kaisel. I'm just as intelligent as you. But if you admitted that, you'd have to admit to yourself that I'm not food." "You're not food because
Isif, the cruelty deficient. He takes after humans with the pets. The damn humans are letting us down now, like they always do, because they'd leave any oxel behind if it saved their skin. I don't trust the weak-minded animal, and I trust these apes even less.
After considering his comments, I decided not to reprimand Kaisel. It might behoove me to revise my strategy for bringing him under my control, if I didn't want to execute him for insolence. Food and opposing betterment weren't making him cordial. However, what he claimed about the new surface-to-space missiles was true. Sensors backed up his initial claim that these defense weapons were identical to the first wave. Even I wondered whether the Terrans were losing the threat. The second wave was showing us signs of a targeting glitch, with warheads straying off course from the Kolshian fleet. I waited for them to veer back onto the correct heading, but many were pointing away from the enemy altogether. If anything happened to my command vessel, Vara would disintegrate alongside me. A protective growl rumbled in my chest as I looked at the doser with concern. The risk was unacceptable. The UN failed to deliver, and I was going to issue orders to siege the enemy. A sudden explosion appeared on the viewport, away from any Kolshian vessel. That was followed by another payload striking the wrong mark, and then another. The explanation for why the missiles weren't homing in on the opponents presented itself. The moronic Terrans had accidentally lobbed their weapons into Farhul's artificial satellites, in what could only be described as an utter failure of their targeting. Anger burned in my chest, and I wasn't sure I could resist the urge to berate them for incompetence. I thought I could trust humans. If I'm honest, I admired their inventiveness. The one time I'm depending on them for their future of my species, they crap the bed. Fixing a scorching glare at the viewport, I watched a surface-to-space missile take out a satellite. It was ironic, per the now infuriating history lesson I'd received. Taking out orbiting objects was why these weapons existed in the first place. Perhaps the program hadn't altered to steer it away from artificial debris. The impacting satellite was ripped into thousands of tiny pieces, which rocketed around the planet's birth like a whirlwind. Most microscopic shards were hurtling toward the Kolshians. Shrapnel impaled the oncoming enemies within seconds, puncturing vessels in multiple compartments and crippling important functions. Navigations went haywire following hits to specific hull regions, whereas a lucky blow to the central located drive sent a handful of enemies up in a fireball. The perils were compounded on isolated manned ships, where debris could slice into the bridge and its personnel. Fortunately for Farah's sake, most foes were drones, so casualties wouldn't weigh on her conscience. Their automated ships are built for evasion, but how do you evade a wall of debris? No calculation will save them, I mused to myself. Human command flicked back onto comms. Narxar forces, you are a go to engage the enemy, harass their flanks and target the weakened ships. Keep behind the moving cloud of debris. Copy that. All Orcs forces. The Terrans have baited the vulnerable prey and signaled our opening to pounce. Let's remind these miserable herbivores who the actual hunters are.
Miserable herbivores? Barra squeaked as I switched off the channel. Don't be like that. You can do so much better. I want to see a day where you make a peace with the miserable herbivores.
Miserable isn't a flattering qualifier, nor is it one I use as a blanket term. The Kolshians fit that description, so it is appropriate here. They are not who they say they are, yes. Their deaths will not be mourned by anyone with a worthy opinion. Oleg chuckled. Truth. Go get him, city boy. The arboreal predators migrated from their defensive arrangements and brought their ships into firing range. Few Kolshians had escaped the consequences of the satellites, which had acted as grenades when they blew apart. The power of a single missile was amplified into a lasting storm that made our orbital passageway unassailable. The Commonwealth was hell-bent on quashing my rebellion, but they didn't wish to lose every vessel. The enemy ships peeled back, likely having received a command to retreat. I watched over my fleet as they snapped up stragglers who with deadly vigor. The humans pressed as deep as they could afford to risk. Any crippled vessels became an immediate target for the Earthlings. To think I'd been livid with them for a brilliant strategic play. The Kolshians needed to set the terms of their engagements with the United Nations, because they weren't gaining any tractions on prepared Terran battlegrounds. My movement would survive another day, and we owed it to these weaponized defenses. The Secretary-General had earned a humble thanks for his intercession.
"Ooh, yeah, baby! What did I say about calamari?"
Oleg cheered.
Lisa smirked to herself. "Don't jinx us. Wait for the last ones to be mopped up before you pop the champagne. Let me gloat a little, especially after Kaisel said he doesn't trust us." Apes. The Orcs advisor scowled. "I made the mistake of trusting humans once. Your species' character doesn't change because of one victory against prey." "Shh! You're tempting fate. Don't use the word victory until they're all gone," Lisa shot back. "Not talking is perfectly fine by me."
It wasn't a long wait for the conflict to resolve itself, per Lisa Reynolds' superstition. The last Kolshian craft were downed or chased from the system within minutes, sent to nurse their wounds elsewhere. I had the presence of mind to commend the humans' efforts over our shared channel where my command could hear. While the United Nations was not an official ally, this showing renewed my confidence over the impact that they could make when they joined our clash with Betterment. If the rebellion held out long enough, we'd have the most devious predators in the galaxy on our side. That was an unparalleled advantage in my book. This sent a message to every Orcs rebel about the competency of our fellow hunters. I hoped the humans would succeed with their quest to topple the Federation in a hurry. Whatever could be done to curry Terran favor, Zal must be convinced to back us when his aid was needed again. End of chapter. Chapter 126. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time, January 16, 2137. The Terrans were well informed on the base's design, perhaps having obtained blueprints of fossil underwater mechanisms. Our submarine had glided under the bottom of the structure, which triggered an automated hatch to unseal. We ascended into a shaft, and it resealed upon detecting a full volume of our displacement. The water drained from the chamber before a gentle computer voice welcomed us to the Galactic Archives. It was time to take the mantle of authentic history back. I could feel my emotions in turmoil as we geared up. Tyler, Carlos, and Samantha were wearing full-face respirator masks along with the rest of the landing party. It was simple to determine through our instruments that we were in a normal pressure, fully aerated environment, but the Kolshian side of the conspiracy had dabbled in aerosolized weapons. The UN was taking extra precautions to avoid future incidents of cured soldiers. The next attack would be worse than the cure if they could target specific genomes with disease. If the Vassal went to all this trouble to hide a historical cache, there's no telling what we'll find here. We all accept the risks that they could flood or blow it up with us inside, sabotaging the mission. We disembarked in a hurry, knowing other submersible craft were followed behind us. Giving the fossil time to destroy evidence or trigger destruct mechanisms was an unacceptable risk. Aliens like myself and Onzo were given the choice of whether to wear biohazard gear, so I opted not to. What were they going to do? Cure the Gojid race again? However, the Yodel, despite belonging to a herbivore species, had donned a specially fitted mask over his snout. "What the gob? Have you been getting flesh cravings from being around Tyler?" I asked. Lonzo sucked in a sharp breath. "Nobody is messing with my biochemistry ever again, though I agree Tyler eats too much meat for his cholesterol." Tyler tightened his fingers around a gun. "Judge all you want. I'd rather die than live without a fecking burger." "That's not a sane thing to say," I mumbled. "Well, you've never had a burger. Rabbit food doesn't hit the spot, man." "Spare baldy and gory details," Sam chuckled. "We got work to do." Upon receiving a signal, Terran soldiers pushed out in pairs through the cramped exit door. There were no sounds of resistance from the reception pad, despite the fossil-based secretive nature. I sidled up to Onzo, and we followed our human friends out into fresh air. My gun was ready in my grip, but no hostiles or personnel were in sight. There was only a modest service door, which could be rigged with traps. Perhaps armed guards were waiting for us to enter the main area before mowing us down. With that very suspicion in mind, the humans blasted down the unlocked door with charges. Confusion was evident in their body language, despite the hazard masks and their lack of tails. The peek inside revealed only a library-like lobby, with a lone fossil receptionist behind the desk. She gasped in surprise and abandoned all focus on her workstation. If I wasn't mistaken, her drooping ears were scrunched with some level of unhealed grief.
Are they planning to kill us, intruders on sight, and this alien is a rare soul with a conscience? Grief doesn't make any sense. Hello, I'm Archivist Vike. Varsel laid her empty paws out carefully and didn't flinch as UN soldiers crowded around her. I'm the only receptionist on duty, and I will help you find anything you are looking for. All records are stored in physical nodes for security reasons. There are a few staffers on duty in each room, but they are unarmed historians, not a threat to you. Tyler, being an officer on Monahan's ship, took charge of the situation. Why should we trust you? Us archivists all wish your experiment could have succeeded. We exhausted every avenue and tried to revive it every so often. I knew a human well once. Danny, his name was. He got, sick, just like you all do. I haven't interacted with any humans in a while. It's not worth it, getting attached to a creature with such a short lifespan. I blinked in confusion, trying to discern what the fossil archive was referring to. Anything involving inhuman experimentation was not above board, and the conspiracy's typical aim was to snap predatory habits. Why would this clandestine receptionist have known a human? Why would she care about him getting sick, to the point of showing grief? The Kolshian fossil conspiratory treated Terran lives as toys, not viewing them as people. Choose your next words very carefully, Vake. What experiment? The blonde officer jammed his gun against her temple, chest trembling with distaste. Have you captured more of our fecking civilians? The fossil stiffened. I assumed you knew. You're not here to learn about your kind's, condition. The fuck are you on about? You came here for your community records, but now you sure as shit gonna spill on what you're talking about. It would be easier to show you. Shall I take you to the human room? It's dedicated to your kind's exploits. Fine! Don't try anything smart. Go ahead, lead the way. Vake pointed with a claw to a swipe card and slowly reached for it and Tyler's nod. The fossil walked to the stairwell door and tapped the plastic reticle against the scanner. With a beep, the locked barrier clicked open, permitting us entry without use of force. The Terran soldiers were on edge, expecting the staffer to spring a trap at any minute. I didn't understand why she was so compliant, yet unafraid. Tyler kept the gun barrel close to her head, not letting her stray from his guiding touch. A few personnel were left to guard the reception area as we followed the fossil blindly. The Galactic Archives appeared to be a multi-level building, with entire rooms dedicated to collecting items and record-keeping for the Sol species. Fishing a visual translator out of my utility belt, I scanned it over the various labels: Crocattle, Sivkit, Ankari, Orcs. The last label gave me pause as I craned my neck to peer into that room. The Crocattle, the Sivkit, and Ankari rooms appeared to have a small number of staff from the native species, clearly ones brought into the fold. For obvious reasons, the Orcsal space lacked such inclusions. Nobody would be insane enough to employ the savage greys. Recalling my anger upon learning what the Koth's tale was true, I wanted to see for myself any documentation the Federation had of risks. Our priority was getting to the bottom of the fake story about humans. It also interested me what the fossil knew from their initial observations of Earth. I was uncertain whether the ancient, primitive predators had shown their redeeming attributes back then, during the vicious wars. Furthermore, we could discover the exact details of why they pronounced the Terrans dead, without verifying the fact beyond all doubt. Human. Vake read off a solemn plaque at the end of the hall. This is the one you want. Give me a moment, please. The human door was different from the rest. It was sealed off by magnetic lock, which was a step up in the security from even the Orcs. The only rationale I could think of was that the fossil were hiding something about the Terrans' past, that not even their colluders all had clearance to know. What had they seen on Earth that would be that devastating if it got out? Vake swiped her card over the scanner and was given an odd confirmation message. The fossil ducked her head in a forlorn fashion, pushing the entrance open. Tyler shoved her into the room, forging ahead with apprehension. I followed Marcel's friend with hesitant steps, and what I saw almost swept me off my feet. The extra security wasn't about any information they were hiding. It was about a species containment. Audible gasps came from the UN soldiers as their eyes landed on 3 humans seated at a desk. The trio didn't look particularly impressed for predators, hunched over holopads with singular focus. I couldn't see any signs of mistreatment, restraint, or coercion. Other than odd plastic clothing, there was nothing out of the earthling norms. A few fossil milled about as well,
though they halted in their tracks upon our entry. The Terrans working with the archivist seemed amazed, spotting others of their kind.
"What the?"
Samantha murmured. The grey-haired human walked over with a limp, and startled when the gun pointing at shouting voices greeted him. Tyler ordered the soldiers to round up the other staffers, placing them into kneeling positions. How had the Terrans gotten into galactic archives? At the bottom of Tusk's ocean. This didn't compute in my brain, but I sure wanted to hear what Vake's experiment was. Were they trying to turn Earth's people into Federation sympathizers? Carlos shouted at the silver-domed man who approached us. "You! What is your name?"
"George Murphy."
The strange human's eyes darted around, and he showed signs of nervousness.
Who are you?"
"We ask the questions."
"Okay, sir. Please don't flip your lid. I just don't understand where you come from."
"You're human. We come from Earth."
"I know that."
"Whoa, my golly. Is that a United Nations symbol?" "Yes, that's who we work for."
"Look, maybe I should explain,"
Vake began. George's eyebrows knitted together.
"So they've been hiding spaceships all this time. They really did find a flying saucer at Roswell. God."
"I'm not sure what they've been doing to your mind, but there was no hiding about the FTL tests," Carlos replied. "It was live-streamed everywhere, from Earth to Mars. If you somehow missed that, it was pretty damn hard to miss the raid on our motherland."
"Live-streamed? Mars? Raid? Sir, what is today's date?"
"January 16th, I think."
The year?"
2137. George's eyes rolled back at his head, and he passed out cold on the floor. Carlos seemed stupefied as he knelt and lent medical aid. Mr. Murphy's two colleagues bore horrified expressions, slipping into a state of panic as they overheard. I wasn't following what was going on myself, but there was a clear disconnect between these possible captives and current events. Tyler wheeled on the archive's Vake, and a livid expression no doubt lurking beneath his mask. "What year do they think it is?" the blonde human hissed.
Vake closed her eyes. "I was explaining. We've been working on this project for centuries, on and off. I'd have to check the files to give you specific answers, but we haven't visited Earth since your presumed extinction." What?"
the panicked Terran staffer asked.
"That was during the Cold War, 150 years ago at least."
Samantha shook her head in bewilderment.
"Feck, this is a new one."
Tyler waved a hand. "Get the three of ours out of here, and to our medical way. Make sure you screen them for contaminants and contagions before removing your gear." Soldiers took care with the unconscious George Murphy, and the two other predators were escorted out too. The staffers seemed more agitated than they had before our arrival, with one still demanding answers from the UN troopers. Vake watched as the strange Terrans were herded out, and her fossil cohorts were lined up against the wall. The receptionist squirmed under Tyler's glare, breathing a deep sigh.
"I'll tell you as much as I know. So, we visited your planet after hearing your signal broadcasts. We have thousands of hours of footage of you. You can look through it on the mainframe there. Ask any of us an eye scan to bypass the password, if you want to," Vake said hurriedly. "I can see that you know nothing about the project."
Officer Cordona leaned towards her with a menace. "I better be made to know something in a hurry. If those humans are that old, how are they still alive?"
"Cryosleep, are your kind familiar with the concept?"
"Yes. What I'm still not familiar is the fact that you've been abducting humans for centuries."
"When we learned that there was a second predator species, let's say that we were concerned. There was a sample size of one with the Orcs, and the cure failed in a horrific fashion. We're more the behind-scenes types than the Kolshians, so we always get the first test subjects for an operation. We record the information about every species, okay?"
"Go on, Vake. Tell me exactly what you did to these poor people. To all the people like us throughout the galactic history."
"Easy now. We secretly snatch up a few subjects for all meat-eaters, keep them chilled while the Commonwealth runs their calculations, then begin a few rounds of testing. Despite your high aggression, it would have been wrong to authorize a genocide without doing everything we could to save you. Your trials would determine scientifically if the cure would work on a predator, a species that killed on its own." I found myself pacing as the human stood, resisting the urge to chew my claws. Why had these Terrans been so compliant with the fossil's whims if they were kidnapped? The predators didn't usually give in so easily to intimidation, and these seemed to be working with minimal supervision. My intuitive feeling was anger, knowing that innocent civilians had been whisked away under every species' nose. Gojet denizens had this done to them without a clue what aliens were. What could random people off the street have done to deserve taking away from their lives?
This is an atrocity. Bonzo seemed appalled too, judging by how rigid his tail had gone. The Yodel must be wondering if his kind had been kidnapped in a similar fashion, despite being herbivores after all. We'd seen Sivkid staff working here, and they were plant eaters. Knowing the marsupial, I bet he was itching to run off to the Yodel chamber next. It would reveal the stark details of their uplift, and any steps taken to mitigate their uncanny aggression. You knew the Kyo worked on us, and you still participated in the raid on Earth, Tyler hissed. Bake shied away from him. I'm getting there. We were quite hopeful when we were administered the cure. The humans were all quite receptive to it at first. They were fine, and we were starting to give the Kolshians a hopeful prognosis for Earth. Sure, the aggression was a nightmare, with you crazy predators resisting beyond what was reasonable. Most had to be locked away. We learned with the second batch. You're talking about human like we're a batch of fecking cookies. What was your medical recipe for the teen predators? Drugs? Torture? No. We got them to cooperate of their own free will. It was a matter of not telling them that we administered the cure. Instead, say that other aliens had infected them, and we were studying it for their benefit. Scares them at first, but they come around. Then we ask them about their culture and claim that we're studying it for prosperity. They document anything they remembered quite liberally. They were willing to work with us, despite us being prey. Your kind can be rather charming. Gee, thanks. Less pandering, Vake. I meant that. Anyhow, we solved your temperament as well enough. Humans could be manipulated. Long as they weren't left unsupervised, they wouldn't fight. Our trials were exhaustive, meant to run several years of eating herbivore food and living the life of genuine sapiens. We wanted to believe in you, but when we were about to pass it off to the Kolshians for broader studies, it all collapsed. Collapsed? The fuck does that mean? Collapsed how? The subjects started getting sick, every last one of them, and we couldn't do a thing to stop it. Physical maladies and mental impairments were lesser symptoms. In some cases, they went insane. Hallucinations, not sleeping, depression, deranged aggression, total memory loss. Death occurred on its own, even for the ones we didn't have to put down. We call it, the hunger. Humans go mad without flesh. The hunger? That can't be right. Dr. Barhol says that humans don't have a bloodlust or a need to eat animals. Prolonged abstinence would really result in insanity or hunting bursts. Carlos leaned down to my ear. B12 deficiency. We need that vitamin for neuron upkeep and blood oxygenation. Fecking idiots. Now Kolshians were busy crafting a story, trying to explain your, eyes. They mistrusted humans, but we convinced them that you were different than the Arcs, Lake continued. So thanks to our faith, they already announced your existence to the Federation. And the failure threw a wrench into our plans. Time to backpedal. The Fossil Ambassador packaged your terrible history, and the Kolshians fed them that instead. Tyler shook his head. You painted the worst picture of us possible. Not that we didn't already know that, but... We were buying time to figure out what went wrong. The Kolshians agreed to help stall, hence why extermination plans against Earth dragged on for decades. But constant failures with our human experiments weren't acceptable. We made no progress. The Commonwealth lost patience and pronounced you incurable. They also issued a directive to wipe all public knowledge of predators having culture, so no bleeding heart would try curing one again. Yet here you are today, trying to feckin' cure us again. The fossil felt that it was wrong not to cure a curable species. The Kolshians wouldn't even listen to the idea of dropping the cure as a last-ditch effort. It was all straight to killing you. You're alive because of us. We thought we'd find a breakthrough eventually, so we had to continue the work. We spun a tale that you bombed yourselves and stopped them from wiping you out. I blinked in confusion, not certain that I'd heard correctly. The fossil had deceived everyone, including the Kolshian conspirators, in order to perfect the cure against humanity. Meanwhile, the lone subjects were predators who were frozen the better part of 2 centuries ago. The Terrans survived to present day because the twisted regime thought that they could be molded into herbivores given time. From what Carlos told me, if the fossil figured out the missing mineral, they would have been right. Another day, another crazy alienist always gets better, Samantha whispered. Sorrow flashed in Vake's eyes. So the galaxy proclaimed Earth dead. That lie was a grave error in judgment. We were blinded because we grew attached to the subjects. We still care, even after everything that's happened. But due to perpetual failures, the fossil came to believe the Kolshians were right. Curing humanity was hopeless. We're running out of specimens. But we still raise a small group once every few years, after the hunger gets the last ones. You think you failed? Why didn't you finish us off decades ago and then you help attack Earth after we tried to join the Federation?
The Kolshians would have noticed if we observed or attacked you. They have the Shadow Fleet, not us. We didn't want to admit we lied. Chief Nikonus was livid when your kind resurfaced. So despite the wild schemes he tossed around, we joined the Extermination Fleet to fix our mistake once and for all. You know what the irony is?
Tyler tensed his shoulders. Sure, I'd love to hear it.
The irony is now, the Kolshians are the ones who think that you can be cured. We told them that if it failed back at the time, but they didn't listen to how it all transpired. They wanted a yes or a no on their killing plans, so today they think that they can mold you because Noah lied and offer and said that he can live on just plants. Nikonus, the old codger, fucking fell for it.
It was almost as if the fossil was pleased that the humans knew the truth, so that they could validate her thoughts on the hunger. I would still be reading from her claims when the next one hit me like a slap in the face. I wasn't sure how to begin processing such stunning admissions. However, having the world I thought I understood blow up around me was beginning to feel familiar. It never became easy, but it was morphing into a manageable sensation. Okay, that's quite enough, Vake, Tyler muttered. One last thing. Where are the rest of your human specimens?
The fossil archivist gestured with a paw. Right this way.
The Predator's soldiers followed their guide, and I steeled myself for a meeting with the primitive humans from their most barbaric times. The ones that greeted us in the room hadn't seemed so violent and uncivilized. Still, I mistrusted anyone who was raised amongst bloodshed without the comforts Earthlings enjoyed today. Hopefully, the Terrans were ready for any trouble that awakened kin might stir up too. End of chapter. Chapter 127. Memory transcription subject, Captain Soblin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 16th, 2137. The cryopods were in a separate, unmarked chamber, hidden behind a false wall in the hallway. Archivist Vake rubbed her damp nose and her drooping ears bunched with apprehension. That fossil seemed more nervous than when the Terran soldiers busted down her door with guns. Perhaps she knew that soldier predators were civilized, informed, and in control. I considered telling my companion that we should refrain from waking the captives until we had a plan to subdue them. However, the likelihood of offending my human friends deterred me from raising my concerns. Frost-lined glass covers were draped over the oval containers, revealing placid-looking predators. I squinted for any sign of battle scars. Assessing each one's potential threat level would require knowledge of their killing experience. These were humans that desapienized their own kind. So how could we expect them to have the slightest concerns for alien life forms? Like Onza and myself. The Yodel looked unafraid of these primitive Terrans, probably because he was a primitive himself. He didn't understand the critical shifts in Earthlings' morals and behavior over the years. I count a few dozen humans in stasis, more than the soldiers we have here. This could turn into a stampede or a rampage easily, or they'll have a gun down their ancient civilians. Tyler waved his barrel at Vake. Wake them up, unharmed. Also help me God, I'll kill you.
Understood.
The fossil breathed. They are going to freak out. No crap. You kidnapped them and put them in sleep for 100 fecking years.
We were trying to save your species.
Why don't you worry about saving your own hide? Open the fecking pods now! UN forces, I want every person to take a pod. Reassure these poor souls. Be clear and concise explaining what's going on and get them back to our ship. The fossil archivist tapped away at the central control console, eyes glimmering with worry. Carlos and Samantha heeded Tyler's orders and each found a spot next to a pod. Onza bounded up to a container of his own, inspecting it from every angle with blind enthusiasm. I stood frozen, nervous to be within grappling range of an awoken beast. The Yodel noticed my failure to follow orders and gestured with his tail to an unguarded pod. Maybe I should sit this one out, I offered. I am an alien. That might agitate them, and I don't really know how to handle humans, Samantha curled up. Get your ass over there, and the least you could do is pretend to care about us, Soblin. I do care about you, but I also know how humans from this time period conducted themselves. Is there a problem? Tyler swiveled around, and exasperation flashed in his icy eyes. We're in the same species now as we were then. I don't expect people to serve alongside to see us as mindless predators. Yes, sir, of course you're not. I'm just thinking of the Federation's dossier on your walls. I reviewed it with Russell and Marcel. Forgive me, I'm going. I ducked my head in a sheepish fashion and scurried within the capsule's proximity against my will. My heart rate ratcheted up, peering down at the snoozing predator. His arms were connected to wires and folded across his unmoving chest. This Terran seemed young, with an unblemished skin that was more pale than Tyler's. His mane was a brown fringe and swept past his eyebrows. At least, I hadn't gotten a particularly imposing specimen, but a Gojid wasn't cut out to interact with these creatures. The fog on the glass cleared up and offered an unrestricted look at the predator's face. The color began to return to the ancient human skin, and his bluish lips morphed back into a healthy pink. Vake continued pressing buttons and stepped away as every pod lid unsealed. I resisted the itch to draw my weapon. Tyler wouldn't appreciate me holding this primitive at gunpoint. It was important to remember that these weren't the presentable Terrans that I'd come to love. These were lawless hunters who lived in the harsh society, with few amenities and no knowledge of alien life. The brown-haired human's chest showed signs of movement, which gradually gained stability. His eyelids twitched and his nostrils flared. I took an instinctive step backward, uncertain whether he'd try to strangle me. My remaining spines were at full bristle. The sick feeling almost mirrored my first encounter with Marcel. The predator's binocular eye snapped open, a startling amber hue, and panic flashed in them. He snapped upright in an uncanny motion. I barely muffled my scream. Every impulse of my brain wanted to plead for mercy. His pupils were trained on me, and he seemed equally frightened by my presence. My fear subsided to some degree as the human shrank away from me. His breathing became panic, and his hands wrapped around himself in a self-soothing gesture. The predator pressed against the back of the pod, hugging his legs to his chest. "Oh, God!" The Terran's eyes welded up with tears, and his tone was rich with hyperventilation. Others waking specimens were showing signs of panic attacks or blindly bursting from their pods. "Oh, God, what the feck?" Clear and concise. Tell him what's going on and pray that the sapient glad's capable of reasoning. Easy. My words caused his brow to furrow, and he cradled his skull in his hands. That must be the first time acquiring meaning from the translator implant, which the fossil must have installed after his capture. "I'm here to rescue you. My name is Sovlin. Do you have a name?" "Hunter." "Oh, Protector, his name is literally Hunter. These are primitive predator-exalting humans, but he sounds scared of me, which is odd."
"Where am I? What the feck are you?"
"You were kidnapped by aliens, not me or my kind. There's 2 precursor races who meddled with a lot of primitive cultures. Yours, mine. My entire planet got glassed, not that you asked, but I joined up with the humans after that. You see all the human soldiers around here? I work for Earth."
"Kidnapped? By aliens? I remember camping and a rustling noise. Something sharp hit my neck and... Why? What did they do? How can you work for Earth? Take me home."
Hunter was growing hysterical and his hands were shaking. I listened to his sniffling, feeling pity begin to replace my fear. However dangerous this captive might be, it was clear his narrow-minded brain was overwhelmed. The questions he posed were understandable, in light of waking up in a strange place. Hesitantly, I inched towards him, and he tensed up like I was going to hurt him. Why would an apex predator see me as dangerous? The news I was about to break might shatter his world. Everything and everyone he knew was long gone. Perhaps showing empathy would convince him not to stampede or show aggression. Hunter deserved some amount of comfort after what he'd been through. I placed my paw on the shudderingly named human's shoulder and brought him into a cautious embrace. He wailed incoherently, sobbing into my fur. His mane and his pink and white claws were pristine, even up close, to my amazement. Shockingly non-violent. How can an ancient human who has no idea what's going on be acting like a benevolent soul today? Maybe the hysterical ones weren't as barbaric as I thought. "It's okay. We're going to take you home now. You're doing great," I soothed. Hunter drew a mucus-addled breath.
"You're an alien. Why can I understand you?"
"The bastards who captured you injected a translator, I think. Listen, what I'm about to tell you is upsetting, but it is the truth. I don't know how I can help, given the circumstances. All I can promise, I'll do whatever I can. Do you really want to know what happened?" The unfrozen human nodded.
"Please."
"Aliens called the fossil captured you, and have been keeping you frozen for future experiments. They've been waking up small batches of captives for centuries, so, Earth isn't the Earth you remember. The solar year is 2137. Humans are an interstellar species, at war with the fossil Colchian conspiracy. because they meddled with your world and everyone else's. We located this base, and we're here to rescue you and expose the culprits. Does that make sense so far?
Yes and no. Why would anyone want to experiment on us, on me? Has it really been my family's dead. If it's been centuries, oh God, this isn't happening.
I know this is a lot, Hunter. I really wish she had a different name. Do not say Predator. Sovlin, you don't want Hunter thinking about hunting. Much of the galaxy perceives humans as evil and violent. These guys tried to genetically cure you, like they did to my race centuries ago. After that failed, they joined the crowd that wants you extinct.
They think we're evil because of the wars.
And because you're a predator race. Onzo yipped, unsolicited. Oh damn you, Uplift! Now you've done it! Hunter's head snapped over to the yodel. The marsupial had gotten his own human out of her pod, and from the bits I overheard, he'd been hypothesizing over its engineering to her. My primitive's Terran groaned. Spotting the reddish-furred alien, his amber eyes darted around the room. I could sense that the primate wanted little more than to curl up under a rock and disappear, which meant that he wasn't intending to harm me. However, I was worried Predator Tor would push him towards his name's origin.
Predator race,
the brown-haired beast echoed. I heaved a hair-weary sigh. Yeah, you, Hunter! Your eyes face forward. The galaxy's only other predator race eats and enslaves people.
That's fucking disgusting.
I'm glad, yet a little surprised he feels that averse to the Orcs. Do they eat humans?
No.
Do they eat your kind? Gojids? Yeah, back when I was a starship captain, no. Wait, you didn't ask about my personal life. I apologize for my indiscretion.
Go on if you want to. I can hear the pain in your voice.
Well, I was on a video call, which is a remote communication where you can see each other, with my family from my starship. They were eaten alive, as I watched, and I couldn't lift a claw to help them. You could say that I have had to work through some fears and hatred to get used to humans. Hunter's face contorted with what I had come to recognize as the Terran expression of sympathy. My spines began to settle down, and I decided that he didn't constitute a threat. It was surprising how little his behavior aligned with the savage cruelty, or at best indifference, I expected from pre-FTL humanity. So much for what my therapist said about them being a territorial, aggressive species. Their dark past was almost worsened by how similar these primitives seemed to the modern Earthlings. I thought humans had changed, and they had attained a higher degree of empathy as civilization advanced. Yet this poorly named predator still pities me, even as his reality is in shambles.
I'm so sorry, he growled. They must still weigh on you. I can't even process my family being gone. In what was an instant for me. I think it's going to hit me like a freight train later.
I cleared my throat. I'm sorry for what happened to you too. We have to make the best of our circumstances now, and maybe, along the way, get a bit of revenge.
Revenge, man? I'm just a college student. Does my university still exist? They all must have assumed that I was dead. I bet it killed Ma.
Depends on the city, I imagine. The long story. That involves the war, anyhow. If you want, the United Nations might be able to locate some relatives. You could still have people. And maybe there's records of what happened to any of the loved ones you remember.
Why bother? The descendants are going to be my great-great-great-grand something or the other. My family, the one I know and care about, is long dead.
It's closure, sure. It's mainly a chance to know for your future kin and protect your family lineage. But it's also a chance to preserve your loved one's memory. That's part of why I persist, delaying a world where nobody remembers my little girl. And I tell myself there's a non-zero chance I'll feel happiness again. Someday. You're much younger than me. It won't be easy, but you can make your life for yourself.
As if. I'll be a shoe on the wrong foot. Won't be anything about the culture, and my qualifications probably don't mean shit anymore. What can I possibly do with myself? What is there for me on Earth?
I don't know how curious humans were back in your time, but you could start by learning about all the alien life forms and customs. Here's a chance to discover something new that nobody else from your era ever saw, to pass on your slice of history to the galaxy.
But how do I do that? I don't think I can handle this crap. I'm no use to anyone.
That's not true. The United Nations is short on manpower, so all extra hands ease the burden, no matter what capacity you're in. Start with small steps, Hunter. You don't have to have all the answers today.
Small steps. Yeah. Okay. Do you have something in mind? I need to keep my brain occupied.
Well, why don't you come with us? We're going to sweep the archives. You can help me out by just tagging along. I would like to know how these fossil fuckers changed the history of Gojid kind. But it also scares me a little.
Why?
I'm worried it'll be as disturbed as your history. Oh, what was the present for you?
There, honestly. Okay, then. I'll follow you, Sovereign.
Most of the awakened humans were being taken back to the submarine to be tended to in their relative safety. I could hear chatter over the radio as other groups of UN soldiers landed to aid a full sweep of the archives. The Terran military was also launching a communications buoy to ensure that UN command above, Tusk, received news of this debacle. If Hunter requested to accompany me, I didn't see why Tyler would object to it. This living relic of the past could be the best chance I had to understand the nature of predators. Maybe human nature is toe the line between great benevolence and unfathomable depravity. The choice is theirs, yet unwritten in history, with far-reaching implications for all life. Onzo poked his ears.
I'm going with the group back to the ship, old man. Then, if I can choose my assignments, we're finding the Yodel Room. It'll be wonderful to cleanse the Federation's influence of our culture for good.
Okay. I hope you find what you need on that, but I won't be joining you, assuming Tyler gives us the go-ahead. Hunter and I are looking into the Gojid's past, I muttered.
We're coming with you.
Samantha had materialized behind me, a steady look in her forest green eyes. The biowarfare mask made her appear like a machine.
Carlos and I have gone through hell with you. We're not going to let you decide you're a monster. Your therapist has enough of a headache with you already.
Hunter pointed to her mask. That's, do I need one of those?
Yeah, we'll fit you one. You should be good for now.
It doesn't sound like they inject the cure until they launch a new batch, Carlos chimed in. Before proceeding deeper into the archives and prying beyond the scope of actions conducted against Earth, I needed authorization for my plan from my superior. Tyler could be asked to provide Hunter with proper gear. Knowing the blonde officer, he would permit the ancient Terran to tag along with me. Seeing all of humanity, past and present, as more than predators, was exactly what he had asked. With the identity of every Federation species in the balance, it was our moral duty to unearth all of the fossil's crimes against sapiens. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. With multiple crews having touched down at the Galactic Archives, we split into teams. Tyler presented us with 1 hour to accrue the most essential data and reconvene at the submarine to transport the intel elsewhere. In case anything went wrong, getting any information about key species off-world was critical. Bendel, Zerillians, Orcs, Yodel, and Crocodile were considered the top 5. Thankfully, my commander also honored my personal request to investigate the Gojids. Officer Kodana decided to accompany Onzo to the Yodel Room, while also keeping watch over the fossil prisoners such as Vake. Carlos wound up leading our small posse, roping a timid archivist into showing us the way. Hunter had acquired suitable attire from the submarine and looked after us. If someone told me a day ago that I'd turn my back on a primitive predator with a name that fit how I imagined their non-human culture, I would have laughed. However, my concerns about the ancient Terran had all but evaporated. I have bigger issues on my plate with what I am about to seek out. This could destroy the little that's left of my heritage. To say that I was terrified of the Gojid's true history was an understatement. Depending on the degree of atrocities I uncovered, what was best for my species might be to bury it once and for all. Certain unsavory elements shouldn't come back, no matter how egregious the Federation's removal methods were. How would the rest of the galaxy perceive us and our refugees if we were at all similar to Terran's past? Shadows moved behind me, and I felt slight pressure in my spine. A yelp came from Hunter, who nursed his now bleeding pointer finger. The primitive human had decided, without warning, to poke the end of a bristle. He brought it upon himself, touching a sharp object for no reason. Maybe Onzo wasn't so bad compared to other creatures below a certain technological level. "What compelled you to do that?" I spat. Hunter shrugged. "Curiosity killed the cat. Only one way to find out how sharp it really is, Say, why do you have spikes on part of your back? It's like there are blotches without it." "Well, let's say they got lined up by a machine gun and were ripped out of my spine by a stream of bullets. It hurt. It really hurt. They can't regrow either because I'm fucking old. So Sam calls me Baldy to rub it in my face. Does that answer your question?
Ouch.
Yeah, man. Carlos risked a curious glance back. What year was it for you? You sound like you're from the States. 1966, American born and raised.
I used to wonder why aliens would target you crazy younks in all the UFO tales, Sam quipped. Maybe they were drawn to you because of your media presence. Figured that you represented us all. You act like you do. Australian accent, that is it. Now's your chance for the kangaroo jokes. Never heard those before. Actually, I wanted to ask about the glass rectangles that you all have on your belts. Are those 22nd century TVs? I'd barely kept my disdain to myself, instead focusing on Carlos. The male guard was holding a fossil prisoner at gunpoint. We'd entered a new hallway in search of the Gojid room. Again, I remarked internally how Onza was versed enough in technology to regurgitate a textbook, at least. He never questioned what basic things were, or showed such an obvious lack of knowledge. Hunter clearly knew very little about any technology. No. People like their television sets large and mounted.
Samantha unclipped her holopad, unlocking it with a facial ID. This is a holopad. It actually can facilitate watching TV shows, though. Mostly, it is used to access the internet and talk instantaneously with friends. You had phones in your time, right? Hunter huffed in indignation. Phones existed in the 1800s. You're telling me that little thing, can call people? With video streams, or send them written messages. The screen being 3D are nice at touch. Okay, streams like a river. Is the video water-powered and, what's the internet? Does he even know what a computer is? That's going to be difficult to explain. I attempted to hold the derisive tone. Streams are a live video feed. Does the word computer mean anything to you? We should start there. Yes, that can't be a proper computer. They'd take up entire rooms. Your holopad could fit in a pocket. There's no way that could have the necessary power, and you're not even chilling the mechanisms, Hunter exclaimed. We can pack enormous processing power into tiny chips and perform functions more complex than you can imagine, Carlos explained. The internet is a way that computers communicate, all the way across the globe, and now the galaxy. It's basically a web for housing forums and information, and by now it encompasses the collective knowledge of mankind. Samantha hummed in appreciation. It is remarkable, really. You can ask a question, and a program scours the entire archive, millions of results on any topic you can dream of. Science, history, celebrities, entertainment, at your fingertips in seconds. Wow, I can't even understand how humans could build something like that. Research must be so easy for you. We had to scour books to find a single source, and you have millions of encyclopedias thrown in your lap. You have no idea how good you have it, do you? Humans have come a long way from being primitive, I acknowledged. Carlos curled his fist and started to round on me. That was before noticing that the fossil had finished guiding us to the Gojid chamber. My spines bristled, sensing a grave threat in the information housed here. Grappling with the undisguised truth of our omnivory, and possibly seeing our own kind feast on flesh, I wasn't ready for concrete evidence. The knowledge of my ancestry had almost sapped my will to live the first time. Even with my unpaid debt to Earth, I felt disgusted just dwelling on the loathsome facts. My human companions weren't as hesitant as me, skulking into the room. They barked orders using their guns as motivators. Gojids were mixed in with the native staff, and part of me wondered if these were from the Cradle's primitive era. However, the fact that some called out United Nations suggested that they were active conspirators, not captives. I tailed my comrades, sweeping my gun around the room for any threats. Hunter tiptoed after me, apprehensive about our locale. Samantha took the privilege of coercing the staff to lie on the ground. Flexing a tattooed arm in a menacing fashion, Carlos ordered the fossil archivist to guide us to the unlocked domain frame. The conspiracy employee trudged forwards and leaned over the sensor for a retinal scan. Too soon for my liking, we had access to the grand collection. Everything documented at Gojid kind was at my claws. Hunter fell in by my side, an arched and quizzical eyebrow. He didn't understand why I was keeping away from the console, like it burned to the touch. Tyler said we have 1 hour to gather intel, but take your time, Sam hissed. I drew a deep breath and hovered my claw over a series of folders. Carlos procured a drive, starting to download any files he could find. Should I have prevented the human from transcribing this info? At least until I reviewed the contents myself. Nerves hindered my breathing as conscious thoughts diminished.
My mind was in a trance, but I managed to pull up a piece labeled Overview on screen. Welcome, archivist of the future, and congratulations on your promotion. A fossil voiceover thundered over the video feed, and I flinched at the volume. This video will be a brief synopsis of Species 92-A, who go by the name of Gojid. Millions of hours of pre-contact footage are available to be sorted over the years by your intelligent paws. I've compiled examples of key aspects of their culture and a conclusive analysis of their successful conversion. Hunter tilted his head, watching footage of prehistoric Gojid rigging a sailboat. The video scrolled through a series of clay houses and sprawling orchards that didn't look much different from modern day. An overhead image of a village with limited electric lights, completing the narrative. It slowly faded to black, void of narration, and switched to primitive cave artwork of workers tilling fields. The Gojids call their homeworld the Cradle, a name that stems from the local deity, the Great Protector. As their creation myth goes, all of nature was crafted to be the perfect home for their species. The fossil declared on the recording. The land provides, and she heeds the cries against threats and by famine or beast. This has been their predominant religion since the advent of agriculture. Farming doctrine and the faith were spread alongside each other, with the locals claiming the Protector taught them how plants grew. Surveillance video showed Gojid sorting through a forest and gathering up anything they could find. The camera lens zeroed in on a half-eaten carcass, which were thrown onto a cart by the primitives. These filthy members of my kind stopped short of a clearing, ducking into bushes. Splotchy, lean predators with massive fangs were stalking a grazing species and downing as many of the prey as they could. The Gojids are hiding because they saw the predators. That's prey behavior, right? A gunshot rang out, and the Gojids burst from the foliage in reckless abandon. One splotchy predator snarled in pain as a bullet bore into its haunches. The primitive sapiens were stretching their arms out to appear larger and waving their claws around. To my bewilderment, the hunting animals dashed off without their prey. My people drove predators away from a catch with aggression. The Gojids congratulated themselves before collecting the kills. The recording proceeded with an explanation. Gojids are a scavenging species. They allow predators to do the dirty work, then swoop in to obtain the carcasses. Flesh is not a staple of their diet, but rather a pricey treat for occasional consumption. What you must witness is a family of market vendors scrounging for cuts to sell to the upper class. With this being an accepted cultural item, one of status even, it is apparent to us that the cure is needed. The government, locally elected settlement councils, even send out foraging parties during times of hardship. It's endorsed as a method of survival by their very leaders. The footage transitioned to grainy images of starships landing. Then stories plastered in prehistoric newspapers. Creators from another world, they come bearing gifts. The headline read. The front page image showed the priest of the Great Protector in conversation with a Kolshian. I managed to read a bit about the new future for Gojid kind before the feed cut to pro-exterminator pamphlets. My emotions were in turmoil. After seeing my kind scooping up predator food on a film, could I argue that the fossil's gift of the cure wasn't a blessing? Was it that wrong to initiate the proper belief system? Their temperament toward aliens proved non-hostile. Formal education seems too extreme, with how invested Gojids were in nature, convincing them to adopt exterminators. They weren't amenable to the concept. They laughed off our teachings and spurned our ways. Conversion would go on to require decades of gradual effort. Had the Gojids been introduced to the wider galaxy in a hurry, it would have been disastrous. But with the technology we gave them, how could they not come to love us? That was how we got our paws in the door, and it has also let us slip our ideas into their public domain. We mixed the cure with life-saving medicines and spread rumors that it was a judgment from the Protector. Clips of fossil transporting our priests to remote wilderness and beginning excavations played on the main screen. The time-lapse showed days of work, condensed into span of minutes. Hunter and Samantha were both enamored with the landscape, between the jagged fronds of the trees and the sunset orange sands. I was more focused on the tablets the archaeologists were digging up and passing to Gojid observers for examination. Those were the Protector's stones. They were preserved in our planetary museum and cited as its oldest texts. Of course, the priesthood insisted that all of nature was created by their deity for a higher purpose, but after discovering the texts we planted, they did our work for us. Predators were cursed by bloodlust, tarnishing the Protector's creation. They existed to threaten and kill. Her words. Gojits, the chosen, would be punished if they continued down the predator path. Why else would they suddenly be dying from meat consumption? Within decades, we'd wiped all recollection of their scavenger past. I had already grown accustomed to the idea that our religion was falsified by the Federation. Fortunately, I'd never been an adherent of the faith, so it didn't affect me. What was alarming was how easy it had been for them to convince our entire planet that those tablets were legitimate findings. History could be rewritten at their whims, and nobody would remember that it had once been different. Was this distortion of our primary faith necessary? All things considered, the summative montage hadn't been as horrific as I'd imagined. With a single incident captured of carcass collection, perhaps I could pass it off as a single tribe and clear our name. The final piece of the videos were Gojits at Federation summits and patrolling on starships. I reminded myself that these clips were from before the Orcs' discovery, to our knowledge. The military fixtures on the bridge seemed odd and left me wondering if our aggression was that severe as to build war vessels. Why would we need a military? For the exterminators to clear colonies, or for violent purposes? The Gojits had become model Federation members. They completed a slow but smooth transition. Their malleability allowed us to fine-tune their temperament. We worked to elicit fleeing responses to predatory stimuli, of course, but their natural ability to tackle threats and protect their fields from harm made them the ideal military species in a defensive capacity. I paused the video. What? They chose for us to become a powerful species, despite being omnivores. I knew they used the crocodile, but we're not that aggressive. They co-opted your religion, poisoned you through doctors, and that's what you focus on, Hunter grumbled. I don't understand any of what I woke up to, but my head hurts. Samantha wagged a finger. What's with the chit-chat? Finish the video so that we can pack it up. There's only a few seconds left in this prick's monologue, thank heavens. I played the fossil's endnote at the human's request. Due to the Gojir's locations, it's in the Federation's interest to encourage their military growth. They could act as a safeguard to keep species 45G in line, should those nightmares ever find their roots. Having a compliant asset mitigates risks such as aggression spilling over our borders unchecked. Thus, I am grateful they are stuck being 45G's neighbors. I expect Gojits to necessitate little correction, and to fulfill a stabilizing role, perhaps even pacifying the region. Carlos and Samantha looked mystified by the mention of species 45G. I was befuddled too, until I pondered the short list of Gojit neighbors. The Vendel were the weakest race in the galaxy, so it was obviously not them. The Zerillians specialized in healing, which wasn't an aggressive practice. The Dosa couldn't attack a cotton ball with their size. That led to the apparent answer. The fossil must have discovered humanity before Hunter's time, before they'd even discovered the Gojits. Why wasn't that documented in the Terran chamber? Why hadn't cure research begun sooner? That certainly is interesting. Samantha, having not stumbled upon the only answer, waved her gun at the fossil prisoner's face. Who is species 45G? Are they dead? Sorry, but I can't tell you, a staffer croaked. I chewed on my claws. Is it the humans? No. That video is from before the Orcs were discovered, let alone the Terrans. Use some modicum of logic. Give us a straight answer right now. We don't have time for your games. Who is it? Samantha roared. We'll find out eventually, with or without you in one piece. Carlos raised a placating hand. It can't be worse than what you've done to the humans. A little late to start hiding things, don't you think? Just give us a name to put with the 45G designation. Without our history haunting me, I could focus on helping the United Nations pick apart other findings. I checked the progress of the humans' data download, which showed as almost complete. Perhaps the last note could be used to make the Gojits respectable again. This mystery species must be one of the Federation's wiped out, which suggests that Earth wasn't the first planet that they were willing to genocide. It seemed likely nobody had heard of 45G, so we'd have to locate their extinct homeworld. Pushing the focus onto a truly dangerous species might be good. It offers an unknown threat, and the fossil complemented our civility by comparison. The female predator bared her teeth. Why aren't you talking? Name, spit it out! Why don't you ask about something else? The fossil staffer gulped as Samantha fired a bullet right next to his ear. Stevenlu! It's Stevenlu! Shock made my blood run cold, and the humans displayed equal surprise.
Hunter showed no signs of disbelief, but he wasn't familiar with the Vendel reputation. The fossil must be fibbing with his answer, though it was bold to provide an obvious false response at gunpoint. Perhaps it was worth it to investigate what other Terran soldiers found in their greatest ally's archived chamber. End of chapter. Chapter 129. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time January 17th, 2137. The United Nations had multiple operations ongoing, and more threads to keep up with politically. The Dirty and Shield and their various subsidiaries required delicate handling. To the Avians' credit, they were helpful with the rescued cattle from Shazar's sector. Earth also had 31 direct allies to manage diplomatic relations with. The factor causing me the biggest headache, though a human colony within the Mazik's borders had welcomed its first settlers, and 3 extrasolar colonies within Terran space had opened their doors soon after. I was pleased the predators were establishing themselves and expanding in a peaceful manner. However, that rendered the millions of humans residing in Vendel Prime more controversial than ever. After living here for months, several petitioned our offers for citizenship. We weighed the requests with the same criteria for any Federation immigrants. Anti-human dissidents argued that more primates should go to Collier or Leon, the respective Zerulean and Yodel homeworlds. These refugees also had other options available now, they said, between rising new colonies and Earth's welfare having stabilized. To be honest, I didn't think it was a bad idea for Terrans to mix with different alien populaces, like any other species. However, these Vendel critics weren't making proposals out of concern for humanity's countenance. They were alarmed by recent overhauls of Federation institutions. My dreamy plans with Noah fell through because of the political upheaval. The only visit I took to Earth was for the opening of our permanent embassy in Vienna. As much as I'd love to step out of the public spotlight, the alliance I cherished depended on me maintaining power. This is going to be a vicious re-election cycle. I expect my opponent, Velm, to appeal to the voters who don't want binocular eyes on every street corner. For these final 3 months, the campaign is my focus. What is my legacy, Cam? I've served in this office for 3 years, and we've discovered the best friends I could ask for. But it's still early enough for someone to rip it all to shreds. I rue the possibility of a day where we don't lock arms with humanity. I mumbled aloud. The military advisor pinned his ears back. I wouldn't worry. It's a little late to disentangle ourselves, and besides, people are starting to get used to the humans. The Federation consistently polls as less popular than Earth. Besides, sunk cost. We've invested lives into Earth's side of the war, and they breed cattle. Rescues, Glim corrected from the couch. The Vendel rescue was wearing a human scarf over his neck, covering up the brand. After his role in landing in the Dirtian Alliance, it seemed wasteful not to offer him a cabinet position. It was a politically savvy move, too, with Glim being a sympathetic liaison to pro-exterminator's sex. As my campaign advisor, he could travel with me to various cities and remind the populace about the newly liberated souls. Cam picked his ears back. Right. Rescues. Regardless, if Zal flew all the way from Earth to accompany Noah and Sarah, an apolitical human, it's also on the guest list. They must be here to offer their support on the campaign trail. I hope you've decided whether to accept, ma'am. Cheln voiced worry over the optics, campaigning alongside humans. It makes it seem like people are voting for predators or with a vote for me. Political suicide. Did I miss anything? I sighed. Glim tilted his head. Some people won't attend events with humans present, especially in rural areas. It's asking for exterminators to stir up trouble. Thank you for your concerns. You're not wrong. We can't tie our platform to them, but I would feel terrible rejecting their help. They understand politics, so we should outright discuss PR concerns with them. On that note, I am slightly concerned that the new Predator citizens are able to vote. Should they really have a vote and say how we run our planet, it's a way for them to influence our affairs. By that logic, why should a Zerulean or a Crocodile citizen have the right to vote? We're not discriminating by species, Glim. I care about Noah and the Gaians, but they're an extraordinary circumstance which no one fully understands. We haven't engaged with them in peacetime or established special laws accounting for their unique attributes. There is no precedent, nothing to stop them if we're wrong about. A knock echoed against the door, and Glim pressed a paw to his forehead. I called the visitor to enter, watching as the crisply dressed Secretary General Zhao strolled in. His black hair was combed over, and his brown eyes held distinct worry. I'd warmed to the Earth's new leader, but I missed the fatherly aura that Maya invoked. Elias had barely been older than me, yet he projected an air of dignity and wisdom. Sarah acted reserved, finding a seat after a meek greeting. Ambassador Snow's eyes didn't light up like usual, which tipped me off that something was amiss. Perhaps this wasn't a cordial visit. I wondered if something had gone awry in the war effort. This could relate to the cured humans in Maloo. My office received word of the bioweapons use, but I might have underestimated its significance to the Terrans. Racking my brain for other possible culprits, no answers presented themselves. "Hey, Tarva." Noah squeezed himself between Glim and I, pulling me into his embrace for a second. "How are you feeling?" I brought my prosthetic tail to his chin, turning his face towards me. Emotion swirled in the ambassador's pupils, indignant anger that chilled my body. There was also a trace of loss and pity lurking, which I didn't understand. It would be easy to assume that there was a threat against the Vendel, except the human envoy lacked military generals. Besides, the uncertainty in Noah's grimace wasn't how Terrans responded to threats, at least in the past. "What happened? You're looking at me like I have a month left to live," I hissed. The ambassador shared a glance with Sarah. "That's why we both came, to break the news. We thought you deserved to have, your oldest friends here." "Nobody is in danger." Sarah arched her thick eyebrows for emphasis, anticipating the fearful guesses that would pop into my head. "This is about our mission to the Galactic Archives on Tulsk." "I know about that," I offered. "You mentioned attempting to recover anything the fossil hid about prehistoric cultures. Are Vendel omnivores? Is that what this is?" "No. As far as we can tell, no. But we uncovered some shocking information about the Vendel, which, flings every thesis I wrote about your society out of the window." Secretary General Zhao set his eyes on my snout. "Dr. Rosario is correct. This changes everything that's known about your species. Doesn't the way they constantly hammer home that you're the weakest species raise suspicion? Let me tell you, that's propaganda false-fed to you." "You're saying that we weren't always weak," I breathed. "Is this a suggestion that the Vendel should become a military species and trained to behave predatorily? Is this a critique of our emotional culture?" "Not at all, Governor. How you act upon the information I'm about to provide isn't my concern. Humanity will stand beside you no matter what you decide. It deeply saddens us to discover how our friends were oppressed and mistreated. My belief is that the choice of who you wish to be should be yours, not ours, certainly not the Kolshians." Losing yet another chunk of the identity was gut-wrenching. It often felt like the humans were dealing sucker punches in quick succession. Perceived facts, which were infallible from our perspective, crumbled as if they were made of sand. Few institutions were left untouched by the Predator's arrival, mere months after first contact. It wasn't their fault that the Federation's meddling was so pervasive, or that Venlor were blind to such manipulations. Still, it would be more comfortable to stuff my paws over my ears and ignore the latest truths. "That's why there's such a fearsome opposition to the humans. It's hard to market the destruction of every belief that we've ever held." My platform was about to change, and the need to rid ourselves of the Federation's lies, no matter how difficult it was. That meant the full picture of Venlor's past must be dispersed. If the Kolshians committed crimes against my kind, we deserved justice. I managed to give Zhao an ear flick, and he powered up my office's projector. However, General Cam looked skeptical about Vendel not being a meek creatures that we were reputed to be. "I've seen for myself that we are a sensitive species," my military advisor muttered. "Our forces aren't tough. In the heat of battle, we cry or we flee. That's why we need the Federation to defend us. That's why humans defend us now." Noah pursed his lips. "You look angry, Glim. How do you feel about this?" Glim turned his skull on the Predator. "I, for one, believe they could have done anything to us. The Kolshians are evil. Maloo proved they have zero qualms over harming innocent herbivores." "That's the truth," Sarah growled. "It wasn't just the Vendel we learned about. There's records of how they changed every species they came across." Secretary General Zhao cued a video. "Including us. However, this meeting is only about helping our friends. I've had my staff share the entire cache, millions of hours of footage with you, Tava. Every log of a researcher recorded, every aspect of society they pored over, and every action they took against you. It's there. Again, what you do with it is your prerogative. We're here for you. Noah placed a palm over my paw and traced his fingers over the fur in a reassuring patterns. If you want humanity's aid, we'll be happy to lend our resources to recovering your past. We can make detailed lessons of unadulterated history. Okay, just tell me already. The suspense is going to kill me, I grumbled. The Chinese national obliged, playing the video in mournful silence. My eyes soaked in the long-ago recordings of our homeworld. There were a few images of Vendel fights, which the United Nations censored due to their bloody nature. Overhead footage was also captured of my kind fending off large animals, headbutting them with frenzied aggression. Oddly enough, clips existed of predators spotting Vendel isolated in the wilderness and turning to avoid us. Zhao scratched the back of his head. From what we've gathered, the Vendel are genuinely a species that feels emotions more strongly than others. This also entails high impulsivity. You're prone to lash out when feeling angry or threatened. That's just one hypothesis, of course. Sarah jumped in. What's certain is that Venlo was seen engaging in contests of dominance, duels and feuds would break out from perceived insults. Your culture was honor-based. Glim scrunched his ears. Why would anyone see fighting as scrupulous? There's no honor in that. The United Nations does not condone unnecessary violence, so I can't offer a justification, Noah said. In our past, duels were seen as a method of vindication. It was about proving a point and not accepting slights against you. The Secretary General nodded. Aliens could have done it for any reason, and we'll never be able to ask your rationale. Regardless, the same honor-driven ethos is what irked the Federation about the Vendel. Care to explain, Ambassador Williams? Of course. The Federation outstayed their welcome after first contact. Frankly, you knew the changes they made conflicted with all logic. Ancient Vendel were remarkably stubborn in their convictions. They didn't take well to being mellowed. The Vendel were an urgent case to subdue because of your aggression. A fossil researcher referred to you as more temperamental than the crocodile, Sarah finished. The people of this planet thwarted the Federation's attempts at re-education that led to, drastic measures. The human scientist twirled her curls around her finger, and I scanned her closely. She had started to say a name before switching to this planet. Well, I wouldn't prod at this moment. I wasn't going to let that slide off my radar. For now, it was head-spinning enough to hear about traits that were antithetical to modern Vendel's disposition. If the Federation succeeded in breaking our spirit, why would they need to rub our snouts in their newfound weakness? The Kolshians in the fossil fashioned us into the galaxy's laughingstock. Why did the crocodile get to be a military species, and how could we have been more aggressive than a coercive race like them? Zhao resumed his video. Vendel were packed into camps and forced to watch propaganda clips. Federation teachers implemented similar curriculums in their classrooms, targeting the youth with zeal. Subsequent clips were spliced together of our citizens lashing out against the Federation's occupation. Exterminators lost their flamethrowers in wrestling matches, and tussles led to suit punctures that removed incendiary immunity. Burning occupiers ran off with screams, chased by crazed-looking Vendel spewing fuel. That was the first in a chain of chaotic events, which must have infuriated the Federation. One Vendel was shown launching himself several feet and latching his paws around a fossil's head. I noticed that his hind legs were straighter and sturdier than any of ours I'd seen. His face seemed deformed too, even with motion blur. There was little time to focus on those facts, however, as images of alien visitors dragged from cars ensued. Property destruction appeared to be rampant. Wherever the Federation built anything, someone with a stolen flamethrower lit the entire re-education camp ablaze. Noah drew a shaky breath. The fossil assumed that the Vendel would give in after a few years, that the re-education would take hold. But no matter how long they stuck your people in those camps, the second they had a chance to rebel, they did. The Gaussians proposed drastic measures, even floating around glassing your world, the Secretary General explained. They were humiliated by the failure of uplifting process, but instead of annihilation, they eventually elected to impose the ultimate insult on you. They discovered a genetic joint disorder that caused your knees to bend inward, Tava. It negates your ramming power. They also created a defect that prevented your olfactory system from developing, to limit your threat detection abilities and increase your fearfulness.
the feds forcibly dragged every Vendel citizen off for editing and screened the populace to ensure it hadn't missed a single person. They physically modified us. They crippled us, I hissed.
It's their fault the Orcs targeted me. Glim was hysterical, slamming a paw against the couch cushion. His tail was flailing with emotion. If they hadn't made us so weak, the feckin' Greys wouldn't see us as perfect livestock. Maybe I could have outrun the cattle collectors. When they...
Sarah's eyes were moist with pity. I wish I could say that was it. Feds ensured that the re-education effort succeeded by taking every child born following the gene edits to be raised by fossil off-world. That was when they sold you on how the weak you were. Oh, the weakest species in the galaxy. From the day the kids were able to speak, they heard that line.
Fossil also raised the Vendel pups with the rest of the Federation's ideology and provided positive reinforcement for any fear response. Then they had that generation raise their own kids and waited for the natives to die off. The rest is history, the Secretary General rumbled. The pacified Vendel were moved home and told that they were isolated as pups due to a plague.
The Federation saved you.
Noah's voice dripped with a bitter sarcasm, and his scripted round my wrist became vice-like.
Go home to Vendel Prime, a name conjured up by those colonizer bastards.
The authentic name was too violent for a prey species. Authentic name? Cam echoed in a dazed voice. Skullgar. The best translation we could find was World of Death. Perhaps that was early Vendel's experience, or maybe it's gallows humor about your planet's extreme conditions. Even as the humans plainly spelled it out, my mind rejected the novel understanding. Something as scary as our homeworld's title, the place that I was governor of and sworn to protect. Even that was a fabrication to control us. What heartless monster would remove a child from their parents and treat them as a pawn? My visceral outrage was reminiscent of the charged emotions when the tortured Marcel was first wheeled in front of us. I could see my anger mirrored in the predator's clenched fists and the way they leaned forward in their seats.
They took our children, I growled. They took kids away from their mothers. I know the pain of losing a daughter.
Noah massaged my shoulders while scowling at the carpet. You're so strong, Tava. Nobody deserves to suffer what you did with your daughter. And the Federation didn't hesitate to inflict that agony on millions.
The Federation are lying frauds. They mocked us and spit in our faces. They do it to this day. Why?
Zhao issued a bitter chuckle. If I knew that answer, the same thing wouldn't have happened to humanity. You're preaching to the choir on that front. We're not that different. Maybe that's why we get along so well.
The people of Veskalga are owed the truth. Cam, we're releasing everything at my next campaign event. To think the Kolshians treated us and countless others with utter disregard. They deformed us at a genetic level. Who could commit such violation? We'll help you as much or as little as you like. We might be able to reverse their edits, Sarah offered. I understand how personal this is, so if you'd like us to stay out of it, humanity will respect that. Are you kidding? We never would have learned the truth without you. Your soldiers risked their lives to get this information. You are sincere, wonderful friends, and I wouldn't want to face something like this without you. Any suggestions you have, we welcome your input.
The Secretary General tipped his head. Whatever you need and anything I think might help, it's at your disposal. We support the Vendel. Through highs and lows of all of our allies, we personally brought what we discovered to you before any others. Humanity's alliances are little more than a handshake agreement. But with you, I have confidence in our mutual loyalty is unshakable.
Well, I think it's past time our friendship was official. We should unite with a shared venture. That's what the Federation pretended to be. Blast everything you found in the archives to anyone who'll speak to you, and then start your, alliance. The galaxy deserves something better. In my periphery, I observed how the briefing's attendees reacted to my proposal. Noah had turned his focus to searching the Secretary General's expression. My sweet ambassador loved the idea of strengthening Earth's diplomatic ties. Hope flashed in Sarah's eyes, a sign that neither astronaut had abandoned their peaceful intentions. If I was reading Zhao's neutral stare correctly, he'd already thought of extending a United Nations-like organization to allied species on his own. That left the question of whether my advisors saw this as a knee-jerk proposition. The archives relation would lend our goals validity. Still,
Convincing prominent diplomats to commit their governments to a group spearheaded by humans would be difficult. General Cam had snapped out of his trance, signaling agreement with tail language. However, Glim's expression had hardened with skepticism, and for a moment I feared whether the rescue opposed formalizing an alliance with predators. Zhao raised his eyebrows. I would be honored to secure our alliance in an official capacity. My people will reach out to all of our allies, convey the archive's findings, and extend an invitation to a convention. We'll host it in a neutral location and welcome anyone who seeks to join our formalized alliance, whatever its name may be. That's a great idea in theory, but who would be invited to the summit? Glim avoided the predator's gazes as their heads snapped towards him. The Dirty Shield is only using you, and how can you guarantee the Kolshians won't use it as an opportunity to attack you? The Dirty Shield and their allies will be extended the courtesy of an invite, but I'm sure it's a formality. Even if they send a representative, which would surprise me, they have no interest in joining us. As for security, we can direct the guests to a handoff site and keep the true location unknown beforehand. They'll be escorted straight from the relay point to the summit. I love the idea of us addressing and wooing potential friends for more than the 5 minutes I got an offer. But does that plan work for you, Tava? Noah growled softly. I flicked my ears in agreement, though a knot of anger still churned my stomach. The anguish inflicted upon the Vendel was inexcusable, but at least it functioned to bring us closer to our friends, the humans. Assuming Earth triumphed in the war, we could lay the groundwork for genuine harmony. The Predators could deliver what the Kolshians pretended to seek in their mission statement. End of chapter. Chapter 130. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 31st, 2137. Weeks had passed from our fateful venture to the archives. A central member of the conspiracy had fallen with little more than a whisper, weakened by the Arxor raid that rattled them post-Earth. I was now contemplating the Predator's chosen punishment for the far soul. My time on the bridge during its enactment and the surrounding events were a blur. It was fair to say that I was distracted by the pre-FTL humans traveling on our vessel, along with the shocking revelations about the Vendel. I couldn't picture the mewling Vendel as a volatile creatures caught in film, butting heads and brimming with ferocity. The Terrans had met the perfect race to be a warrior buddies, yet nobody realized it till now. Thinking back, the differences in Slanek's behavior was night and day, from his time on the ship to our encounter on Silas. Marcel's silver-grey friend had grown a spine. The Predators could dredge that volatile temperament back up, stirring emotions long forgotten. My therapist listened to my recounting of events via video log, an occasional surprise flash across her face. Dr. Bari wound up working with other Predator disease patients besides myself on alien worlds after learning of our mental practices. I was relieved to have someone to talk to about what we found on Tulsk and the perceived fairness of the punishment that Terrans meted out. True to my word, I had gifted the meatiest revelations to Selene as soon as we reached the ship. We rushed out of the archives, 22 additional civilians in tow. There's no telling if you'll meet resistance or what's happened above world. Focus on the task at hand, they tell us. All that, I sighed. Let's gloss right over the humans from 200 years ago being preserved in an icebox. Though I might circle back to some questions for you. My point is, we surface and establish communications. I was thrilled to not be trapped within the water. UN Command had ordered us to return to our submarine. It wasn't clear then why no fossil were waiting for us, or whether they'd attempt to pick off departing vessels. Aerosub shuttles had been prepped to rejoin the space fleet, and the crew had been loaded off one craft at a time. It ended up as a cramped voyage, with 4 additional bodies to squeeze inside our transport. Hunter had grown morose, perhaps with the full brunt of the shock hitting him. The young Predator hardly looked around as we scaled the atmosphere, though there'd been a flash of awe when we could survey the planet's breadth. Hunter must feel the way I'm feeling, but tenfold worse, learning that aliens exist, waking up from home, and having proper technology thrown in your face. Not to mention that he lost everything that mattered to him. Sorry for the dramatic pause, Doc. Just talking it through my head, anyhow. We flew back up without incident. Locals didn't come for us, and I was worried the moon did some serious damage. I chewed at my claws as I continued, still struggling to believe the archive's discoveries.
Yeah, the UN dislodged a fecking moon. I was briefed on what happened when we got back to the ship. The fossil used some serious firepower to break it up into tiny pieces. The therapist's binocular eyes bore into me. So this, falling satellite burned up in the atmosphere. Took a concentrated effort, but they stopped it. You humans assumed that they'd be able to smash it up in the time that the fossil were hurling missiles and ships at the unexpected meteorite. The Terran military established itself in orbital formation around Tusk, weapons primed, demanding unconditional surrender. That's how we got off-world without a hitch. The humans' ultimatum had been explicit. For the generations of suffering inflicted on trillions of sapiens, the fossil states could no longer be allowed to exist. The leadership had the choice to surrender the entire planet to the Predator's mercy, or to face certain annihilation via orbital bombardment. The fossil elders had a day to discuss the proposition. Additionally, any aggressive actions towards military would nullify the countdown. Unlike the Crocottle's infamous self-sacrifice, Terrans wagered that Tusk would elect for self-preservation. I didn't know how the humans could have that manpower for another ground occupation. Two vassal states already presented a tremendous strain on their resources. Our ascent back to the ship went unchallenged, as the fossil fleet had stood down, awaiting deliberations. It was clear from the Farhull and Silas that the United Nations allowed surrendering states to survive. The enemy could anticipate that they'd be unharmed. Our crew stayed on duty in case of an attack, until official word came down. The objectives of our ship's mission had changed, with a sudden need to return rescued civilians to Earth. Once task was handled, it was likely we'd ferry the reawakened predators home. Cryogenically frozen members of other species had been recovered too, but only the Federation's additions from recent centuries. The supply of ancient races like Gojits, Vendel, and Crocottle was long since expended. I felt like there was something Terrans were omitting from that list. My thoughts again shifted to Hunter, wondering how the brown-haired human was doing. The civilians had been confined to a specific wing of crew quarters, reserved for diplomatic envoys or unexpected additions. Captain Monahan hadn't wanted the primitives disrupting military activities while we were occupying hostile territory. I thought that was a wise decision. Having Onzo gawking at basic machines was enough. Dr. Bari cleared her throat, Vendel primed to Sovlin. I can't let you retreat into your head and get swept away in your thoughts. Let's focus on what happened. What was the fossil's response to the demands? The United Nations terms were accepted, I murmured. I didn't know what we had in store for them, but it was laden with conditions. The elders and high-ranking leaders were to surrender, so that they could be brought to Earth for trial along with captured archivists. I was surprised that all but 2 elders turned themselves in. Those 2 were found in the offices with, the self-inflicted demise per recon drones. What else was asked of the fossil? I don't imagine that was it. The United Nations sent transports to collect all predator disease patients, political prisoners and dissenters, and foreign diplomats or visitors. I didn't understand what we were doing, but even with local assistance, it took days to round up everyone we wanted. A few of the parties were allocated to our ship, actually, and stowed in a separate wing from the primitives, outdated humans. A stern breath seeped from her lips. Erase the word primitive from your vocabulary. It's demeaning and unhelpful. Sorry, Doctor. My point is, Terrans wanted to retrieve everyone they deemed innocent off-world, because they didn't intend for anyone else to leave Tusk again. How so? My eyes rolled back in my head as I recalled the scene in the viewport. The UN fleet had moved a number of useless objects into Tusk's orbit and caused them to either disintegrate or collide with artificial satellites. The humans hadn't been satisfied with resulting debris field, so they lugged more space junk into the planet's vicinity. Carlos referred to the concept as a Kessler syndrome, and Onzo chimed in that cascading collisions would continue for centuries. It was a self-sustaining chain that would only worsen with time. That was when the Terrans proclaimed their terms, with the righteous indignation that only they could muster. The fossil lost their right to roam the stars, with their revocation of autonomy for other races and their cultural genocide of hundreds of worlds. The Predators intended for no ship to leave Tusk again, and thus rendered spaceflight impossible. These conspirators would be confined to their own world, imprisoned by a tomb of debris indefinitely. The UN shot down a bunch of satellites, creating an impenetrable cloud of trash, sealing the world's inhabitants in. I shudder, thinking how humans even dreamed up such a consequence. My spine laid flat, despite my unease. It was becoming normal to witness how devious the Predators could be.
We left nothing to chance. FTL disruptors were set up in the world's bounds, multiple in case one failed. UN ships would patrol the system in case the fossil ever tried to launch anything or cleanse their orbit.
I presume existing weapons were accounted for.
Military installations on Tusk were destroyed before we created the cage. Orbital defense stations were surrendered to the jurisdiction of the UN to be used or salvaged as we desire. The Elders ordered the colonies and their forces to stand down. Compliance with the Terrans Roundup was mandatory on the homeworld. Just like that, a founding member of the Federation is no longer spacefaring. Depending on humanity's wishes, they might not ever be again.
How do you feel about that, Sovlin?
Well, Carlos tried to tell Sam there's innocent civilians that got caught in the crossfire. Sam said that they took the ones who stood up for you, the dissenters, and the fellow victims, and the others should be grateful that they were allowed to continue living. Something along those lines.
I asked how you feel.
It's complicated. When I talked with Selene, we remembered giving Sam a hard time about humans-animal testing. I felt sick at the thought of using a creature as a toy, even for medicinal purposes. After meeting Hunter, I'm coming to realize that you were never savage monsters, living solely for carnage. So the fossil did testing, experiments on genuine sapiens without any healing purpose in mind. Stopping your predation isn't noble enough to justify it.
If I'm understanding you, it follows that you are now unsure the experimentation on Gojits was justified.
I despise my ancestry, yet I can't imagine how I'd feel in Hunter's paws. Did ancient humans really have to name their kid Hunter, by the way?
Their name still exists, Sovlin. You have to ask why his parents specifically felt drawn to it, but I imagine it was a wild, adventurous appeal.
I'm just saying that it is comically predatory. Holy protector. Anyway, Tusk's fate is unlike anything that has ever occurred, but I think the punishment is fair. The fossil species will go on, untampered with, and that's more than you can say for the rest of us.
The human therapist didn't mask her pleasure, hearing me frame meddling in a species' affairs as negative. Her sharp eyes dialed in on me, and she palmed her ebony chin. I could feel her pupils through the screen, tugging at what else was on my mind out of me. That was a simple quandary. After we left fossil territory, the ancient humans were allowed to leave their quarters. However, we would be arriving at Earth soon, and I hadn't seen Hunter throughout the return journey.
Despite him being a primitive predator, I can't help but think of him as a kid that I'm worried about. Perhaps he wants time to himself, so I don't know if I should try visit. Hunter hasn't left his room, not even for mealtimes. I lean back in my chair, fidgeting with concern. The UN leaves care packages outside the guest stalls, and those have disappeared, so I know he's handling his basic needs. I don't know how he'd feel about me barging in, or even if I'd be helpful. Maybe someone like Onza would be better. You know, since they both grew up without technology, and the Yodel is even more primitive than him.
The psychologist issued a sharp cough and leveled a forceful stare at my skull. Sovlin?
Oh, for fuck's sakes, how much can you really expect of me? Just let me finish. The Uplift has his own cryopod human, and it's been running her ear off instead of me, which is good. I'm glad to have a break from him, but that means Hunter is my responsibility. I don't know what to do, and I don't want to ask anyone else. Does he want to talk? Do I help him out during our shore leave on Earth?
Hunter must be extremely lonely and confused. I'd be happy to fit him into my schedule if that was something he wanted down the road. What a unique set of circumstances. Why don't you knock on his door and ask if you'd like to speak with you? That's the quickest way to find out whether he wants space, and how deep of a rut he's in.
Okay, then what?
From there, assuming he's receptive to your presence, you can offer to bring him up to speed on Earth and modern amenities. Do not thumb your nose at him or talk down to him. That's the least helpful attitude you can have. Be kind. Listen.
Those are not my specialties.
You are a good father to Hania, Sovlin, and a good teacher to Rissel. You know how to be supportive, and you know how to be a mentor.
You're right. Thank you.
Of course. Our time is up, but please, reach out if Hunter is in a crisis. Go speak with him.
Will do. Take care, Doctor.
The human terminated the video call, and I hopped out of my chair without hesitation.
Procrastinating wouldn't make it any easier to reach out to Hunter. I'd fret over the ancient predator's wishes, regardless of when I took this first step. When he first woke up from the pod, I'd promised to do anything I could to help, despite my cluelessness on how to accomplish that. It was my responsibility, as a representative of the UN, to coax him to adapt. Even if it wasn't my job, I'd pity the ordeal he's been through. Maybe I can find more small steps for him to take. Once we land on Earth, I can try be his friend. After my lengthy stint on board the ship, it was no challenge to find my way around. I could discern which humans were primitive civilians, and which ones were military crew by who paid me any attention. Most ancients weren't quite used to aliens walking around yet. The designated courses were tucked near the rear of the ship, with little to offer in the way of luxury. My gaze landed on an unassuming door, which was assigned to Hunter. I drew a nervous breath, and rapped my claws against the frame. "Hunter! Sovereign!" I called out. "I don't mean to bother you, or invade your privacy, but it's been a while, and I wanted to see if you're all right. I can go away if you—" The door swung open, and a disheveled Hunter blinked red, puffy eyes. The human pressed a hand to the frame, leaning his body weight forward. I could see him wiping snot from his nose with his other. Scruff had taken up residence on his chin, a sign that he'd abandoned his grooming habits. Behind him, I could see a deep indentation of the twin-sized mattresses that suggested that he'd hardly left his bed. Hunter cleared his throat before speaking in a voice scratchy from disuse. "Hey, we're almost home to Earth, a few hours away. Yeah, cool, I guess. I was worried about you. I looked for you in the mess hall and the rec room, but never saw you. I assumed that you wanted to be alone." "I just don't have much energy, man. It all hit me like a freight train, and I miss everyone so much it hurts. Didn't even get to say goodbye. Going home is a daunting prospect. There's a war with literal aliens, and I have pretty much nothing to live for. When you think about it, and I thought about it. I had my whole life ahead of me, mapped out and doing stuff I loved. But now, it's just a question mark. Fuck that. Find a way to do the stuff you loved. What if you tell me about your past, about you, and I'll help you wade into the scary future. I promised I'd do what I could, and I meant it. I don't know how I'm supposed to have fun anymore. Then my mission is to make you smile. Just so you know, teeth-baring is a sign of aggression from every species but yours. A lot of people saw it as a sign that humans were hostile." Hunter couldn't help but grin at the absurdity. "You've got to be kidding me." "There's the smile. Not kidding, though. I don't exactly do jokes, so sovereign comedy won't be on your itinerary. What do you say about seeing your homeworld from the bridge and getting a tour of the ship? My human friends told me at your time not very many people saw Earth from space. The grandness of it all is magical. You can be one of the earliest people to witness it, sort of." "Okay. I don't see why not. Stretch my legs, at least." I grabbed the human's hand, pulling him down the hallway. That action seemed to take him by surprise, and earned stares from passing crew. Hunter couldn't have the opportunity to withdraw back to his room. He needed a push to adjust to his new circumstances, and to witness the novel, beautiful things surrounding him. Life returned to his amber gaze as we hustled through the ship passageways. I released his palm at the bridge and gestured with a sweep of my paw towards the viewport. FTL travel was done in staggered, pre-approved increments within the Sol system, as a wide berth was considered restrictive space since Earth's attack. This time, Hunter took a good look at the starry night sky and the outer planets, icy rings surrounding a dust-colored world, and massive giant that we passed by. The ancient human released a shrill noise, which I'd learned was a whistle. On task, he'd been too dispirited to appreciate orbital bodies. Now, he could witness the striking majesty of this native Sol's great expanse. I passed the captain's chair, currently unoccupied, and approached the viewport. Wonder lit up in the predator's amber gaze. Hunter followed me closer to the screen. He reached out a hand as if he felt he could touch the planet. Moisture saturated his reddened eyes, and he dropped his arm back to his side in a wordless awe. I drifted my claws across the abyssal blackness on the display, pointing to a faint blue dot. "That's your home, a tiny beacon in a dark universe," I breathed. Hunter poured these tears away. "There's no place like it." I stood next to the human as we peered out at the Sol system's contents. With the success of my stargazing idea, it seemed more plausible that I could help the misplaced predator. Once we arrived at Earth, I could fulfill my promise to help him navigate the staggering changes that had transpired. My mission was teaching one Terran about his people's achievements in the past centuries and guiding him through the current landscape of his homeworld. A lot had changed since Hunter was lost on his planet, but I was determined that we'd tackle the present reality together. End of chapter. Chapter 131. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, February 1st, 2137. Tyler Cortana solved our logistical issue with a plan to show Hunter around Earth. He invited us to lodge at his apartment in Columbus. The blonde officer was slated to handle some interrogations of the archive's personnel during the days, but otherwise was free for shore leave like the rest of us. Oddly, Marcel's friend was non-specific about the specifics of those questioning sessions. Yet again, I got the impression there was something I didn't know about the people taken from the base. Tyler only stated that it was better the less I was made aware of. If the humans were torturing fossil staff, I couldn't blame them for succumbing to fury. Earth couldn't afford negative public relations now, though, from what I've heard. Rumblings reaching my ears as we departed Monaghan's ship that the United Nations was planning on a massive diplomatic convention. Vendel Prime was especially shaken by the news that the Federation had performed drastic alterations on them, and the issue had taken front and center in their election. I wondered if these discoveries would be what toppled the Kolshian fossil conspiracy for good. The fossil won't be around on the galactic stage anymore regardless. They're banished to their homeworld for the foreseeable future, the duration of the war at the minimum. After a rough night's sleep on a water mattress, I awoke to the sound of a slamming fridge door. Hunter was already awake and Tyler was showing him the icebox's contents. Did ancient Terrans have the concept of freezing food, or did they worry about spoilage at all? With the fresh prey available for consumption, it would become evident quite soon how advanced or not the 1960s human was. I wished again that the Yodel, Tyler's exchange partner, was here to manage the primitive-minded aspects of the stay on Earth. Everyone likes mac and cheese. See, I can cook. Officer Cardona strode over to a microwave and popped the door open. He then fumbled with the packaging box, sliding a small carton out. That work for you, Hunter? The ancient predator squinted at the box, staring at the ice crystals within. You eat this cold? Oh crap, is that one of those fancy microwave things? I heard those irradiate your food and take out all the nutrients out. Hell, I even heard the Soviets use it for mind control. Don't be ridiculous, I chimed in. It eats up water molecules. It's basic science. It's like putting nuclear fallout in your food. The radiation isn't ionized. And mind control. Well, your people Tyler coughed before sliding the tray into the microwave. Let me just punch a few buttons. It's perfectly safe, I promise. We've had hundreds of years to see if it's not, you know. Exactly. Regardless, why would humans ever think something so crazy and unfounded? Says the one raised in the Federation. Ouch, Tyler. You're comparing Dosa to Mazix there. It was a different time. Humans had less refined views on many things. Like the captain told you. We had enough nukes pointed at each other to end civilization in one go. Isn't that right, Hunter? The brown-haired primate nodded. Yeah, you see, the Soviets want to destroy democracy itself. They'd like it if we were all communists. When I was in school, we did drills of nuclear attacks, and the teachers had us hide under our desks. I couldn't avoid gaping in horror as a mental image materialized. Had humans really taught their children that they could be irradiated at any time, the way the Federation did with predator attacks? The rhetoric would soon sound paranoid and unhinged if there hadn't been a very real threat of nuclear annihilation. I couldn't imagine living in a world where the possibility of self-inflicted extinction loomed over their heads. What was the point of hiding under a desk against an atomic bomb? Furthermore, the translator took its time chewing on the first part of what Hunter said before conveying communism as a classless society. It wasn't evident to me what that had to do with democracy, but Hunter spat the term with disgust. Carlos's words from back at Silas about not viewing others as people rang in my ears. Perhaps this nuclear standoff originated from an ideological rift. It sounded like the Soviet tribe, a name I'd never heard before, were viewed as an enemy in Hunter's territory. What's bad about a classless society? I queried. Wouldn't equality be a good thing? The microwave dinged, but Hunter's eyes were boring into my skull. Oh, feck! Are the aliens commies? Did the Soviets win? Why didn't they try hard enough to sniff them out? Crap! They'd kill me for criticizing them at all. Lay it on me, Sovlin. I didn't know Earthlings killed people for free speech. I have no idea who these Soviet people are, and I have no equivalent for the word communism. From what my translator says, it sounds like an unattainable ideal. If ancient humans knew how to have everyone get by, I'm all ears. I joined our military to provide for my family. It was well-paying, respectable career.
Sovlin, most countries today have lax laws on speech, and you won't be taken to a handful that don't. Tyler placed the steaming food by Hunter, handing him a plastic fork. You can say whatever you like about humans and our governments. It's considered a basic right. Hunter pushed waxy yellow food around in his silverware. You've never heard of the Soviets? Sovlin has no reason to know of them. The Soviet Union collapsed at the end of the 20th century, broke into several independent countries. That's righteous. And now that I think about it, the Aussie called me a Yank, so USA still exists. Correct? Unreal. I was surprised you let the chick carry a gun. She sure didn't act very ladylike. Must be distracting, having eye candy around on the battlefield. The tongue on that one seemed like a shrew. I flinched with surprise, hearing such objectifying and belittling remarks from the primitive predator. The blonde human looked appalled, and his eyebrows arched up in disgust. Officers could turn his fists clenched and unclenched, while his teeth-baring seemed like the unfriendly kind. Reading between the lines, I could sense that ancient Terrans didn't believe females belonged in certain professions. It also sounded like Sam's speech patterns didn't align with the passivity Hunter viewed as fitting. Did the males see themselves as better, due to the higher propensity towards physical strength? Maybe Earth truly wasn't a charitable society when we observed them. The fuck did you just say? Tyler hissed. Hunter chewed on a mouthful of food. What? I mean, it's bonkers. They're the fairest sex. Pretty girl like that belongs at home, not fighting aliens on another planet. Look, I know that was the prevailing thought in your times, but you better drop the idea quick. You're going to get some teeth knocked out if you don't. If Sam's capable of doing the job and willing to take the risks, why shouldn't she serve? It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. Everyone has an equal chance to prove themselves nowadays. You're getting hot under the collar there. I only wanted to protect women, was polite to her, and when she was around, I didn't mean for you to come unglued or anything. Like I told Sovlin, I don't belong here. Clearly, culture isn't the same. You call denigrating half of humanity cultural? I growled. Tyler palmed his head. Tolerance is part of what I meant about less refined views. It's no different from you calling us predators and your insults towards Onso. It's not an excuse, but I don't think Hunter knows better. Stems from the place of ignorance. There must have been recent changes in humans as a species after all, so I gleaned some insight into how the Federation could frame pre-FTL Earth as an uncivilized world. Perhaps Hunter had some problematic views from his upbringing, though I didn't imagine that it could be that difficult to show him the errors of his thinking. There were some positives in notions that he espoused, such as democracy and the right to critical speech. On a separate note, Tyler's arguments about my predatory hatred being similar fell flat. That was related to personal trauma. Why would anyone else cling to biases when shown the flaws in their thought, especially a primitive waking up? Hunter should realize that he has to catch up with more enlightened minds. Hunter abandoned his half-eaten meal and padded over to the couch with a frustrated look. He cradled his head in his hands, breathing a flustered sigh. The human snatched the remote, but looked confused by the sea of buttons on the touch interface. He set it back on the coffee table, wringing his hands in frustration. Tears welled in his eyes, which I suspected was his overwhelming dread of returning. I found myself a spot next to him and picked up the remote. I'm not going to make it a day here, Hunter groaned. My opinions seem to be an issue. I switched on the streaming services. Oh, have I ever been there? I'm still there. It's hard to know that there's a problem with your thinking, but it's how you were taught. If you're open-minded and you try to be kind, it'll all work out. Tyler thinks I'm ignorant. Let's drop the subject and revisit how societal norms have changed later. Why don't you tell me about what you were studying in school? I was getting an economics degree. First person in my family to go to college. Didn't want to work on the farm forever. Studying the markets and managing finances, the ebb and flow of the entire system. I enjoyed it. Your turn. Why did you wind up joining humanity's cause after your planet's fall? I did terrible things fighting against Earth because I hated predators and wanted you to suffer. I turned myself in when I realized that you were genuine people. What terrible things did you do? Like, Hitler stuff? Like, who? Wait, I heard that name when the Koth abomination was talking about the Orcs' prophet. A ruthless, murderous despot, Sovlin, a name spoken with disgust on Earth to this day, Tyler chimed in. Both of you shouldn't ask about topics that'll cause only anguish. Hunter narrowed his eyes. Was Sovlin actually like that? No, he tortured a POW. I'm not making excuses for him, but Marcel, the victim, agrees that Sovlin has suffered immensely for his acts. and wants him forgiven. Wow. Honestly, knowing his background, I was expecting something a lot worse. Next question. What are those rectangular graphics you're cycling through on the TV? I glanced down at my paw, realizing that I was skimming through the human's media collection on autopilot. The fact that Hunter glossed right over my crimes made me wonder what the metrics for evil were back in his times. From what Tyler said in past comparisons to Orcs figures, it stood to reason that Earth was once home to predators of unfathomable cruelty. Most Terrans possessed even-keeled dispositions and were emotional creatures, but the savage outliers could gain power then. Laws and morals weren't as stringent on societal scale, or so I was beginning to gather. This is a streaming service. That's where that video stream phrase comes from earlier. It has a collection of movies and shows that you browse, I explained. Hunter's eyes widened. And you can watch any of them. There's hundreds of them. Thousands, more like. Every film known to man is on one subscription service or another. Tyler moseyed over from the kitchen, gnawing on a breakfast bar. He'd plopped himself into a reclining chair. Stop and start it at your leisure. Binge watch an entire TV season if you want. No ads on the full tiers. Cable hasn't existed for over 50 years. That's unreal. You have unlimited constant entertainment. The pictures on those, movie reels look so clear too. We had 3 TV channels, and you watched whatever was on. Prime time was just switched fully to color this year. What was this year for me? Are you saying your television wasn't in color? I asked in bewilderment. How do you have visual show without using any colors? Was it just an audio show, like a podcast? Oh, a what? Is podcast like radio? Tyler jumped in. Yes, but it's accessed by episode at leisure. And Sovlin, TV in its early days was in black and white, monochrome, if you know that word. I see, I breathed. I never heard of such primitive visual medium. Well, why don't we pick out a movie? You just passed Satellite Wars with Manny Griffith. I love that movie. We can give you a Hunter a history crash course. Mimicking a human shrug, I clicked the title Tyler mentioned. Studio introduction gave way to a burning fire before the camera panned up to a missile slamming into power station smokestacks. Screams were echoing through the air as panicked actors ran across the screen. The camera cut to the predator that I vaguely recognized from the Escape from the Cradle promos, who had a panicked look on his binocular eyes. Dirt and grime was smeared across his oily skin. Holy shit! Why would they show what's basically a raid in such vivid detail? You can see the missiles hit. The lead actor, likely Manny Griffin, was helping a half-conscious human limp along. Orange light detonated behind him, and the 2 primates went flying. The camera dropped to the ground, turning blurry as a ringing sound echoed through the speakers. My spines were bristling from the intensity of the scene. The fog cleared from the lens, showing Terran hands fumbling to get up. The shot followed Manny, who was calling out the missing comrade's name. The human's eyes white suddenly became glaring. It was a look of primal horror before he skidded over to a shrapnel pile. I shrieked, realizing the actor was kneeling by a bloody corpse. The violence was graphic and uncensored, photorealistic even. A pole punctured through the fallen primate's heart, and a purple-red liquid soaked through his white shirt. I averted my eyes, trying not to throw up, while Manny issued a despairing wail on screen. Oh my! They actually showed the injury! Hunter was gasping at the gory sight as well, despite suddenly being from a more violent Earth than Tyler. That looks real. That's, worse than Psycho. I kept my gaze on the floor. That is a sick thing to show the audiences. In the opening scene, no less. They didn't show blood in your time, Hunter. Not many did. It was pretty taboo. Brutality shouldn't be depicted in detail. Tyler paused the movie, scratching his scalp. Maybe this was a bad idea. This is about the human cost of the Sat Wars, so there's a lot of stuff getting destroyed in chaos. I see why you humans censor your movies around us, I grumbled. I can't believe an ancient Terran has a better take on immortalizing brutality than you. Though I shouldn't be surprised when you play games about shooting other humans. He does what? Hunter demanded. Man, what is going on with you? Are you a serial killer? To even call that a game? The blonde Terran snorted. For fuck's sakes, I feel like I'm talking to Sovlin. It's adrenaline, a power fantasy, and it's normal pastime nowadays. Please tell me you're joking. This planet is nothing like the one I left. There's no wading into the future. It's more having an ocean of madness dropped on my head. Hunter had his nose scrunched in disgust, though this time
I agreed with his input. The display of violence modern Terrans treated as entertainment was revolting. The primitive primate stalked off to the guest room, and Tyler watched him leave. So far, I'd failed in my promise to help his out-of-time predator integrate with his homeworld. I'd only learned disturbing things about his time period and views, yet Officer Cardona still managed to surpass Hunter's violence tolerance. Humans are exhausting. How can one species be such an enigma and have such an intensive collection of sordid oddities? Hunter's response to the bloodshed afforded a definitive answer to his thoughts on violence and willingness to perpetrate it himself in a bind. He would have gotten sick boarding the cattle ship back at the cradle, just as Carlos had. Despite understanding his background worldview better now, I had no idea how to help him adjust to the norms of a modern era. Whatever the reawakened terror said, this was only wading into Earth's offerings. There were greater extremes on the scale of both technology and entertainment that we saw today. "We haven't even introduced him to every alien species and the history of the galaxy yet," I remarked to Tyler. "We haven't tried to locate his current relatives. From the stuff in your apartment alone, he's having a reaction to just about everything." The blonde human sighed. Yeah, just about everything has changed. The hand of progress moves things forward, you know. You and I would be lost 150 years into the future, too. Forget the future. I'm lost in the present. Hey, you're not alone in that. It's hard thinking for yourself, but you're part of the whole hand of progress now. 150 years from now, I want us to still be here, and the Colchians to not. You and me both. We'll have to see what comes with your hush-hush diplomatic convention. Maybe the archives will change things. I don't know much, man. I'm sure it'll broadcast back home when it goes down. Some alien hotshots are coming into town, and the UN silence is more about figuring out how to sell it to humanity first crowd. The truth about uplifting shit has all of our allies rattled, though, so we gotta seize the day. The Venlil must be losing their minds. I wonder how Slanek is doing. Tyler's eyes darkened. I know the answer to that. It's not my business to say more, but Slanek isn't well. Not to mention, the Battle of Malu is still ongoing. Deadlock. That declaration made my heart sink as I recalled how angry Marcel's exchange partner had been after my appearance. The Venlil had been through tremendous trauma, bouncing between grueling battlefields and watching a friend's torture. Part of whatever was hurting him was my fault. The new revelations about Venlil kind could have been the stressor that tipped the scale and lent to a full-on breakdown. There was nothing I could do to help Slanek and Marcel, however. I had to focus on the person that I could still make a positive impact for. There had to be options available to aid Hunter in fitting in and learning the proper etiquette of our time. Humans were fundamentally different on all those years ago, in some ways. Good traits worth salvaging existed within him nonetheless, so I wasn't going to write him off as a savage predator yet. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Issav, Orcs or Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, February 2nd, 2137. The insurgency landed some major gains against Bantament, after successful plots with infiltrators on risks. Improvised explosives targeted shipyards, government buildings, and military barracks, with human intelligence disseminating ways to homebrew such munitions. It took several detonations for Orcs officials to catch on to the package bomb tactics, which flattened a few officers. One took out a wing of the prophet-descendant Gisnel's palace, though, unfortunately, the government's head wasn't around. My job was selecting which ships to assign to liberate cattle from various sectors. Of course, the last thing I wanted was for the Orcs or populace to starve. However, if betterment failed to fill the citizenry's stomach anymore, and the rebellion was teeming with food, it pushed more recruits into our arms. Risking our lives to rescue prey was not something I would have dreamt up on my own volition, but I was trying to entice the UN to see us as honorable allies. Blowing thousands of herbivores out of the sky to liberate them would earn a disapproving nod from Zhao's people, so we turned to piracy tactics instead. Successful missions led to my people returning cattle, with no demands made, to a Terran subsidiary. The rescued herbivores must have been confused to see Orcs in a gunfight amongst themselves, and then handing them off to a free society. We received a warm reception as we docked in the humans' world. I didn't know that the primates had the manpower to attend to rescues, but they would find some place for the livestock. After those positive deeds, we talked the Earthlings into providing air support. when we offered to raid a cattle world in the Mazix sector. Zhao is still leery of taking on the Dominion, especially since Gisnell is targeting my faction rather than Earth. Supposedly, the Battle of Maloo had mixed results, a stalemate in the kindest interpretation. I don't know how humanity can hope to take offer, let alone risks. Our task was to survive and create chaos, for as long as was necessary. The downfall of the Dominion wasn't going to happen overnight. Still, it was rejuvenating not to have to perform cruel actions to retain my title, and to see other defectives living open lives. The clips of United Nations forwarded from the archives validated that empathetic dispositions were once common, before betterment began culling weak individuals. Riss touted a number of creative talents and ethical camps. Selecting for violence and aggression weeded out the vibrant emotions that we once possessed. While we were a solitary species, we aspired to higher ideals. Riss had been excited to learn from alien cultures, and the fossil narrators seemed confused about whether our peace offer was ever genuine. Immense sorrow crashed down on me, realizing what our race once was. Perhaps we could be sophisticated sapiens, devoted to reason and honor once more. Zhao vaguely mentioned an additional archives discovery pertaining to Riss's past, but claimed that he hadn't decided what to do with it yet. I wasn't sure what to make of that statement. The Secretary General promised to explain the missing tidbit down the line, so in the interest of placating humanity, I opted to not push for answers. If it was vital to the war efforts, the information would have been passed along with the initial package.
Good morning, Lisa. Isif, please provide your daily. You were right about everything Oleg's statement.
The conspiracy theorist human bore a sickly sweet grin, and I wished I could smack a smug expression off his face with my tail.
I guess the Federation abducting humans wasn't that crazy. Now, was it?
Lisa huffed in irritation.
It's been weeks since the archives raid. Are you going to bring this up every day? How many times do you need us to stroke your ego?
You told me every day that I'm crazy and detached from reality, so I expected an equal number of acknowledgments on how wrong you were, even after I was spot on about the feds being gene probing on our own lot. Nobody thought, hey, maybe Oleg's onto something. They'd do it to us too.
A broken clock is right twice a day, so you've been right twice, and you're still a broken clock. I'm still waiting for the death rate predictions to pan out.
Well, that's different.
Human institutions are better at covering up conspiracies, so you gotta look at the facts. Follow the money.
You're insufferable, I jumped in. What do you get out of all of this baseless speculation, leaf licker?
Valra twitched her whiskers. Oleg doesn't trust people. Can I tell Siffy why?
I guess, the human grumbled.
His parents were pronounced as dead in a car crash, but he never got to see the bodies. They were reporters. He thinks the government, his or otherwise, they then disappear. I kinda thought that they were abducted by aliens, but it doesn't seem like the Feddies visited Earth recently, so that leaves human players. You see, the elites just want to keep power, and they do that by ensuring that we mindlessly consume and follow their narratives. The game is rigged from the start, but they want us to keep playing.
Lisa pursed her lips. Oleg, I don't know how to say this, but did you ever think that the bodies weren't fit for burial? That, they didn't recover them intact? Your relatives might have kept that knowledge from you. The relatives who wouldn't take me in and sent me to a group home, yes, those people definitely had my best interests at heart.
Maybe the bodies were burned, Balra offered. I had a classmate who got killed in a predator attack on a school property. The exterminators torched the defiled body and the entire building.
The humans and I stared at the doser with the same amount of bewilderment processing her story. What predator managed to sneak into an urbanized children's facility? Why did the prey creatures insist on burning anything that was so much looked at a predator? It wasn't clear what happened to Oleg's parents, but I could guarantee that the leaf-licking primates wouldn't do something so moronic. Granted, corpses could be vectors for disease transmission, but this hardly sounded like an issue of public health. I thought the empathic creatures mourned their loved ones in ritualistic fashion. That doser's parents would accept the exterminators burning the remains of their child.
We don't do that. Lisa was blinking in rapid succession, as though something occurred to her. We perform autopsies on violent deaths. Why would the exterminators burn the bodies? Balra twitched her whiskers. The predator's saliva and DNA is on the body.
You didn't answer her question, rodent, I growled.
What if those chemicals got into the water supply, or were absorbed into the soil and then to the plants? It would cause a dangerous strain of predator disease. It was clearly from a savage monster after all.
This is the most unscientific sniveling nonsense I've heard from a leaf licker. So you're saying because I picked you up with my claws, you're contracted predator disease and need to be burned? I am a contaminant to you?
It's plenty verifiable. Being around predators made me want to try carcass food, so it does prove their point. It's worth it to me, besides. You're a good predator. I told you I thought that there were harmless predator disease strains. And you're harmless.
I am not harmless. That is insulting to say, Farah. I am a fearsome hunter. Murderous and marauders cower at my name. Lisa feigned a yawn. You're melty on the inside, and for this record, that's not an insult. It's a good thing to have a heart. Have you noticed humans don't like cruel monsters? My sister had me convinced that you were people-eating menaces until I met you.
You showed us both that Orcs can be different, Farah said. I thought you were going to eat me, but then I saw you really cared. More than anyone else I've known. I'm sure now more than ever that nobody deserves to be alone.
Farah and you are just adorable together. Now I've led some teams for the UN, some sensitive missions, but a rebellion like this, you have a cause, an important one. That means something. I like you because you stand for an ideal. My eyes narrowed to slits. That's easy for you to say. The Orcs all following me would love to hear that we're chasing some illusory concept, yes? And I'm sure that they'll be thrilled that leaf lickers like their leaders for being defective. I'm harmless, is that not so?
It's okay to care and to have feelings. I know that you're strong, but I don't think that you'd hurt people for no reason, that's all.
Farah chittered.
Speaking of people you did hurt, where is Keitzel?
Lisa tilted her head. Yeah, he should be here by now. He's usually punctual, so I wonder if something's wrong with him. Keitzel has been nothing but a negative presence on the bridge, so I've asked him to work alone. I flared my nostrils, simmering at the memories of the runt. As long as he files his reports, I don't think it'll be necessary to break his tail again.
You sent him away, Siffy. I get that you did it for me, but I don't want that.
The Dosse squeaked.
Keitzel isn't the last grey that hates prey that you'll have to handle. If I'm going to stick around as your friend, you have to do better.
I tried discipline. I tried feeding him well and giving him power. What do you want me to do? Pet him?
Silly Oxel, I have to be the first sapient you pet. I'll be jealous if not. Now, we're going to go find Casey, and we're going to be nice to him.
The two humans shared a glance before gesturing for Farah and I to go on without them. Judging by the wordless exchange, it was possible they agreed with my exclusion of Keitzel from the group. The scrawny Oxel hadn't become the open-minded successor that I'd hoped for, nor had he been helpful as a second. The dozer truly was deranged, if she thought showing defectiveness to the condescending runt would change his stance. Why did my best friend care about the treatment of someone who viewed her as food? This is what happens when empathy runs haywire. It is a weakness when it's not contained. I checked that the dozer was balanced enough for me to walk, and strolled out of the conference room. Kaisel's quarters were on the opposite side of our cordoned-off area from my lodgings, which was intended to keep him distant from Farah during leisure time. Gasping noises reached my sensitive hearing long before we arrived at our destination. I narrowed my eyes with suspicion. Had the scrawny Oxel managed to re-injure himself through incompetence? I quickened my pace, flinging open the door with slight worry. It seemed wasteful if anything were to happen to Keitzel, after the effort I'd put into training him. Farah chittered as she noticed the Oxel sniffling and cocooning himself in a blanket. He appeared to have been sleeping, though he's jolted awake after our noisy entry. The runt struggled to collect himself, but mucus still dripped from his nostrils. Before I realized what happened, Farah leapt down onto the bed. "What's wrong, Keitzel?" I asked, scooping the dozer back onto my shoulder before she could get eaten. "I felt sadness and loss before, yes? My understanding will surpass the average Oxel's."
You're just the latest person to bully or trick me into doing what you want. You're forcing me to tolerate that prey animal even now. Everyone laughs at my weakness. I didn't want to join the war. I tried to defect to Earth twice, and they shipped me back to the Dominion. I'm used to being discarded at every turn, and my life is nothing but suffering.
How can you possibly be suffering? You are well-fed and elevated to a powerful role, are you not?
Being able to feel something other than hunger, it's just as awful as starving. I think about things, I revisit things, and it hurts.
The doser attempted to wriggle off my shoulder.
It's called guilt, Kaisel. You can't see me as anything more than a thoughtless animal without feeding it. You blame me for what happened to the Oxel, when you know that it was Varsal and the Kolshians. We could be civil with each other. I hate you. You were involved. You helped them make us live like this.
I lashed my tail. Don't roar at...
Stop, Siffy. I can speak for myself, Farah hissed. Have you not seen the betterment were knowingly helping the Kolshians a lot more than any of us? The reason you're starving, and you live like this, is your own government slaughtered your actual animals. They didn't care what happened. I hate them too. Why do you think I defected? But you just squeak and babble on about soft nonsense every day. You know nothing, and you contribute nothing. You weaken us as with your squeaking gibberish. The scrawny Oxel kept his head pointed away from us, and his sides heaved with uneven breaths. I was tempted to explode at him for his comments, but Farah shot me a scathing look as I opened my maw. With flaring nostrils, I let her leap off my shoulder. Kaisel hissed with disgust as the rodent crawled up his arm. Her ginger fur looked bright, compared to the shadowy interior and his grey scales. If you don't want to be in a war, we need to make peace. We don't have to like each other, Farah said. It's time for prey to see predators as people, and predators to see prey as people, not food. Nobody should live like we do now. Can't you agree with that? Kaisel's fixed his eyes, which were narrowed into slits on her. I hate this war as much as I hate you. Get away from me. So we agree on ending the war. That's a good start. Hey, I know you don't want to be alone. Sophie and I are friends, so you don't have to hate me. I picked the doser up, returning her to my shoulder again. I'm just trying to make things better, Kaisel, in the only way I know. If you work with me and make an effort with Farah, I can enable your success. I do not wish to discard you, but I must protect her. Come back to the briefing, if that is your desire. I'll be there in a few moments, the runt grumbled. I ambled out of his quarters and moved my pupils towards Farah. The doser looked quite pleased with herself. She'd handled herself with more fortitude and discretion than I could have anticipated, given Kaisel's hostility. It was true that other Oxel would share those feelings towards prey, so it would behoove me to discover how to change their opinions now. The betterment was overthrown. I did wish for the needless war and the carnage to cease. Too many sapiens have died and lived wretched lives. With the hatred between our people, how could we ever achieve lasting peace? I do not think the Federation wants peace, Farah. Convincing the Oxor is easier, and as you can see, that's not easy in the slightest, I remarked. The doser tilted her head. I've told you many times to reach out to the Federation and make amends for the awful things that have happened. You could get some herbivore allies. They do not want to talk to us, yes. I know that is your hope, but it is a fantasy. It is not within the realm of possibility. You don't know that. You haven't even tried. Trying worked for the humans. The humans haven't done what we've done, and their allies are lukewarm at best. 10% of the Federation was willing to consider not slaughtering them. You could reach out to that 10%, send a message to their diplomatic summit. Maybe Zal would help plead your case. The reason the humans won't associate with us is twofold. It's partly because it would kill their reputation with said allies. I wasn't invited, and I doubt they'd show me to the main location if I turned up at the handoff. I won't interfere with their get-together, so get that idea out of your head. Then figure out where they're having the meeting on your own. You could follow them and try to deliver a message, or at least ask Zal instead of assuming he... It's not happening, rodent. The doser ducked her head, drooping her whiskers in a way that made me feel guilt. The simple fact was that there was no fixing the rift between the Oxel and the rest of the galaxy. The bad blood stemmed from generational trauma and heinous atrocities. No rebellion could depict us as anything other than monsters, except to the humans. Even the primates hadn't always been sympathetic, due to their open disgust towards cattle practices. I could never tolerate the derision of humans had subjected themselves to, regardless. The goal of my rebellion was to undermine the Dominion, not to sing in the streets with the liftlickers. The best the Oxor could hope for was to overthrow of betterment and a brighter future centuries down the line. If Farah couldn't get that through her head, she was more delusional than Oleg. End of chapter. Chapter 133. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venal Republic.
Date, Standardized Human Time, February 5th, 2137. The election cycle had become more contentious ever since the truth about the Vendel reached the public's ears. Velm lambasted my proposal for a union with humanity. My re-election platform involved an instinct suppression program that extended to civilians, a vow to hold a referendum on renaming the planet to Skalga officially, and a pledge to strengthen our military under Terran guidance. After what the Federation did, we had to ensure they never got their claws or tentacles on us again. Reversing the gene edits was my top priority. It was too late for the current generation, but Vendel born in the future weren't going to be as hobbled and sense-deprived. Funding scientific research was an action I was already taking. The Federation physically weakening and mocking us, stealing our children, outraged the public. Velm was clever, suggesting that Vendel didn't want humans having the second crack at our genome. The first debate happened just before I left for the summit, and he claimed that I was making us too dependent on predators we knew for a month. He had stumbled upon a campaign slogan, "No more federations," as I prepared to bring us into a new organization. The polling margins were a few percentage points, with the race neck and neck down the home stretch. Many Vendel wanted to stand on their own and pursue an isolationist policy. I didn't know how to tap into that sentiment without violating my core principles. What could I do to give an appearance of keeping humanity at arm's length without actually pushing them away? Right now, my focus was exploring the station that we were docking on with my delegation. Selling a joint charter to an incensed citizenry could come later.
The human envoy should have been the first ones there. I don't know how many others have turned up, but we need to lay on the charm and mingle with every species. It's our job to back up the Terrans, put down any bigotry. Am I understood? I asked.
Cam flicked his ears in acknowledgement. Yes, ma'am. Not sure where the escort ship has led us, with them jamming our comms and navigation. Think that's the point. Nobody knows where this is happening but them. It's secure as it can be. I'm here in case the Ambassador Koji asks after me, aren't I? Glim grumbled. I can't believe the dirty are not actually coming. I chuckled with disdain.
I don't think Zhao could believe it either. He practically spat that name when he read it in the guest list up to me. There's quite a few surprises there. Crocodile separatists were invited. Burla was coming on behalf of the vassalized Silas. The Thafki agreed to come too. How Terrans pulled that one off is beyond me. But the archive sure have galvanized everyone friendly. We're not going to get an opportunity where so many species are open to the suggestion again, Chal, my diplomatic advisor, commented. I've typed up a draft for your speech, Tava. You need to have a home that Vendel are herbivores, and were still modified beyond recognition. Tie credit back to the humans for the archive's finding. I'll keep that in mind. My focus is more on one-on-one interactions and leisure activities. We have days together with galactic leaders, and that means pulling out all the bells and whistles to make the leery parties feel safe and contented. Let's waste no time. Soon as the docking clamps are in, split up and move around. A few other high-level diplomats from outside my cabinet were along for the ride too, with leading figures from the exchange program also on the guest list. Every species was allowed up to 20 visitors, though I imagined the host humans would have more than that. Between security concerns and the need for at-length discussions with all parties, there was no way that they could manage with meager staffing. I eyed the colossal space station as we ducked below the hangar's overhang, flashing lights illuminating the docking port. Though the process was interfacing with the landing pad was automated. A welcoming party of humans was present in the terminal, standing with personalized gift bags. They were wearing full helmets, complete with translucent flowers and fauna decor. It looked like someone had ripped out the pages of a children's book. The bottom section of the mask seemed to retract as needed, perhaps by brain pattern recognition. The Terrans could unseal the mouth covering without even touching it, almost like a prosthetic. The one who greeted me unsealed her mask for a moment, revealing a warm smile. They've been advised that they can act normal around the Vendel. That makes me proud to know that they don't have to hide themselves with me. What's in here? I accepted the gift bag they offered, and pulled out the translucent bottle. Cam scanned it with a visual translator, revealing that it said Everclear grain alcohol. Thank you, but you do know that your human drinks are watered down compared to ours, right? The Predator chuckled. One shot of this stuff can make a human sick, but we still brew it. It's jet fuel, and 95% alcohol. Figured it'd be more up your alley. Glim eyed the bottle with interest. Finally, something that'll be that bad thoughts go away. Give!
not so fast, Cam interjected. I can't sit through days of this political snooze fest without being inebriated out of my mind. We're sharing. The human greeter wagged a finger disapprovingly. Now, you haven't been here 5 minutes. Don't you think it's a little early to get wasted? No, Glim answered. Governor Tava, I guess you have to be the responsible one. Whatever you do, don't leave us to talk to the dirty and alone. Oh, you didn't hear me say that. Please, head inside and lend our people a hand. We can take the bottle and the luggage to your quarters. I passed the bag back to her. You got it. We'll go say hello to the guests. A team of Terrans swooped in to unload our belongings, and it occurred to me that parties less comfortable with the Earthlings wouldn't appreciate as predators taking possession of their belongings. I swished my tail in gratitude, before following the numerous signs pointed the path of the gallery. The station was new construction, likely having the final coats of paint splashed on in advance of the summit. Hallways and rooms were built in the vaulted ceilings to accommodate Mazics, while accessibility ramps and quadrupedal lifts were also present. There's no question this was created as a place to host all species. That lends to the assumption that this is a system close to Sol. Hundreds of guests had amassed in the banquet hall, which had a number of tables positioned shy of a stage. Non-alcoholic refreshments and Terran snacks were present, and calming music played throughout the theater. My gaze scanned the social circles that had formed. Human diplomats were chatting it up with various leaders. The big names weren't wearing 360-degree helmets. I recognized Sarah, curly hair, through her mask, before deciding to wander to her group. Cooper, the Mazic president, was listening to her intently, along with the Fissin ambassador and guests from the Gojit party. Body appreciates the accomplishments of the scientific community, and I accept that, the female astronaut was explaining, utilizing emphatic hand gestures. The history books will remember Noah's speech on Alpha, the feats of military grandeur, and the jaw-dropping revelations. The experiments we've done are the foundation for reversal of the cure, or for any of the innovation engineers created for the military. But science is not a spectacle. Intellectual pursuit should never be a spectacle. Almina, the Fissin, pointed a horn between her eyes at Sarah. The important thing is whether those experiments form the basis for profit, or whether they give humanity a competitive edge. You humans hold your own economically. Those contracts you almost got us to sign were sneakily exploitative. Is science able to generate enough revenue to be worth the cost? That's the wrong question. None of the technologies you see as profitable would exist without someone pushing the boundaries or unlocking a new discovery. I always found a number of fields fascinating, from biology to neurochemistry to geological surveys. What motivated me to pursue 2 PhDs and kept me going through the grueling astronaut training. The gaps we filled in our knowledge in a few months are remarkable. What is remarkable about it, human? Cooper asked. You didn't specify what you thought the right question was. I'm still at a loss for what drives your people, even after our work together. Right, the question is simple. Why are we here? What is the purpose of life? I fail to see why that is important, or what it would change in your daily living. Or how it adds to anything of value, Almina chimed in. It sounds like a religious concern, not one of science. A Gojit I didn't recognize spoke up, waving her claws idly. Can you say there's any purpose, after all the suffering we've seen? I'm little more than a de facto leader of our largest colony. I watched my culture disintegrate, my homewood fall, and the refugees scatter like unwanted rubbish. Sarah shifted on her feet. It's a concrete question as much as a philosophical one. The origins of life, the nature of reality, it mystifies us. It defies all comprehension. We thought finding other life forms would put our role in the universe into perspective. Well, I strolled up to the circle, tapping the human on the leg with my tail. Did it give you the answer that you'd hoped for? No, to be honest. We hoped that the aliens would be enlightened, and they would show us a better way of living. Instead, we found a galaxy just as cruel as what we knew. I understand how Gojit Minister Kiri can struggle to find meaning, but maybe it's up to us to make our own meaning. Free will means that the suffering doesn't have to be all there is. Science can lead us beyond our current problems, and I refuse to stop believing that. I've always admired your optimism. I remember how happy you and Noah were, peppering me with questions and brimming with the prospect of new friends. Yet, even if science reverses the gene mods, it can't bring back the stolen years in history. It can't reset everything to how it was before. That's a defeatist attitude. We can try. Tava. Hasey. That's a cattle rescue I'm friends with. For the other guests, she used to be a historian. When she heard that everything she loved was ripped to shreds by the archives, you could see how much it hurt her.
but while she might not be willing to leave the safety of her room, she's brave enough to work on a new exhibit of the Vendl's past. We can move forward. We can get through this. President Kupo flared his big trunk. I don't know how I ever doubted humanity's motives. I was certain they'd turn on us, but Koa owes our continued freedom to them. You have my full faith and my full support for this mystical union of yours.
The Gojits would like to hear more about what membership entails, Kerry chimed in. The benefits and the costs, protecting what's left. I think we share that goal with the Thefkas. Almina tossed her head. We're curious about the economic benefits. If you can give us a leg up on these pesky Nivox, we're in, no questions asked. It'd be worth your while. Cheaper wares, better quality. To cut them out of the equation entirely. They've been losing to us in every regard for the past century. I'm not an official diplomat, but this is about genuine harmony and fair treatment between species. I can't see us agreeing to exclude any allies. If anything is discussed economically, I imagine it'll be market regulations and labor laws, Sarah sighed. What a disappointment. We're a newer species like you. We fought our way from the ground up. We didn't do it through red tape. I interjected, thinking of how to placate the money-hungry species. If the Fizzin Compact is superior to the Nevox, it should be easy for you to negotiate deals with every power on your own. That's how the free market works, isn't it? Surely you have the confidence to outbid them. You don't want any ethical problems embroiling you in controversy along the way, or any confusion in currency exchanges. The regulations exist for your benefit. I suppose, we'll consider the impact of these proposals. The Nevox are so far behind us that they're nigh irrelevant. Our superior prices speak for themselves. The Venlo Republic would love to hear your best offers for an exclusivity deal. If you join, now please, excuse me. I ducked away from the circle, feeling confident that Sarah could steer the conversation away from greedy lions. The Mazaks didn't seem to require convincing to join our union. The Fizzins would sign on if they thought that they could get a better of the humans economically, and the Gojits would be interested in any protection for their piecemeal colonies. I passed as Zerillian Prime Minister Brylan in one-on-one discussion with UN Secretary of Alien Affairs Erin Kumper. From what I overheard, the Predator was detailing protections for medics under the Geneva Convention. The quadruped seemed receptive to these clauses. The United Nations was adamant about having every member state ratify the Geneva Conventions and a Universal Declaration of Sapient Rights before permitting entry. Severe violations would be cause for immediate dismissal from the group. There was no sign of Ambassador Noah, which gave me a slight pang of disappointment. I shook my head, certain that he'd turn up later. The astronaut was likely hiding amongst one of the groups. Secretary General Zhao was with a massive group, telling an amusing story to his listeners. I realized this was the only time I'd seen him wear a visor. During our early briefings, he elected not to do so. I slipped into the crowd and perked my ears to catch the end of his anecdote. Mind you, this was my first time visiting an alien planet. As I stated, we were briefed on avoiding sudden movements or emotional displays to avoid panicking the Vendel. So Jones and I are trying to be businesslike and professional, but we have no idea how to feel inside. General Cam thinks it's a wonderful idea to take us all the way to the Governor Mansion's gates, and there isn't a soul in sight, Zal growled. Yodel Ambassador Laulo leaned lower. Let me guess. They heard human military were visiting, and nobody dared to visit. That's the gist of it. Anyhow, Cam seems nervous and remarks on what competent predators we are. I've got no clue how to respond to that, so I take a swig of my water. Jones decides she's gonna make a wisecrack with the aliens, saying something like, "Oh, don't worry, the US only preys on oil fields." I can't help but laugh, and the water shoots out my nose, sprays all over Cam. The Vendel just looks horrified. I haven't heard the story, I commented. I think I find it more amusing than he does. Anyways, I apologize to Cam, and Jones and I are trying to explain why that happens. She means to search for a scientific reason for drinks coming through your nose and asks where her holopad is. You know where it was? In her hands. You could just see Cam's eyes widen when he realized that humans were horribly designed, incompetent predators. I thought you were apex predators, Governor Burler, the current Tillfish leader, offered in an uncertain voice. Sure, that's true enough. We also trip over literally nothing. Put our holopads in the fridge when grabbing food, and forget what we were saying in the middle of a sentence. I'm serious. Do your species ever walk into rooms and you can't remember what you went in there for?
The Thafki representative scrunched his blue-grey nose. We zone out and forget things, of course, but why would it be tied to walking into rooms for a human?
Funny enough, I looked it up, and it might be one of our prey defects. Early humans lived in caves, so predators wouldn't typically lurk at the edge of those thresholds. One theory is that our brains tell us to focus up and search for dangers. I guess our predator wiring isn't that strong, is it? We had plenty of creatures that ate us in the wild. Hell, the reason we probably invented a language was to raise alarm calls for specific predators.
You're sapient because you used to be prey,
Dirty Ambassador Koji remarked, in a voice that was unusually quiet. Something found in the archives changed her acidity. She seems mellow rather than incendiary. I should look up the exact contents of the Dirtian files. I was so focused on our own that I hardly cared about any other species' truths. Zal nodded. Precisely. Just look at us, and I don't mean our eyes. We were defenseless prey, and most of our instincts evolved from us trying to stop being eaten all the time. The more I learn about it, from scrambling to understand our place in the galaxy, the more I think our instincts have little bearing on how we actually live nowadays. Humans have some absolute faulty wiring.
Terrans have so many shared traits with us.
I straightened my tail with confidence. The Secretary General was taking the right approach to build common ground.
There's nothing like predators are supposed to be.
Sapiens are supposed to be whatever they want to be, predator or prey. That is the dichotomy for animals. In this union, we're all the same. It's almost time for my speech, and that's exactly what I'm going to argue. What's best for all of us is to protect each other and to cultivate a new culture of acceptance and tolerance. I hope each of you will choose to join us. Once the majority of guests had arrived, the humans would be able to present their opening speech. Between the two circles I'd visited, the predators' diplomatic appeals were going surprisingly well. None of the species appeared disconcerted, and the fear directed towards Terrans seemed to have eased. I risked a glance around the venue and spotted Noah and Glim on the opposite side of the hall. The Sulians, the Ankari, and the Varen, and a number of more recent neutrals were picking through the food offerings, alongside the venerable human duo. Everyone there was in good spirits. As light-hearted as the summit had been so far, I couldn't shake my unease over how well it had started off. Gatherings never went smoothly for humanity. Between the offer speech at gunpoint, the ship sabotage, and the bombing of Earth's memorial on Vendel Prime, it was too early to relax my guard. My job was to ensure there were no incidents with any of the delegations. The reception to the Predator's initial address should be telling, giving us the estimate on how many species had genuine interest in signing the accord. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 channel members and patrons: Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Bushmaster 177, Lord Azrakal, Ambrose Cattell, Quantum Wednesday, Dragzoon WRE, and Blueberry Cat. Thank you very much for the support. It is super appreciated.